Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at City Hall and City Council Chambers. I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask Pastor Brian Hill from First Baptist Church to please give us our invocation.
Thank you for this opportunity. Let's pray together. Father, we thank you for this time to gather. We thank you for the city in which you have called us to live. And as we look forward just a week from today, celebrating our birth as a nation, may we remember what it means to be free. We thank you for that freedom that you've given us, and we thank you for a place that we can call home, and we thank you for this city. I ask as this council continues to lead us and to make decisions, Lord, that you would guide them, that you would open their hearts and their eyes and their minds to the direction that you would have this city go. Again, we thank you for them. We thank you for their willingness to serve and the giftedness that you have given them to be able to lead us and lead us well. And so we pray that you would uphold them and guide them in all the decisions that they make. In Jesus' name we pray it.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And now our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and the Texas state flag will be led by Bree Brazelton. She is a fourth grader at London Intermediate School. She is a straight A student, a volleyball and gymnastics athlete. Bree, thanks for being with us.
Wait, okay. I just didn't know if it was on. No.
Yeah, it's on.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Bree. Yes. Thank you, Bree. Okay, Miss Huerta, would you please, oh, I'm sorry. Somebody called the roll. I'm like, wait a minute. Yes.
That's all right. Thank you. Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Councilmembers Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pusley. Everett Roy.
Present.
Dan Seckley.
Here.
All right. Mayor Quorum is present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you very much. That'll take us to Section E, our city manager's comment, update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. We do have 3 items, and we're going to switch up the order a little bit, and we're going to have Heather, we're going to talk about Heather Holbert, our new assistant city manager first. Today she's joined by her husband, Matt, right? Is it Matt? Right, okay. And so let's do that item first. So on Tuesday, June 20th, I appointed Heather Holbert as an assistant city manager to the city. Heather has been with the city a little over 3 years, since March of 2020, and she has served as the Director of Finance and Procurement for us. And most recently, she was appointed Economic Development Director for a short time. But as Assistant City Manager, Heather will continue to see in the interim economic development. She is also overseeing Parks and Recreation, our airport operations, and information technology services. So before joining the city, you may be familiar, Heather spent more than a decade in the city of San Marcos, Texas, where she served as Assistant Director of Finance and eventually was the Finance Director there in the city. In that capacity, she worked closely with the city manager and the council on a number of issues in San Marcos, so she really understands local government and the importance of well-operating local governments. Through her career, Heather has served over 25 years in accounting, budgeting, financial reporting, and has experience in public accounting, both in the public sector and the private sector as well. Heather holds a Bachelor of Business Accounting degree from the University of Texas, San Antonio, and is a certified government finance officer and a certified public accountant as well. Heather has other roles in her career. Currently, she's serving as the president of the Government Treasurers Organization of Texas and is a member of the Texas Class Government Investment Pool Advisory Board. So we are conducting an executive recruitment, just as some background here for you, to fill the economic development position, economic development director position. But as I mentioned earlier, Heather will hold that position in an interim basis. So with that, we're going to have Heather come up and just say a few remarks. We know her well, but part of our tradition is to just introduce our executives in this way.
Thank you, Peter. It's a little bit different coming up here and doing this after being with the organization for 3 years, but I am very excited about the opportunity to continue to serve the city in a different capacity. Thank you to Peter for having faith in me and giving me the opportunity to continue the advancement in my career. I look forward to working with my teams in parks, IT, airport to achieve their goals and continue moving forward on their initiatives. I also look forward to continuing to build and develop the Economic Development Department and adding talent to that team. I'm excited about all the projects and opportunities ahead for the city of Corpus Christi. There's so much potential out there and the momentum to move forward and realize that potential is growing daily, and really excited about this opportunity, about what we have going on here. I also want to thank my finance and procurement team that does such a great work and supported me in the director role. We went through a lot with the pandemic, but they welcomed me with open arms, even though I did not get to meet the majority of them until after I'd been with the city for almost 2 months. Lastly, I want to thank my husband, Matt, who, as he says, followed a girl to Corpus during a pandemic and has supported me for the last 30 years. I look forward to the challenges and triumphs, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Heather.
Heather, thank you, and Matt, thank you for being here as well. We know it's a family affair here at the city, and let me just add that Heather actually sought out Corpus Christi, and that's what we want, is people to say, hey, this is a great place to continue my career and to continue my life, really, with their children grown. They had an opportunity to move anywhere, and they looked at Corpus Christi as a destination to enjoy life and to continue their career, so that's an important thing to highlight. We want to be that employer of choice and that location of choice. So Heather, thank you, and Matt, thank you for being here today. So at this point, we're going to call up Al Raymond. I think he's here. There he is, yes, sir. So this is one of our quarterly updates on a very important policy issue that the City Council has unanimously endorsed, and that is our impact fee study and policy development. It's been about a quarter since Al was last here presenting an update, and we're making significant progress with some important milestones coming up. And so we thought it'd be important for Al to give us a briefing on where we have been and where we're going over the next couple of months.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning. I guess it's still morning. Council, this is just a quick brief on the Master Planning and Impact Fee Study project. Realizing that several of you are new and probably don't know the history of how we got here, so I thought it'd be beneficial just to give you kind of a brief synopsis of where we were and where we want to go. In 1982 to 1982, the trust funds were established here in Corpus Christi through ordinance by City Council. And from 1982 to 2023, to 41 years, the trust funds have paid out approximately $41.6 million for connecting new water and wastewater infrastructure to existing city facilities. The trust funds, in essence, are made of 4 funds. They're found in the Unified Development Code. They're made of 4 funds. One, the water grid mains, the water distribution lines, the wastewater trunk mains, and the wastewater collection lines. The trust funds allow for funds to be interchangeable. Money moves from one fund to the other, so therefore if there's an obligation in water and the water funds are depleted, then money is moved from the wastewater funds to meet the obligation. The same thing would happen on the wastewater side. If those funds were depleted, funds would be moved, money would be moved from the water funds to meet the obligation. The trust funds also only extend new water and wastewater infrastructure, and in 2003, Council approved that to also include lift stations and force mains. Trust funds do not provide for new stormwater infrastructure or new roadway infrastructure to support new development. Therefore, in August 2019, then council gave direction to the city manager to re-examine the trust funds and assess alternate funding methods for new infrastructure. So from December 2019 to February 2020, a utility alternative funding study update was completed and presented to City Council by me. But it's good to note that in this study was also presented in 2006, and the recommendation in 2006, as were the recommendations in August 2019, was to transfer from trust funds to impact fees. In May 2020, an RFQ went out for master planning and impact fee study project. In June of 2020, Pape Dawson Engineers was selected to be the consultant to, among many things, review, evaluate, and update our existing land use assumptions, to develop comprehensive master plans for water, wastewater, stormwater, and roadways, and to provide an impact fee study based on the CIP projects in those developed master plans. And this is just an overview of the contract, where we are, where we were, and where we are to date. February 2021, council approved the contract. March 2021, the contract was executed for $2.2 million. In October 2021, council approved an additional service request for $1.2 million because of all of the master plans. The stormwater information was so much so that the engineer really had to start from the ground up and build that model and that plan without much support. So that was the need for that additional request, bringing the total contract that Pape Dawson has to $3.4 million. The project started in March of 21, and it's hopefully will culminate at the end of this calendar year. One of the first things that was required by council, and I think this council, was to create a capital improvement advisory committee. That's per the Texas Local Government Code 395, and all of the do's and don'ts of that committee is kind of on the right. But in essence, in August 2021, council appointed 15 members to this committee. 40% of those members are from the real estate, development, and building industry, right, as required by state law. So that group has been meeting really since August 21. We would meet every couple of months, and now I think as of the latter part of last year, we were meeting regularly every month, sometimes twice a month. One of the first challenges the group had was to this committee was to look at our future land use map, and that said a lot about how everyone thinks the city is going to grow. We use the city's comprehensive plan, we use the city's area development plans, we used MPO data, and we used the recent census data to collect all the information so that everyone could kind of get thumbs up on, yeah, we agree this is how the city is going to grow, and we agree this is where the city is going to grow. And with that information, we started developing the master plans. As of this month, we've completed our initial draft master plan review with the committee, and the committee members are providing commentary, making suggestions, and making sure we've dotted our I's and crossed our T's before moving forward. Just as a summary, and I briefed you kind of on this before, the wastewater master plan has 6 service areas. The wastewater master plan has some operational recommendations for maximizing existing assets without necessarily installing new infrastructure, but most of the large improvements will be related to growth or associated with growth. The roadway master plan evaluated the roadways within the city limits through 21 service areas. Of all of the services, the roadway master plan cannot go into the ETJ, so it only looked at the city boundaries, and we looked at roads within the city, and because of that, most of the areas are expected to have minimal growth and therefore have minimal growth-related projects with respect to CIP. The stormwater master plan consists of 16 service areas, or 16 watersheds, if you will. The number of improvements are required within existing service areas. However, the large stormwater management projects are also required along the Oso Basin, as we all know, because that's where the growth and expansion is occurring. And the Water Master Plan has two service areas, the mainland and the island. This master plan is predicated on Owen Stevens being the singular source of water. The existing internal network is not greatly affected by growth. However, the major growth-related projects are located within the city's ETJ. This is the schedule, the remaining schedule of the committee. I wanted to say for this March, April, May, and June, we looked at all of the master plans. So our next meeting in July 20th will be kind of looking at that, making sure we picked up all of the red marks, all of the comments, crossing our I's, dotting our T's, and we can move forward. Concurrently, also in July, Development Services will be taking these plans out to the community. So my staff will be reaching out to all of you, seeing when you would like to meet in your area and where you would like to meet in your area. So be expecting that. But highlighted on this schedule, August 23rd, 2023 Planning Commission public hearing, we will be presenting the land use and master planning CIP projects. And in September, the same will be presented to this council for consideration, keeping in mind that what will be considered in September is approval of all 4 master plans. And of course, its associated CIP projects. Also highlighted here in November 29, 2023, Planning Commission public hearing will hear the proposed impact fees. And in December, the same will be brought to this council for consideration. And that's kind of how we are. It's kind of hot and heavy until you get to the end of the year, but we think we have a good schedule, we have a good pace, we have a great committee, and I think we're making good progress. So that's my update, and I'm open for any questions.
Councilwoman Campos.
Al?
Hi.
Thank you, Mayor. But why is it that we weren't given this report beforehand? I mean, I'm looking at my pad, I'm looking at my printed, I mean, nothing was given to us prior to you presenting this right now. Why is that?
Councilwoman, it is in the book. It's in the,
Was it? Let me see.
yeah, it's behind tab number 1, right behind the memo.
Because I didn't,
Yes, ma'am, under tab number 1.
was it, when, I'm sorry, but when was that added? Was that just
This is
added?
Friday.
Okay, because I had the one, I guess Tuesday, and this,
Right, yeah, you want to use the
yeah.
most recent one.
Okay, and I just got this morning, so,
Well, we put it out on Friday, yeah,
all right. Well,
Okay.
my mistake, but,
no worries.
yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I just had 2 questions. Al, if you go back to the beginning of your presentation, you know, all of us who live, eat, and breathe this on a day and day, we assume that everybody who doesn't understands how this got. So could you take just a moment and explain to the general public how the trust fund got started, how it's funded, and how that operation went?
Absolutely. And thanks for the question.
In 25 words or less,
Yes.
yeah?
In 1982, a group of, I call them founding fathers of the city, because at that time the city wasn't building infrastructure for whether it was in new developments within the city or outside the city limits, got together and said, hey, we need to do something. And at the same time that impact fee legislation was passed, there was also this opportunity also passed in the legislation. They said, hey, we'll jump on the trust fund. We'll enact the trust funds here. And in 1982, they passed, they got council to pass trust funds for water and trust funds for wastewater. They also had council, they also had a placeholder for trust funds for stormwater, but that was never funded. The trust fund, the 4 buckets in trust funds, the 2 water, the 2 wastewater are funded through lot and acreage fees that are paid when anybody plats, surcharge fees, pro rata fees, and tap fees. So, which is a lot, right? most of the money comes from surcharge and tap fees into the bucket. So every time someone plats or you want to tap or you pay into those funds.
And a tap is connection to city
services,
utilities.
right? Water or wastewater, correct. And if you happen to have a development and you need to extend service to that development, you can, and you paid into this bucket, you should be able to come to us. We prepare something, bring to you, council, and say, hey, this individual wants to use the trust funds to move infrastructure from one point to another.
Okay.
And that's basically how it all worked. And over the 43 years, whether we agree or disagree, $41 million is, a little over $1 million a year, give or take, right? For a city this size, it needs help. We just need help.
So the funds being paid into the trust fund are not keeping up with the level of development.
That's a great way to say it, yes.
Okay. And so the impact fees are going to be paid for how?
The impact fees, they will be assessed during plat, but will be paid during building permit issuance. So it'll be assessed during plat. You file a plat and say, oh yeah, you have so many acres, so many lots, and you're moving water, wastewater, stormwater, and roads. Your impact fees are X, Y, Z, and when you pull your building permit, you pay it then.
Okay. And those impact fees, and I don't want to get too deep into the woods here, and I know you are going to bring this back, but I'll have some more specific questions about how that's going to work when you get there. But I just wanted to relay that information because we all assume that everybody understands where these things come from and how they're funded.
Understood.
And it's important, I think, for people to know. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Al, I think I've talked to you about this before as well, but just to kind of refresh my memory, I've had some concerns about the strain on our infrastructure that the constant expansion of the cities is provided. Do you think that impact fees would have an effect on that? Would it have an impact, influence, I guess, that expansion? Would it encourage or incentivize infill, I guess, development?
The committee will be looking at that, right? When we start our impact fee study, which starts in August, they'll look at that as well as where they want to focus development and like in our downtown area, other areas that are, I don't want to say blighted, but has slow growth, right? Which then one would think they would recommend lowering the impact fee, and then in areas, say on the other side of Oso Creek, where it takes so much to get out there, they may, leave them at cost. So the committee members will set those fees and then come before you and make the recommendation. By the way, I didn't say that in my presentation. The chair of SEAC will make the recommendations to this body, not, that's Moses Mastagashi, right? Not Al Raymond.
Okay, great. Thank you, Al.
So, Councilman, can I just add on that, Mayor? So that's an important part of the impact fee kind of policy, which is the city council and the community can help to incentivize development in certain areas of the city with lower impact fees. So if we want more infill development, the fee would be lower in those areas, and if you want to do greenfield development in the outside of the the developed areas, the impact fees could be higher. That's what some cities use as a practice. So that's a real good point, Councilman. Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Al, can you email me your presentation, because what I received I was not able to access on the on the iPad. It just
None of us were.
it was MPIF update, and it was not even it wasn't a PDF or a PowerPoint file. It was
Okay,
I
I'll
couldn't
make
see
sure
it, so
we forward it to all of you. Sorry about that.
please email it. Also, I just want to make a correction here. This was a two-part thing, right? It was to update master plans to make them more usable, put them in GIS to where they can be accessed electronically, as opposed to what we have now. And the second part of that was to do the impact fee study, but you wouldn't be able to do that unless you do the master plans. Yes, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I know I voted for this because I thought that was an important part of this, was to consolidate those master plans for the entire city and to be able to have developers access it. I'm still, the jury's still out on impact fees, because we haven't seen the results of that. So I just want to clarify that I voted for it because of the master plans, not because of the impact fees.
Right, but I also want to thank you for that, and I'm glad I hear your concern, right? However, you come to the SEAC meetings, and when you come to the next one will be in July. We'll be kind of consolidating the master plans, but in August we'll start the impact fee discussion, and you could be there, and it's a public meeting, so you can comment, right, like we do in all public meetings. So hopefully that'll give you not necessarily warm and fuzzies, but you'll get an understanding of how it works, how the process works overall.
I do recommend that you have a better description as to where those are. The last time was at the American Bank Center in one of the very back breakout rooms that nobody ever uses and nobody knows it's there. So it just may be a better description of where it's located.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Campos.
I think Councilman Hernandez just confirmed, I'm like, am I going crazy or what? That the slide presentation is not in our, our electronics, Apple or, and this, what Peter Zanoni just pointed out, yes, it's printed, but I'm one of the few of the members that does actually ask for the printed version. And I only got it this morning. So again, we don't have it. And thank you,
Understood.
Councilman Hernandez, for pointing that out. And hopefully we'll get this, email to us.
I'll forward it to you.
Thank you.
this
Thank you,
afternoon.
Al.
Councilman Roy.
Al, as a former member of that committee, I think I participated until we got to the part where we were pretty much finishing up on the master plans. But one of the things that I think we have Portland, who is currently on impact fees, and I think that's probably one of the closest cities that we have that.
Port Aransas as well.
Yeah, historically, I think we can, and I'm hoping that we take a look at how they implemented their impact fees and the impact fees had.
Yes.
So that we can use that as a learning tool and also, continue to try to improve the process and the product that we're looking at having in terms of, in the end. So I'm hoping, and I plan on attending those meetings, that not only Portland, but some of the other cities that are like size that have recently switched over to impact fees, that will continue to study those models.
Right. To your point, we've engaged the Director of Development Services, not the new one, but the former one, when all of this was going through the process. And as we were developing our presentation and our plan to move forward, and to get their ear, what were their challenges, what worked, what didn't work. So we are in communication with that individual, and still, I know Sarah's over there now. But we will look to others to make sure we make our transition, should that be the case, as smooth as possible.
Yeah, I think that Councilmember Hernandez said it right. We've heard about the impact fee. Some of us have been involved more maybe than others, but at the same time, I think we just have a lot of information and data that we need to be able to digest before, at least this council member, before we can really be comfortable in terms of
Understood.
where we're going to make that decision. Thank you.
And I wanted to, the meetings on on this page here, these are all public meetings, right? So SEAC is a public meeting, and like the councilman said, we'll make sure we make the location better known, right? So you have an opportunity to come and you can listen how that group, bakes the cake, if you will, and you can even comment at the beginning of the meeting or at the end about things that you've heard. So it's a public meeting, so please engage if you can, because I think it's very important, like you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Councilman Pusley has a remark, and then we're going to go to public comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the comments that Peter just made a few moments ago is exactly the heart of why I have serious concerns about the impact fee replacing our trust fund, and that is there is a tendency and potential for the city to be in control of where development goes. And as a free market kind of guy, I don't support that. I don't think the city ought to be in charge of telling developers where they need to go put in subdivisions or commercial developments or whatever it is. And if that's what this is going to lead to, I'm not going to support it. So I was in hopes that the committee was going to address that issue and come up with some guidelines where that was not going to happen.
May I respond?
Pardon?
May I respond?
Yes, absolutely.
It's the city's not in control of how growth will happen, right? That committee, who's chosen from all walks of the community, right? The state law requires 40% of that group, which I think we have more than 40%, to be from the development, building, construction industry.
Right.
Right? That group has said, this is how I think the city's going to grow. This is how we think, this is the areas where the city will grow, right? So we looked at the London area, we looked at the Northwest area, 624, I think it is, in the Northwest. We looked at all these areas, or I should say, sorry. They looked at all these areas, and the master plans reflect that, right? However, and I've said it before, if someone wants to go off the beaten path and not develop along the master plans, they're allowed to do that, just like they are today.
Yeah, but then they wouldn't receive any impact fees.
They wouldn't
Or
be charged. They
reimbursements.
wouldn't be charged any impact fees. That's correct.
They wouldn't be charged and they wouldn't receive any reimbursements if they had to pay for infrastructure improvements.
That's correct.
That's correct. So therein lies the issue I have. So we'll see how that comes out, Al and Peter, but I have a great concern about that.
Understood.
And let me just add, I just raised it as this will be a policy decision of the council. Some cities did what I talked about with Councilman Klein, others have not. So it's a choice. But as Al said, the committee has a lot of clout in that recommendation to the council.
Right.
So
and
they'll be recommending a proposal. The council can reject it.
Absolutely.
Right, so, but it's just it's a nuance to point out, but it's good to have the conversation. We want to make sure we know what the council is.
I didn't necessarily want to have it today. I want to
No,
have
it's
it
okay.
whenever.
Right.
But it is something that I'm going to be very interested in and going to watch very closely because, the committee, when you say it's made up of 40% of the developers, well, maybe there's somebody who's not part of that committee that's a developer and, they get ostracized or they get punished because they're not making those decisions in how they want to do their development. And I just think that there has to be room for those kinds of situations and for those kinds of developers to be reimbursed for what they're doing.
And understand, I know you have to break for public comment. I just want to make this comment.
Mm-hmm.
The plans are not static, right? It's just that we can't come every Tuesday and say we're going to amend the master plans. That group has to convene again to say, hey, look, we missed something. We want to develop over here in this area. And that group would get together, the committee would get together and convene and say, oh, yeah, yes, no, maybe so, and amend the master plans to include. So nothing, it's not like it's static and you can never, it can never change. Hey, if things change, that group's job, because they'll stay together as long as the impact fees are in life here in the city. And they are required to come back every 3 to 5 years to look at the master plans, to look at the impact fees, to look at the land use assumptions, and make sure the things we decided in 2023 are still good in 2033, so to speak.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Al. So we're going to go ahead and go to section F because it is noon and that's public comment. Mr. Risley, would you please recite the rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comment will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I would just like to remind everyone that a recording is being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address prior to speaking. There are 2 opportunities in which you may make public comment. on an agenda item. The first is at this time, and the second is at the time in which we actually hear the item. If you'll please choose one, that is appreciated. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the podium or the base of the microphone, and it will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once the time is up, you'll hear a buzzer go off, at which time we would greatly appreciate the conclusion of your sentence. And if you have any petition or any information pertaining to your subject matter, if you'll please hand it to Ms. Huerta, and she will distribute it to the council before you start speaking. So with that, we will start with Francisco Dow. And if we can have John Hendricks, John Flanagan, Adalberto Carrillo, and Joan Carrillo come up to the front so that we can more efficiently move public comment along, that would be greatly appreciated. Mr. Dow.
Thank you. Francisco Dow, 804 Elizabeth Street, 78404. Mayor, City Council, I hope you remember me from the last session speaking about kiteboarding and the economic opportunity it presents. I just wanted to come back and add a little more information and context. Since that time, I've had the opportunity to meet with council members Klein and Campos, as well as State Representative Todd Hunter. I think they get the opportunity. I also took the liberty of emailing all of you some information about just how big this is. If you had a chance to open that email, you would have read a LA Times story about how kiteboarding money changed the town. It was a little fishing village in Mexico, La Ventana. There was nothing there. Kiteboarding money literally turned a fishing village into a thriving tourism town. This is the economic opportunity that's in front of us. All we have to do is embrace it. I believe some of you support a desalination plant in the bay. I get it, we need water. But if that is built, all water sports, water-based activities, water-based tourism goes away, full stop. Not just kiteboarding, windsurfing, anybody who gets in the water, families. The water will simply burn your eyes and your throat. It borderline burns your eyes and throats now. I kiteboard in it every day. That I don't believe is a fair trade-off. 2 weeks ago, I made the analogy that given the unique wind and water conditions here, Corpus Christi, if kiteboarding were skiing, Corpus Christi is like Aspen, Colorado, if Aspen, Colorado had failed to develop their mountains for ski tourism. If we build a desalination plant in the bay, it would be the equivalent of Aspen, Colorado not just failing to build out their ski tourism, but building a mine in the middle of the city. Tourism ends, full stop, nobody's coming back. Now, if you think that's a fair trade-off, if you think that's worthwhile, ask yourself the question, which is more successful? Aspen, Colorado with its millions of dollars of tourism money pouring in, or a random mining town somewhere in the mountains? I'm pretty sure you know the answer. One last thing I just want to say, kind of funny. The State Tourism Office website, traveltexas.com. Traveltexas.com actually has a page for kiteboarding, and the first city they mention is Corpus Christi, Texas. They talk about the beaches. I mentioned last time that there's wave kiting, but the more popular version of kiting is flat water kiting. So the State Tourism Office, the Governor's Tourism Office, actually recognizes that this is a draw, kind of a big deal. But again, and I don't blame you guys, the kiteboarding community has not spoken up until now. The city has no flat water kiteboarding launches. It is a massive, massive missed opportunity. 10 seconds left. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dow. John Hendricks.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I sent in a PowerPoint.
Okay.
There we are. 622 Texas Avenue, John Hendricks, Corpus Christi native. Iraq War veteran, member of the VFW Chapter 2397, Sons of Confederate Veterans, Camp 713. I made recent public comments regarding the disgraceful situation that exists at Rose Hill Cemetery. Next slide, please. Madam Mayor and distinguished council members, despite some minor remedies, that situation persists. Next slide. Today, I would like to shift our focus to another of Corpus Christi's neglected cemeteries. I first want to thank Hillcrest's own Mr. Lamont Taylor for his alerting us to another case of our city government disrespecting Corpus Christi's dead. Next slide, please. 700 of Corpus Christi's forebears repose at the new Bayview Cemetery in our historic Hillcrest neighborhood. Just as that neighborhood has endured decades of neglect by city authorities, so too has Hillcrest Cemetery. Next slide, please. This is despite that its maintenance is specifically mandated in our city ordinances. Next slide, please. Section 33120 states, quote, "All administrative matters pertaining to the operation of New Bayview Cemetery shall be under the direction of the city manager or his designee," unquote. Paragraph alpha of the next section states the goal of the city manager's maintenance is to, quote, "keep the cemetery presentable." And I'll say that word again, presentable. Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, New Bayview Cemetery is not presentable. Next slide. It has no protective fence around it, and the city's neglect of this basic requirement has over the years allowed scores of even hundreds of desecrations to occur. Next slide. The result is most of the headstones lie so strewn about it is difficult to determine even who lies where. Next slide. I can think of several solutions to the enormity of our city officials disrespecting our dead, but my ideas are empty pipe dreams because the one insurmountable step is that city officials must first give a hoot. I'm not sure I can convince you all to give a hoot about our dead, but here goes. Please recall the noble example set by John's disciples when Herod had him beheaded, or when the devout men, or by the devout men who buried St. Stephen, or maybe even that of St. Joseph of Arimathea and Nicodemus when they bravely reclaimed our Lord's body from Pilate. It may seem that I'm only one voter complaining about this, but I assure you I'm not alone, and that most people here know that our current situation in some of our city cemeteries is disgraceful and is not getting any better, and I thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Sean Flanagan. Oh, we're waiting.
My name is Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. I've just handed you the Green Events Scorecard taken from the City of San Antonio's Department of Environmental Sustainability website. I'm giving this to you to demonstrate the possible and probably unintended negative consequences having a Department of Sustainability will have on the economic development of Corpus Christi. My number one item is the Islanders Splash Cross Country Meet. I started the Islanders Splash Cross Country Meet in the year 2000. This year, 2023, will be the 24th edition of the Islanders Splash Cross Country Meet, which grew into 2 cross country meets because in 2015 the UIL gave us the South Regional Meet. As a result of this meet, you're going to have 6,500 participants participate in that meet. 4,000 of them are going to stay overnight. You got 20,000 people coming to Corpus Christi spending money that would not come if we weren't having those cross-country meets. Here's the problem with the Environmental Sustainability Department. This Green Event Scorecard you have in your hand is something you're required to do if you have an event with more than 1,000 folks on a public park in San Antonio. If we adopt something similar here, it's quite likely I would never have put on this event, and it never would have grown to where it is. And here's why. When I put on the event at West Guth Park, 2001, I had about 1,000 folks, made about $1,200. The deal was, it's hard to put on that event. Our margins are slim. I had to do a permit to get a medical plan, a transportation plan, a trash pickup plan, and we had to have event insurance. All good, it's all part of the deal. And environmentally, picking up your trash after an event, that's the best thing you can do. The problem is the 19 events, or 19 items on this scorecard have unintended negative consequences if you ever put on an event. I starred one on the front. It says sell or use refillable containers for beverage concessions. Well, that's nice, but hey, I buy at 10 cents a bottle from Sam's cases of bottled water, which I use for out on the course for the people that are working the event, and we sell them for $1 for spectators. You're taking away my profit, my possibility of profit, and making it much harder for me to do the event, to take care of the people. On the second page, it says eliminate free parking for the event. Well, that sounds nice, but West Guth Park's only got one entrance. Traffic backs up enough already. I don't have time to go through the whole deal, but the unintended side consequences of this means you're going to kill a lot of development because people are going to choose not to have the event so they don't have to put up with these things. In other words, LED lights, sustainable food, it's all in there. It's like, that's nice, but if you're trying to put on an event, it really makes it more difficult. If you want to have economic development in Corpus, the Sustainability Department will probably work against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Adalberto Carrillo.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Alberto Carrillo, 4055 Killarney Drive, 78413. You have been distributed the Port of Corpus Christi's environmental policy along with the port's presentation dated March 15th, 2022. Upon review of the data, I trust that you will see that there is already a local initiative towards the protection of our environment, and as such is why I, along with the majority of our residents, would be against the creation of a Department of Environmental Sustainability. Why duplicate what's already in place? I wish to echo the gentleman's sentiment with regards to the department negatively impacting events in our community. The Green Event Scorecard initiative that the city of San Antonio has in place does not make financial sense for our city. I have 8 points that I wish to raise and reflect my concerns, and I'm certain many of our residents. Number one, an added cost to a current $1.4 billion city budget. Second, in 2013, our city's budget was $730.4 million, which in 10 years has more than doubled in size, which means that in 10 years is an average increase of $64 million per year. Three, in 2013, our city population was 329,000. Today, our population is 353,000, which is an increase of only 24,000 residents. I will let you do the math what this means in added cost per residence in a 10-year period. Number four, in 2019, our city had a total of 3,447 employees. The breakdown, 446 police, 414 fire, and 2,587 civilian employees. Number five, today, 5 years later, the total number of employees has increased to 4,162. I and our residents understand that more police and firefighters are much needed. Number six, this is what caught my eye. The total number of civilian employees today is 3,225, which in a 5-year period is an increase of 638 employees, which is an average increase of 128 employees per year. Number seven, this is the one that hits home. The business that I work for employs over 1,300 people at more than 24 locations worldwide. Our chairman, chief executive, and our board of directors, and most especially our shareholders, would question our leadership, and I'm part of that team, on how we manage our business if we manage in the manner that our city seemingly does. Number eight, my eighth and final point. We, the residents, stakeholders, entrust you that our elected officials manage our city in a manner that is fiscally responsible, and as such is why I join a majority of our residents in saying no to the addition of a Department of Environmental Sustainability. Thank you so much, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carrillo. Joan Carrillo.
Hi, my name is Joan Carrillo. I'm from 4055 Killarney Drive. I wish to give my opinion regarding the Department of Sustainability as well. Here are just a few of the federal agencies that already regulate our environment. 1, the Environmental Protection Agency. 2, the Department of Energy. 3, the Department of Agriculture. 4, the Department of the Interior. 5, OSHA. 6, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. 7, the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife. 8, the U.S. Council on Environmental Quality. And of course, there are many more. Here are just a few state regulatory agencies. 1, the Texas Department of Parks and Wildlife. 2, the Texas General Land Office. 3, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. Locally, businesses such as Valero, Flint Hills, Citco, and the Port all have their own departments to stay on top of all these regulations in order to keep their impact low and to avoid the punitive fines. Our city does not need to add even more regulations on top of these. Although China, India, Japan, and Russia have made progress on environmental issues, some of their carbon emissions are still triple those of the U.S. I'm fairly certain that China, India, Japan, and Russia, as well as Libya and Iran, who don't follow any regulations, are a significant portion of the Earth. If a significant portion of the Earth is dumping carbon and pollution into the sea and air, how much of a difference is it really going to make if a person at an event in Corpus Christi is using a reusable water bottle and a vendor is using recycled cooking oil? I mean, people are free to do this, but making these rules and regulations and mandating them smacks of Big Brother. These token measures taken from the pages of San Antonio's plan are like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. If we really want change, then the Middle East and Asia are going to have to get on board as well, and good luck with that. Locally, we already have ordinances that cover litter, waste, etc. I maintain that implementing a local sustainability department will not impact our city in any significant way and will only serve as a costly virtue signal that takes away more of our freedoms. There are already many, many, many agencies we can access to keep our city environmentally friendly, and there are ordinances already in place that we can start enforcing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Samuel Fryer. And then if, Alyssa Mejia, Melissa Zamora, Ron Graben, and John Weber can make their way to the front, I'd appreciate that. Go ahead.
Afternoon, Council. I am Samuel Andre Fryer. I live in zip code 78414. I come to join many voices to speak against the Sustainability Department. A couple of weeks ago, a young woman came and she made a statement, and she says, I quote, "We are supposed to be living in a democracy, not a theocracy." Unfortunately, that's a miseducated understanding of our nation. Now, the Constitution that I swore an oath to support and defend over 35 years ago as a young Army officer, the words democracy do not exist in that. Why? Because we are a constitutional republic. And we, the people, are the government, and elected officials are to do the will of the people. Hopefully, we'll take the opportunity to read the Declaration of Independence. If we read it, we'll see that those ones who signed the Declaration of Independence, the one thing they said, they understood a creator God in two phrases, one being the laws of nature and nature's God, and the other being we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, that creator God, I personally, and so do many others, worship that creator. We do not worship the creation. We don't worship the universe, the sun, the moons, the stars, nor do we worship the planet, the very thing that he gave us dominion over. We don't worship the plant, we don't worship animals, and we definitely don't worship the ecosystem or Mother Earth. But that God did make a statement. When he decided no longer to destroy the earth with a flood, he put a symbol in the sky as a covenant that he would not do it again. It was called the rainbow. Unfortunately, that particular covenant has been twisted into something that is never meant to be, and to point a finger and to raise a fist at him for things that we think we can do other than him. Now, he also made this statement. He says that as long as the earth exists, sowing time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night will not cease. So what does that mean? Climate change. Summer, fall, winter, spring. That's climate change. And depending on where you are, it could be 40, it could be very mild, or it could be very, very drastic. And based on the weather patterns, it changes at different times. Now, I've heard this before. The impending ice age. I also heard global warming. Then I heard climate change. It is simply a narrative. And I can hear Chicken Little saying, the sky is falling, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. And guess what? He was hit over the head with something, but it wasn't the sky. We have many people who are hit over the head with something. It's called an ideology, a narrative pushed by oligarchs, people who have a globalist mindset, who do not have a fear of the creator of the earth. So anyone in this council, in this chamber, in this county, in this state, in this city, who doesn't understand that it's about stripping away for our unalienable rights,
Thank you.
need to get enraged and need to stand up and realize that that's all it's about.
Thank you, Mr.
very
Fryer.
much.
Alyssa Mejia. Alyssa Mejia? She's not here. Melissa Zamora.
Whoa. My name is Melissa Zamora, and I live on the 400 block of Louisiana in District 2. First, I would like to remind all of you to continue to follow up with all of the high-volume water users in our area. As you know, we're experiencing record high temperatures, and everyone, not just residents, need to do all they can to conserve this precious resource we take for granted. As previously mentioned, the oil and gas industries that surround our area make up the highest volume water users, and they promise to share their water conservation or drought contingency plans. So where are those? We would all like to know, especially given the recent transparency issues that have come up regarding the mad dash to desalination. As if desal will solve all of our problems. What other actions are being taken to fix our current water infrastructure to ensure we are not losing any more water to faulty pipes? What about green infrastructure plans to recharge groundwater storage when we do eventually get some rain? These are the types of projects and related grants the newly proposed Department of Environmental Sustainability can focus on and implement while creating green jobs for our area. I'm going to veer off from what I wrote earlier based on hearing the comments that I just heard. I've been a part of the World Sailing Competition when we've had that come to our city. They do their green event, totally voluntary, and it's awesome. They provide those refillable drinking water bottles, and it's just they take pride in that because they're utilizing the water. They respect the bay and the waters that they use. I also want to mention that this type of environmental sustainability department can bring money in. We don't have to use already budgeted money or money that we're getting from voters or from taxes. There's so many grants out there from a lot of the departments that were mentioned earlier, especially the EPA, that could bring money to our city, that could keep educated, willful, young people to stay here and want to make lasting change. Something that stuck out to me during a previous city council meeting was the comments shared by a representative from the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. He mentioned not waiting for companies to find us or get word from the governor's office on what we should be focusing on or investing in. He went on to say that what they do now is going around seeing what manufacturers need from us, which makes it seem like they only care about the needs of big businesses and industrial manufacturers instead of going out into the community they are part of to see what our needs are. When he went on to say that the CCREDC needs to be more proactive in their approach to see what other opportunities are out there, I agree. But I do not agree with the current and past focus that is solely on growing the industrial complex. We need diversification, true diversification. I'll continue at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora.
Mr. Zanotti?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the comments that she made, can we get the conservation plan, the drought contingency plan from the refineries? We've been asking for that for months. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Ron Graben.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was away a couple of weeks ago at the Jersey Shore celebrating some grandchildren's birthdays, So I missed the vote for Surfside Park. And, you know, bad news travels faster
Excuse me,
than the
Mr. Graben,
speed
can
of
you
light.
state your address, please?
Ron Graben, 202 Surfside, I'm sorry. Bad news travels faster than the speed of light. Good news sometimes takes the Pony Express. So I just came back to, and my neighbor, Bobby Bada Bing, you may know him, Bob Catalana, he's in Vegas right now with his relative Frankie Avalon and Frankie Valley. There's some names out of the past. So he can't be here, but he expresses his sentiments as well. To say thank you for fixing what was a long-term problem. And if you go there, Surfside Park, even right now, is just an eyesore and it's a cancer. And you've corrected that. And so I compliment all of you on that. You know, there's been talk for over 10 years, and you know, in dog years, that's a long time. In government years, it's sort of fast-tracked. And thanks to the city manager and some of you, Councilman Roy, I know I start naming names and I forget some, so forgive me, the mayor, for pushing this thing forward and not letting the ball drop. Because it's going to revolutionize that part of North Beach. And a suggestion, I know that there's some shade structures, the blue sail awnings, and there's palm trees going in as well. Might want to save some money and just use the palm trees. It's more of a natural shade structure. And one other thing, maybe if that happens, the money that's saved there can be used down at the History Plaza to put the entry sign in. I know Barbara Welder would especially appreciate that. So if that's something that we can look at, that would really be a great thing. So thank you so much for your work and for your vote 2 weeks ago, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graben. John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. I do not intend to sue, and don't take it personally when I share my written and oral comments. I have nothing personally against any of you. I have been giving written and oral comments to the council for over a year and a half. My focus is lack of transparency, honesty, ethics, fairness, and competence. The city is fortunate to have many competent and hardworking staff. It also has some staff that are either lacking competence or have their own agenda. This council has authority to address staff competence. In December and January, there were discussions among council members to support Mr. Engel's reappointment. On February 1st, Mr. Engel and Mr. Pusley planned the first meeting. Mr. Suckley and Mr. Hernandez were mentioned. On February 18th, Mr. Hernandez emailed version 6 to Mr. Zahn, Mr. Guerrera, and Mr. Engel using his personal email and sent it to their personal and work emails. On February 27th, Michael Hunter texts Mr. Engel he has been brought into the MOU discussion. They met on March 2nd. On March 7th, Mr. Engel met with Mr. Todd Hunter. On March 9th, the mayor stopped the city lawyer from doing anything. On March 10th, Mr. Pusley met with Mr. Zanoni. On March 13th, Mr. Zanoni told Mr. Strawbridge it wouldn't be on the agenda to vote on, only in executive session. On March 14th, Mr. Hernandez met with Mr. Roy, and he was waffling. On March 15th, Mr. Barrera is waffling. Mr. Pusley emails version 8 to Mr. Engel. Mr. Hernandez met with Mr. Roy to get his support. Mr. Engel met with Mr. Roy. Mr. Engel texts that Mr. Zanoni is influencing the rewrite of the MOU. In the March 21st meeting here, I quote Mr. Hernandez, "If there was 5 of us talking about it, it would be in violation. It appears 5 were talking about it and 6 knew about it. If 2 of those 6 will stand up for ethics and transparency, the council can begin the process of cleaning up the council." I hope there are 5 honest and ethical people on the council. The council has the authority to police itself regarding ethics and conflicts of interest. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Jack Gordy.
Yes, I'm Jack Gordy, and I live at 4913 Weber Montego in apartment 352. And I'm here for the same thing that I've been here a number of times. And this city council, every one of you got a copy of the letter and a copy of the roadways that falls under the Highway Beautification Act about the violations, and nothing, and I'll repeat that, nothing has been done. The illegal signs are still there, and both of them got letters stating the addresses where the illegal signs are at. The city signed an agreement. They signed the agreement with the federal government saying we will enforce the Highway Beautification Act. I guess that signing that agreement didn't mean nothing because they're not enforcing it. On Weber Road is 60, across the road from Whataburger, 6425. There's 2 signs in the right-of-way violating all 3 laws, and they've been there for 10 months. 10 months they've been there. And the other sign is at 5835. It's been there for 8 months. The city was working on the stoplight and 8 months ago, and when they got through working on the stoplight, they had a big sign there, and they laid the sign down in the right-of-way, and it's been laying in the right-of-way there at 5835 for 8 months. That don't make sense. Why you leave a sign laying in the right-of-way that belongs to the city for 8 months? Like I said, both of them got letters with the addresses on there. Code enforcement has got about 5 letters with all these addresses. And I called code enforcement on the phone, and they said, yeah, we got your letters. And they keep telling me every time I call, we're going out today and remove the signs. They've been telling me that for 3 weeks. And I call about 3 times a week, and we're going out today and remove the signs. But they're still there. So somebody, the city council, should take action like you was elected to do to make sure things are done right. That's why we elected the city council, to make sure that the city staff does things right and obeys the law. And they're not doing it, and they're to blame.
Mr. Risley.
I think it's important to remind the city council that people testifying before the city council are not placed under oath, and therefore nothing that is stated before city council necessarily has any connection to do with truthful information. However, I would also like to point out that the agreement to which Mr. Gordy is referring, the city council, the city withdrew from that agreement several years ago.
Okay, and regardless of that, and if calls are being made to report an illegal sign, are we going out to address that? I guess that would be Peter, because that's operational. In other words, if he's called to say there's 3 illegal signs and spoke to our department, are we addressing that?
If he called, we would be most likely.
Then we need to clear up with Mr. Gordy right now.
We can do it
What
right now.
hasn't been, why, I mean, he doesn't feel that it's been addressed. So there's obviously a real conflict of what's been saying and what's been done or not. Mr. Gordy, we'll address it with you in the back in terms of those locations you mentioned, if we hadn't addressed them.
Yeah, Mr. Gordy, if I can just interrupt you a moment here. One of our staff members will meet Mr. Gordy. I'm talking to you. One of our staff members will meet you in the back to address your concern.
Well, I don't know why you two don't care.
We do. That's why we're going to have a staff member
if you
help
cared, you would have done something about this a long time ago.
Well, Mr. Gordian, they're standing right there.
They saying they care. They've known it now for about 8 months.
I understand.
And they haven't done anything.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
They don't care.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gordian.
Code enforcement don't care. I'm asking you, clean the house in code enforcement and put somebody up there that cares about the city.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. Victoria Holland. Let's see, Colby Wiltz, Eli McKay, Armand Alex, Christopher Jonker, and Maggie Peacock. If you can make your way to the front, we'd appreciate that.
Hi, everyone. I'm Victoria Holland. I live at 235 Ohio Avenue, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, City Manager, Councilmen and Women, Mayor, for having me here. I just want to start by saying that I am going to address the proposed environmental or sustainability department. I saw something else in the news, what was called something else, so I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but what I do want to do is address a lot of the reason I think people are so passionately in favor of this issue before I jump in. People will talk all the time about the issues of trash in the streets, need a sustainability project to take care of that. We apparently need our parks better taken care of. We need a sustainability project to take care of that. We need, people talk about, we need better promotion of trees, of greening. We need more enforcement when it comes to development services to encouraging the right kind of development. We need better waste or disaster preparedness. I hear all of this, and all of this indicates to me that the people arguing for this believe that the management of these departments is fundamentally broken and that we apparently lack any innovative leadership in our city. And I would like for us all to quietly ask ourselves, is that really true? Because I don't think it is. I really believe that while, these departments are made of people, and people aren't perfect, that we actually do have a city manager who cares deeply about the state of the city, that we actually do have people in these departments who care about it, that we do have capabilities for innovative leadership to, hey, lead the charge on some things that may be really great ideas, maybe even some really great ideas promoted by some of the exact same proponents of the sustainability department. They could be individual ideas that this council could champion and could encourage our existing departments to do. If it's true that the existing city departments are not capable of enacting any innovative or positive change in the city, are not capable of essentially, literally, if I listen to many of the comments, cleaning up after our own mess, then we need more. We don't need another department. We need to clean up and radically change the ones that exist. But I believe that we don't need to necessarily go to that step, but what we do need to do is focus on the common sense initiatives that make sense today within those departments. Does a Leviathan bureaucratic layer that would have essentially policy making and regulatory authority over every single other department make sense in this context? Other people are going to say it does, but frankly, I believe our city isn't that broken. And I believe that those here today are capable of pushing for the policy that the people who voted for you wanted. Thank you. That's all my comments are today.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. Colby Wiltsey. Oops.
Thank you, Mayor. You actually got my last name right.
I did. I was hoping.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Council members, thank you for allowing me to address you today. I too am here. My name is Colby
Mr. Wiltsey, can you
Wiltsey,
state your address?
7929 Vishal Drive. Thank you, Rebecca. First off, I just want to say, along with the citizens in this area, I do have a healthy respect for the great outdoors. I grew up in South Texas. I grew up in the Valley. My dad raised me out in hunting, fishing, so I understand conservation. I understand what it's like to be in the great outdoors. He taught me simple things growing up. Always clean up after yourself. Be a good steward of God's creation. Respect your neighbor's property and do the right thing even when no one's looking. It's these simple principles that still to this day cause me to care for my fellow man and respect the environment and improve it wherever I go. But the reason I came here today is to share some of my concerns about the implementation of creating a sustainability department here in Corpus Christi. Some of the reasons include the duplication of existing efforts. I know a lady got up here and talked about these outside organizations that are already partnering with us to work on some of these issues. And I also believe that Corpus Christi already has dedicated departments or offices that focus on environmental concerns. Creating a separate climate change sustainability department could result in duplication of efforts, leading to inefficiencies and increased bureaucracies. Increased administrative costs. The city's budget's already strained. We heard that earlier. Creating this new department will only add to that in the future. We all know that anytime you establish a new department, if any of you are business owners or anything, it just adds more costs. You have to hire staff, you have to set up infrastructure, and then you have to maintain those operations long term if it's going to be successful. Ultimately, the costs associated with running a dedicated sustainability department will, in the long run, I believe, outweigh the potential benefits, if any, it will have in the coastal bend. Prioritization and resource allocation. You all have a tremendous responsibility here, and you have to represent your constituents, many who you've heard from today, but you also have to make fiscally responsible decisions to improve our city and effectively use our tax dollars. We have a ton of other needs in the cities. Obviously you guys are addressing the streets, but we have infrastructure problems. We have pipes that have been underground for more than 50 years that are busting every time we build a water tower, right? These are things that we need to focus on, and we need to reallocate that money instead of creating another department and allocating millions of dollars to that and divert those resources. And it could initially divert those resources and attention away from other critical municipal service projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eli McKay.
Got to lower that a little bit. All right. Hi, y'all. My name is Eli McKay, and like all of you, I live on the stolen land of the Karankawa and Lipan Apache peoples, now called 1008 Marguerite Street, uptown Corpus Christi. I'm always so glad when I come in. It's like I miss a couple weeks, and then I don't comment, and I come in, and it's like I'm supposed to be here to talk to all of you today. So today I'm here to talk about polarity. Polarity in the community, polarity on this board. I wish the whole council could be here to hear my comment, unfortunately. And as all of you know, I'm not here to talk in circles, and I'm not here to lick your boots. I'm here to speak my mind, and I'm here to hopefully be heard. So I was listening to a podcast the other day, and this woman said, the most polarized voices are often the loudest, not the most trustworthy. It really, really resonated after hearing all the previous comments today, too. Some of y'all really need to think about this in regard to yourselves. Look at yourselves. Are you amplifying the most polarizing topics? Are you creating polarization where it isn't? And then ask yourself why. To spark debate? To disparage your colleagues? We've seen that, sadly. Or maybe to hear the sound of your own voice without regard to adding value to the conversation. I watch every city council meeting, and those are the things that really just came to mind in regard to some of the things that are said and done during meetings. I commend those of you who work towards transparency between the city and the port, transparency between the city and the county. But those of you that are stuck on polarity are going to continue to stifle this process. You're going to continue to show yourselves to the general public. And sadly, you're gonna keep this city from advancing as far as it should and as quickly as it should. We can see that some of y'all are up there for yourselves. Some of y'all are not up there for re-election, as we know. So, only 20 seconds left. I just want to say, as a community, we need to find neutrality, y'all. We have more in common than we have not in common. And each of you need to rise above and not play your position as if it is a game, because it is actually the lives and futures of all of us and all of the working people who cannot come in to public comment at 12 o'clock noon on a Tuesday.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Armin Alex?
Howdy, folks. My name is Armand Alex. I live at 1610 La Jolla in District 3. Just really quickly, what we are asking for in terms of an environmental sustainability department is not a bureaucracy. I do not like the word mandate. I would hate if we did that. It's interesting enough that we see a lot of the opposition speaking in hyperbole and often grandiose behavior. The cool thing about taking a look at what other cities are doing is we can pick and choose what we want to do, what's best here for Corpus Christi. Anyways, I am once again joining the many folks that support this specific city initiative in terms of developing environmental sustainability staffing. Kudos to our city manager for continuing to listen to the science, the successful examples of other cities along the Gulf, the research, and the young people in our community just simply pleading that our futures be prioritized. I have in front of me an article that was released Sunday from the Caller Times around the city's sustainability department staffing efforts. Our city manager provided really logical reasoning as to why it would be the most rational for our city to make this investment. Quoted, "We have an environment that is more complex than others in Texas because of the coast, the bay, and just the extreme conditions that we're in. How these efforts are not new amongst cities in the U.S. and how they save cities money and how we would all benefit greatly by addressing our environmental issues." There were also 3 council members that provided their opinions in this article as well. I enjoyed Councilman Roy's comments about this being a responsible initiative given our current industry presence. I concur with him in that regard in terms of with energy like oil and gas, as we are dependent, we must be prepared for any future man-made environmental disasters. Need I remind you that just over Christmas break, we had 214,000 cups of crude oil that spilled into our bay. The folks that were trying to address the issue said that they could have used more city help. And then in terms of the communications from the city, we didn't have it. So we're not prepared for man-made environmental issues. There was also an at-large council member who's missing from the council right now that gave in a statement that, not surprisingly, mimicked those statements made by the extremely misled and ignoramus few during public comment that speak against these efforts and a better quality of life for our neighbors. The council member said, and I quote, "a total waste of money," and that we would be replicating existing city and state policies and operations. I chuckled, honestly, reading this because I think, let me remind you all that literally as we speak, our region is undergoing poor air quality issues, habitat loss and ecosystem degradation, high rates of asthma and other respiratory illnesses amongst our marginalized communities, poor public transportation, water scarcity and drought, coastal erosion, hurricane and more extreme weather vulnerability, waste mismanagement and trash on our streets, oil and chemical spills, and OMG trigger warning, Sean, climate change impacts. So when this council member says we're replicating existing policies and operations, where are they? Where's the results? Why on earth would we want to replicate something that is ineffective? We need a department or environmental sustainability staffing because our city is not doing well. The only way to address these issues is investing in this and looking at what other cities are doing and cherry picking what would be best for Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Christopher Junker.
Thank you. I need to clear my throat more. This allergy season is wonderful. My name is Chris Yonker. I'm from 328 Foster Drive and 78404. I just want to thank y'all for letting me come to speak. I'm in between projects right now, but I had to come over and I had to comment. So I'm a small businessman who spends the majority of my days in the sun with plants and trees. I love the environment, and I'm constantly learning and growing my knowledge of nature and its extraordinary design. My concern is over the Environmental Sustainability Department. I must oppose this proposition. The only thing that will be sustained with this notion is higher costs to public events, discouraging such activities, and longer, more costly city development. With the city budget that is already bursting at its seams, a new, arguably redundant department is absurd. I live on a budget, which means I adjust my lifestyle to cost less than I make, allowing me to maintain myself as well as save for future emergencies, as well as dreams I may have. I think it's time the city did that as well. So to reiterate my stance regarding the proposed Environmental Sustainability Department, no, I'm against the unnecessary and expensive government expansion of power, especially one as vague and with such broad powers as an Environmental Sustainability Department. With that, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Yonker. Maggie Peacock.
Alrighty, hi all, Maggie Peacock, 1773 Ennis Jocelyn. It's funny how many people here in the audience think that providing clean air for everyone is taking away freedoms and that we are the ones hit over the heads with something, but anyways. Recently there was an article in the Caller about our beloved and needed Environmental Sustainability Department. Community members and organizers are working so hard to establish. In this article, one councilman, I'm sure we can all guess who, stated that we didn't need a sustainability office and that it's a total waste of money, and that when cities establish departments like this, the departments never go away. Well, yeah, that's kind of the idea. I mean, climate change is not going away in the foreseeable future unless we act, right? In fact, there was a recent article released entitled "Texas Suffers Under Brutal Early Heat Waves. Experts say climate change is fueling it." And in it, we are directly mentioned, stating that Corpus Christi reached a record heat index of 125 degrees. I will email you all the link, even though I doubt some of you, especially the ones making these comments, will actually read it, which brings me to another point. The councilman who commented about the department refused to meet with me and the rest of the GOMIX team when we first proposed this idea. Therefore, I don't believe they have much room to talk. There was another comment in the same Caller article by another councilman against our grassroots efforts, stating, regarding sustainability and whatever that means, at this point in time, I don't think we need an entire department. However, we have made countless public comments, sent many emails, and provided you all with a blueprint of what sustainability efforts look like in this city. So that just tells me how some of the people who are making these decisions on behalf of the entire city and our future are actually paying attention to us and the data that we are providing. For a recap, sustainability on a wider scale consists of fulfilling the needs of current generations without comprising the needs of future generations, all while ensuring a balance between economic growth, environmental care, and social well-being. In the blueprint we provided you all at the beginning of the year, we stated that environmental sustainability initiatives that could take place in our coastal community, including but not limited to assisting in fisheries management, establishing funding for community-led spaces and gardens, researching how bipartisan federal legislation like the IRA can assist us in regards to funding and be implemented in our city to create more jobs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. With this department, we can also gauge how our city is directly impacted by the changing climate and make environmental conscious decisions based on those metrics. For example, there was another article released recently that stated the Gulf of Mexico is experiencing the world's fastest sea level rise, and that includes us. We need a plan and a team of professionals who can help us protect our coastlines, our beaches, and our homes, and our livelihoods from climate change-induced sea level rise. To close out, environmental sustainability initiatives really are about the people. Here in Texas, just last week, there was a mailman who died from heat exhaustion. Over 6 million children in the United States have asthma, nearly half live in communities of color, disproportionately impacted by low air quality and air pollution. I say this every time, climate change is real and climate change is here. All within the past 6 months, we've seen one extreme to another, from a freeze our local infrastructure was not suited for, that caused an oil spill into our bay, and extreme heat, and it blows my mind. I wasn't able to finish today, but please just make the right and smart decision for the future of the coastal bed.
Thank you,
please.
Ms. Peacock. Taylor Thorpe. And then we have Patricia Jones and Teresa Klein. If you'll please come up. Is Patricia Jones and Teresa Klein. Thank you.
Hi all, Taylor Thorpe, 1773 Ennis Jocelyn. When considering the establishment of a citywide environmental sustainability department, community members' health must be at the forefront of this decision-making process. Departments like this offer several benefits for the people's health, and I really don't understand how people can come up here and talk about how they love the environment and have all these great memories with the environment and want to do nothing for it. Really blows my mind. For example, air quality. Environmental sustainability departments work toward reducing air pollution, which measures to reduce emissions. Our city can improve air quality and reduce the risk of respiratory problems, cardiovascular disease, and other health issues associated with poor air quality. For children in our community, the health effects of air pollution are serious and long-lasting, leading to missed school days, emergency room visits, and premature death. Environmental sustainability departments can also prioritize water quality and conservation. Like I said last week, we live in this beautiful place, like, let's protect it. By implementing measures to reduce these emissions, our city can improve all kinds of stuff. I've participated in so many water quality testings through external groups like Islander Green Team and Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit, and even like the basic intro to environmental science class that everybody is required to take at TAMUCC. We are like getting real data from this college set of stuff about how the bay has 0 oxygen in it, and these numbers are not sustainable for our life, our livelihood, and the animals' livelihood. We can't support life in the bay. It just doesn't make sense. As Environmental Sustainability Department in our city can also focus on creating and maintaining green spaces, parks, and recreational areas. Access to these areas promote physical activity, reduce stress, and most importantly, improves mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thorpe. Patricia Jones.
Good afternoon, Mayor Guajardo and City Council persons. My name is Patricia Jones, and I live at 4334 St. George Drive. With the high winds that we've been having recently, I've been reminded of the problems caused by single-use plastic shopping bags. While driving in the city, I have seen numerous bags blowing around and even caught in trees. These bags are found floating in streams and accumulating in oceans where they are a hazard to marine life, who mistake them for food or get tangled in them. These bags get caught in recycling sorters and waste treatment plants. I thought it was interesting that the estimated lifespan of a single-use plastic bag is about 12 minutes from the time the bag is filled at the grocery store to the time it's discarded, and compare that to it takes 10 years to 1,000 years for a plastic bag to decompose, depending on what kind of conditions it's disposed in. While bans on single-use plastic shopping bags may not be enforceable in Texas, businesses can voluntarily not offer bags in their stores, and some businesses in Corpus Christi are already doing this. I have been using reusable shopping bags to grocery shop for years, and I find that the reusable bags for me are just much more convenient. If the city would adopt an environmental sustainability department, I think it could be very beneficial in addressing the plastic bag problem as well as many other issues. The top 7 cities in Texas have adopted environmental sustainability departments. And as many others have said, an environmental sustainability department could be funded by grants. Because we are blessed with a bay and coastline in Corpus Christi of extraordinary beauty, I feel we must do our utmost to be good stewards of this gift. I ask that you please support the adoption of an environmental sustainability department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Teresa Klein.
Hello, my name is Therese Klein, Dr. Therese Klein, and I live at 3501 Monterey, and in full disclosure, I am the spouse of Councilman Klein. He has to listen to me all the time. Sorry. Today, I want to talk to you about cooling centers. And I'm sure you've seen on the news today, we're expecting 102 degrees forecast by at least one of the meteorologists in town. And I'm not here to argue about the cause of the heat, not here to tell you, to talk to you even about long-term resiliency and sustainability plans, though I do support sustainability department. We have this heat, and we have to use a Band-Aid to fix it now, because we can't control it right at this moment. And cooling centers are a Band-Aid. They're a way to keep people alive, which is great. We need them, and I fully support them. And I know that all of you care a great deal about your constituents and about this earth. And I think that we can do some things that are great and can help us to help keep people alive and to reduce medical costs. It's about $1 billion per year, per summer, actually, in this country. Medical costs related to heat. Okay, I don't have the Corpus Christi numbers, but that's for the country, it's right around $1 billion. With the cooling centers, these are used by people who don't have homes, people who do have homes and don't have AC, people who have AC and homes but cannot afford to run them. We need to get the word out more, and I know that some of the news media has been doing a good job about getting the word out on the cooling centers. Some has not, and we really do need to encourage that and get creative in how to get people to know about them. There are really three things that I see with the cooling centers. One is the hours. The hours of operation, they end at 6, but the heat warnings end at 8. So we're sending people out into a time that we're already telling them is a dangerous time. The other is in accessibility. You get on a bus, that's great. We've got the RTA buses, you can ride for free. But if you have to walk 3 blocks, stand and wait for 15 minutes at a bus stop, and wait for the bus to get you there, we've already got a problem then. We could be putting people in danger just waiting for the buses. I don't know the answer to this, but I know that we have some amazing creative staff here at the city who could help with this. But the most important part probably is educating the public that this exists, that they're there. And I know we can't force local media to say things, you know, get out there and say things, but we could really get out there as council members, get out there every day, say, hey, I'm willing to talk on camera, let's talk about the cooling centers, and get that so that people can actually get there. And that's all I have. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Klein. Barbie Baker, and then Dylan Torres.
Good morning. I'm Barbie Baker. I am at 6003 Lost Creek Drive, and I apologize for being late this morning. I had the privilege of going by the police training center, and they are doing a training over there right now, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center training, but it's a train the trainer program that they're doing. The individuals in from FLETC, there's the students that are there are from all over the country, and I think there's even a couple from Guam that are here. And I just wanted to express my gratitude and appreciation to the City Council, to our police department, to all of our law enforcement for working to get these programs here. It's an amazing program, and they are doing amazing things, and I just wanted to say thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Dylan Torres.
Thank you, Mayor Guajardo, council members, city manager, staff, and citizens. My name is Dylan Torres. I reside at 617 Lansdowne, 78412, and I'm here on behalf of Express Soccer Club. Yes, it's that time of year again, folks. It is our 17th annual Beach Soccer Fest down at McGee Beach. And it was moved to July 8th and 9th due to all the conflicts with various conventions and so forth. But we are so excited because we can proudly say we have more teams than we did last year. We have over 175 teams coming in to Corpus Christi for this event down at McGee Beach, playing soccer in 100-degree weather. And they're coming from Odessa and Midland and Fort Worth. Out of those 175 teams, only about 10% are from Corpus Christi. 10%. Average size of those teams is 8 to 9 players, ranging in age from 4 to 44. All ages, all sizes, enjoying Corpus Christi on July 8th and 9th. Now, that's not all that Express Soccer Club does, so I just have to put in another little push. We're over at Salinas Park. We're in the middle of our Summer Fun Under the Sun camp. Lasts 6 weeks, 2 nights a week, because it is cooler, and it'll be taking a little break during July 4th week. Once that huge beach tournament is over and we've had a few days to cool off and rehydrate, we will be starting back up at Salinas to finish up the camp and to start the work on the facility. All of our volunteers chip in and work on the fields, the complex itself, so we can provide not only a top-notch facility for the west side, but also for all of the coastal Bend area, because Express Soccer has players from Alice, Kingsville, Portland, Ingleside, Rockport, and all of Corpus Christi. Thank you again. Thanks to the Park Maintenance and Parks Department for all their assistance at Salinas and at McGee Beach. We start at 8 in the morning, Saturday and Sunday, and we'll be there till dark. Come on out.
Thank you. Thank you. And that will conclude our public comment. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We have one on the phone? Ms.
Yes, ma'am,
Fox?
we have one on WebEx.
Okay.
Errol Summerlin? Errol Summerlin, are you on the line?
Okay. So is he going to make a public comment or not? We're not able to connect. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go back. I think Mr. Zanoni has one more item on his report.
Right. Yes, ma'am. So just one more item, which is just a quick update on the 4th of July. And Mayor, I'm going to have you help me with this because we have the Mayor's Big Bang event as well. So just as a reminder, a week from today is the 4th of July. And the city will be closed. Most of our services will be closed that day because we'll be celebrating National Independence Day. We are open on Monday, though. The city is open on Monday, and we'll be open again on Wednesday. So we're just closed for the one day, which is Tuesday. And if customers have their garbage and/or recycling on the 4th of July, that schedule will continue. So set your trash recycling out on Tuesday, July 4th. The city will be picking up that day. There's certain holidays that we do collect. And another important note is that all of our swimming pools and splash pads and water features will be open on Monday, which is the 3rd of July. Sometimes they close on Monday for maintenance, but because it's kind of a holiday weekend, we're opening them up on Monday. They'll be open on Tuesday as well on the 4th of July and the rest of the week as well. So the Mayor's Big Bang celebration, this is a 46th event, and intermingled in this whole week almost of festivities is the Mayor's Big Bang event that will include a state-of-the-art fireworks display on Tuesday on the bayfront beginning at 9:30. And HEB is our continuing sponsor for these fireworks, so we want to thank them for being a great corporate partner and for funding the fireworks, HEB, so thank you. There'll be a lot of family fun activities at Waters Edge Park downtown. I'm going to go through just real quickly a series of events that take place. Some of them are the Mayor's Big Bang event, some are others sponsored by other groups, including the city. So beginning on Saturday, July 1, there's the Coastal Comida Fest, how do you say it? Comida Fest.
AKA food.
Right, and that is a food truck festival. 21 food trucks will be here at the Great Lawn, 12 o'clock on Saturday through 10 o'clock. Coastal Comida Fest also features live music and a kids' fun zone. So that's on Saturday, July 1. Then we also have on July 4th, the Parks and Rec Department is organizing some events to include the July Fajita Cook-Off, which is the mayor's Big Bang event. That'll be at Nueces Brewery. So that's on, excuse me, that's not on the 4th, that's on Sunday, July 2nd.
The 2nd, yeah.
Right. Then nothing on Monday necessarily that the
Right.
city's sponsoring. We know, as an example, the island will have a parade
Right.
with their residents down there. But on July 4th then, beginning at 9:30 at Sherrill Veterans Park, we'll have the July Patriotic Ceremony at Sherrill Veterans Park, and that's going to be put on by the Mayor's Committee on Veterans Affairs. So a patriotic event on Monday then, July 3rd at 9:30. The fun will continue with the Big Bang food truck event. That is going to be on let's see, that's going to be on Tuesday. Tuesday. That'll be at 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. There'll be live music as well. The Groove starting at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Then the festivities continue in the evening with the fireworks
At 9:30.
at 9:30, and that's at Waters right at the Bayfront. The mayor will have your area on one of the T heads, right?
Right, but it can be watched
Yes.
numerous, locations.
So people will be watching them as far as and even probably beyond Cole Park, all the way to North Beach. One thing to point out is the city team and some of our external partners met earlier this week to make sure we're organized to include safety, traffic control, litter pickup, that type of thing. So we expect big crowds along the entire bayfront from North Beach well past Cole Park.
Peter.
So just a couple other quick reminders. Fireworks safety is important. Just to remind the community, letting off fireworks within the city limits is illegal. So city persons living in the city or in the city limits of Corpus Christi should not let off a firework. You can be fined if the police department catches you in the act. However, if you're outside the city limits, we want to remind you of some of the safety protocols. Never use fireworks under the influence. Never allow children to handle fireworks. Light fireworks away from people, houses, flammable materials from pets as well. Only light one device at a time and maintain a safe distance from that device. Do not try to relight or handle a malfunctioning firework. And then if you don't use all your fireworks, soak them in water before you dispose of them. We also want to remind people that every year there's a lot of calls to 911 if fireworks are heard, but we encourage you not to call that number for a firework incident. Rather call the number 361-886 COPS, COPS. That's 886-2677. It's a more of a non-emergency number. We want to save 911 for true emergencies. And then finally, I guess that's it. Finally, one other thing is that we will be opening our Emergency Operations Center 4th of July, beginning at 7 p.m., just to monitor all the traffic and other things. We want to make sure with any major event that we keep our community and visitors safe, and so the city organization is prepared to do that. We want to thank Chief Markle for being instrumental, as well as Chief Wade in those areas. So, Mayor, that concludes the city manager's comments for today.
Thank you. And just to kind of follow up on that, I have to bring up the cook-off. It is still open for entries. Anybody up here on this dais or out in the public that would like to throw down on fajitas? Yeah, Gil's really good. Gil, hey, it's $75 a team, super fun. Bori Craft Butchery, they are donating fajitas. STX Beef are donating ribeyes. And then there's a case of beer. But I didn't say that. So that's also included. It's just going to be really fun. We're going to have Ed O'Connor's out there with some music, DJing. And so, the registration is open. You go to Nueces Brewery and register online. So I want to throw that out there. And of course, dogs, please remember that our dogs, we need to bring them in. There's going to be a lot of calls for that as well. And if you don't mind, Peter, I would like Chief Markle to just explain to the council, because the most calls, it is an extremely busy night that evening, as we know, for many years. Can you just explain, I just want to explain want you to explain to the public and council what happens when people call in, because we get a lot of emails that night as well and phone calls, what your capabilities and capacity is when it comes to the fireworks.
Absolutely, I appreciate that, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
So first of all, that is one of the busiest nights of the year, not just in fireworks, but in general. So we'll double our call load historically on that night. So our primary focus, of course, will be to keep people alive. Your fire department, police department are working to mitigate fireworks. We've been working with Randy Page, or Chief Page rather, and Chief Wade's crew. We'll be out there doing specific enforcement, trying to write citations. Remember, the law is very difficult. Peter touched on it, but if you catch them in the act, but that's difficult to catch folks in their backyard and dissuade them from using fireworks. When we catch them, we'll cite them, we'll take the fireworks when we can. But most of the night, we'll be answering calls for service, DWI enforcement, keeping our folks alive. That's the goal, is to minimize loss of life on our roadways and in our bars and those areas. So it's a big night for us, and there's a lot of obligations. I feel for the public. I'm with them when it comes to the fireworks. My wife and I have a dog also that's scared to death during these nights, and we put them up, and I understand the massive call load that's going to come in with people who are concerned about the fireworks, and I assure you that we are out in force with special enforcement, overtime, everything we can do to mitigate the number of fireworks called, but it's going to be a lot of calls that night that we're working.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any questions from anyone?
Mr. Klein, do you have a question for the chief?
Just a quick comment, Chief. Just if you would convey to your staff our thanks for their willingness to work, especially on the holiday. That's always difficult as an individual to work on the holiday. I appreciate that. I really wanted to extend that not just to the law enforcement, also to firefighters as well.
Absolutely.
And actually to the solid waste department as well. I've had to work on holidays myself before. It's not pleasant. So I wanted to make sure to convey that to them. I've got a couple other topics, but that's all I had for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Markle.
I do want to make one comment, Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Gomes.
Just to, again, thank you so much, Mayor, for letting Chief Markle make the statement about, that the law enforcement is going to be out there, and it is difficult to catch people in the act. So just to emphasize that, we are in a heat wave here, and so please, I plead to the public to please, don't go out there and do something crazy and do fireworks. Anything can happen, and please just don't do it. Enjoy the fireworks. It's going to be a beautiful show. This is going to be my first time that I'll be part of the mayor festivities. I mean, I've been to the Bayfront for the 4th of July show, so I'm excited. I hope the people will be too, but again, please don't do it. Don't light those fireworks, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief Markle.
That's all the comments for today, Mayor.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilman Klein.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to come back to something else. This was brought up several months ago. There was talk about a briefing of the council on the way that water rates and storm rates are calculated. And I think that we were supposed to be doing that sometime before the budget process, which is going to start in a little over a month. And so I wanted to kind of bring that up again to see if we could get a date from Dave, maybe an approximation anyway, on when that briefing was going to take place.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a misunderstanding, but generally for the water, anything to do with the budget, we'll do as part of the budget process, not before. We could probably sit down with you if you want. The next, what we have is today's agenda, and then 2 in July. And so, as you can imagine, there's a lot of material to cover. But we'd be glad to maybe sit down with you one-on-one to kind of go over the structure, get you ready. I know Councilwoman Campos also asked for something similar.
Okay.
But there will be hours and hours of work with the council once the budget is presented. I'll present the budget on the second meeting in July, the last Tuesday in July. And then this council generally has taken anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks worth of work sessions at the pleasure of the council. And there'll be hours of going over the budget. So hearing it sooner than later won't. I don't think it would be. I don't think there'll be any significance in hearing it sooner than the July timeframe.
Okay.
Maybe better to hear it in context with the budget. And that's the design plan that we've used in the past 4 years, which is present the budget and then have work sessions on each of the areas that are important in the budget. We can't cover everything, but we cover those high-profile topical areas, obviously. We can work at your pleasure, though, if you'd like a one-on-one briefing. I think that would accommodate that as well.
Thank you, appreciate
Yes,
that. And then very quickly, I feel the need to return to the issue of cooling centers. For clarity, in the interest of getting the word out to the public, this is at all the public libraries, is that correct?
Right, so protocol changes depending on I guess the day of the week or if there is a holiday. And we're also nimble in terms of reacting to attendance based on the facility. So the general protocol is during the work week, Monday through Friday, all of our library facilities, which are 6, and at least 4 of our senior centers have served as a cooling center. So there's 10 locations then equally distributed across the city that are open at least 12 to 6. Some of them open sooner. But I think they all close at 6. So free transportation is provided with RTA, our partner. That means to and from the cooling center.
Right.
On a weekend or a holiday, what we've moved to now is using the library facilities, 6 of them, for those same hours. That being the attendance at our senior centers has been 0. Or maybe 1 or 2 persons.
Right.
So for some reason, persons in our community don't want to use the senior centers as cooling centers with very, very low to no attendance at all.
Right.
At the libraries, we see better attendance. It's hard to tell, though, if they're there for the cooling center or there just to use the library services to include electronic services and books and so on. I would generally say the attendance is low no matter the location. Nonetheless, we provide that service, and we're working on providing more outreach. We've already heard about this in the last couple of weeks from the community. We use our own sources, our social media. All of our media outlets have done a great job in letting the community know about the cooling centers, including the Chris 6, KIII, and our Caller Times. Other means include more direct advertising, I suppose, but we're using our electronic sources, our social media outlets, our media releases. Word of mouth gets out as well. But in the 4 years I've been here, the attendance, no matter the year and the temperature, has been generally low. But nonetheless, we want to provide that service.
Yeah, and I don't want to put it on the spot, but you had 4 senior centers. Do you recall which 4?
I'm not sure if the Parks Department's here to help me, but the Ethel Irely is one. The one on Horn and Greenwood by our senior center, by our health building is one. Lindale is one, and then Garden Ridge, I think. Garden Center or Garden Ridge, but. Oh, Robert, are you here? Could you tell us?
I have it here.
Oh, you have it? Okay.
Ethel Irely, Lindale, Garden Senior, Broadmoor, Northwest, Oviel, and Zavala.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the public libraries are La Retama, the Greenwood or Ben McDonald, Owen Hopkins, Anita Nyland, Dr. Cleote Garcia, and then Janet Hart.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we open all our facilities, Councilman. We not only are somewhat of a trendsetter in the state, but when it comes to the reverse in the wintertime, we're quick to open up our heating centers as well at the same locations. So it's well known in the community, but some may not get the message, so we're working on getting more ways to communicate to them.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Okay, so with this, let's see, this takes us to section I, which is briefings. Item number 4 is a briefing on elements of the plan of finance for a convention center expansion and a convention center hotel.
Good morning, or actually, no, I guess we're afternoon now. Heather Holbert, Assistant City Manager. So there's an updated presentation. The presentation that we had attached to the agenda on Friday was a draft, and so we have done a couple of updates to that. And so we'll get that up here. Okay. So what we have today is what we're discussing is just a high-level preliminary plan of finance for the Convention Center project. This is something that we've been working through over the last year or so. We started out with a study. We've been working with Hendon Strategic Partners to help us walk through the study to look to see what the feasibility is, what cost is, tentative design, things along those lines. Today, I am just the messenger presenting the presentation, and I could not have done this without the team that we have assembled to do this. So I wanted to go ahead and recognize those that are here today. So we have our financial advising team from Specialized Public Finance, which includes Dan Wegmiller, Victor Kyoga, and Jeff Garland. Victor is here with us today. We also have our legal counsel, which is Clay Benford, when Clay is here today with us. We have Rob Hendon with Hendon Strategic Partners and his team. Rob is actually on WebEx. His flight was canceled into Corpus Christi last night, and he will be joining us shortly. He had a conflict with another meeting, but he'll be joining us soon. And then also Elsie Borstead as we go through this project, she's been herding all the cats and keeping us on track for the project management. So today what we're going to be talking about is that this team has worked together to identify funding sources for this project that do not include utilizing property taxes or funding that is currently dedicated within the general fund. So all of these revenue sources are identified are through sales tax, through hotel occupancy tax, or through increment that is generated from the project. So as we walk through this, when we talk about the convention center project, that will entail the scope, which will include the arena, the convention center, the Selena Auditorium, the entertainment district, and the new headquarters hotel. So when we refer to the convention center project, it includes those aspects of development as we move forward. So the team worked together to identify those funds of. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. No. Okay, yeah, it looks like we have a challenge on the AV side of it. It is advancing up here, but it's not advancing on the screen. So we'll go ahead and move through. So looking at the funding sources, we identified several streams of revenue that can be utilized for this project. So the first one is the project finance zone revenue. So this is the bill that was just recently approved signed off by the governor and went through the legislature. So this enables the city to utilize a portion of the incremental collections from sales tax, hotel occupancy tax, and mixed beverage for a 30-year period. And looking at this incremental growth, this will be within a 3-mile radius of the project. So the second is the hotel occupancy tax. Currently, we have a 2% venue tax and a 7% hotel occupancy tax for a total of 9% that is charged on hotel stays shorter than 30 days. We have the TERS number 3, which is our downtown TERS. The convention center sits within the TERS, and so will contribute to the increment of the TERS and is eligible to receive funding from the TERS. Then we have our Type A and our Type B. So under the Type B, this project would qualify under economic development and would be eligible to receive funds through the economic development allocation. And then under Type A, we were looking at the possible repurpose of both 1/8 cents sales tax that is currently collected for the purpose of the arena and the seawall. So just a reminder, within Type A, we have 1/8 cents that goes for the purpose of funding the repairs and maintenance of the seawall, along with some of those structures that are along the seawall area, in addition to satisfying the debt for a debt service for the debt that was issued for the seawall. In addition, the arena receives 1/8 cent sales tax for the retirement of the debt, along with the ongoing maintenance and operations of the arena. So in working through this, we divided the revenues into 3 different categories. So one is what we're referring to as known and available. So these sources of revenue have historical collections and are immediately available to be allocated to the project. The second type of funding is known and eligible for allocation. So these sources of revenue have historical collections. They are currently allocated for other purposes, but they can be allocated all or in part to the project for the funding. And then the final category is unknown and required. So this is a source of revenue that we don't have any type of historical collections on. We will be forecasting that revenue using assumptions that we get through either through our feasibility or through our expert opinions. And this revenue is required to be part of the project. So here is a grid showing, taking those sources of revenues and indicating which type of revenue that is. So the known and available revenue, we primarily have the city hotel occupancy tax, the 2% venue tax. So that 2% venue tax is solely for the ongoing improvements, capital improvements, and operations of the convention center. And that could be applied to the whole convention center project. The second part is the known and eligible for allocation. So that would qualify under the 7% hotel occupancy tax. We do have commitments against that tax, but we would be able to explore allocating a portion of it for this project. And then we have the TERS 3, the Type A, and the Type B. So again, these are known revenues, but we could allocate, we do have funds that would be available to allocate to this project. And then the unknown and required would be our project finance zone. So that one, because it deals with the increment built off of this project and those revenues that are produced by it and around it. We do not have historical collections for it, but anything collected within the PFZ or the project finance zone is required to be used for this project. So as far as accessing the funding sources, with the exception of the Type A repurpose, which we'll discuss a little bit more moving forward, all necessary actions are controlled either by the City Council and the affiliated boards. So this is the Type A, the Type B, and TERS number 3. So those, either the City Council or the affiliated boards can make the decision on whether or not to allocate the spending for the project. The repurpose of the Type A funding does require approval through a citywide election. So this is something that does have to be taken to the voters for a proposition and decision. So looking at delving deeper into the Type A repurposing. So where we are today. So as I said, we have 1/4 of a cent or 2 1/8 cents that are already being allocated from existing sales tax. So 1/8 cent is allocated strictly to the arena for the ongoing operations, maintenance, capital improvements, and the debt service at the arena. And then 1/8 cent of the current tax is allocated to the seawall. Again, ongoing maintenance for structures around the seawall and for the debt service. So in the arena side, the debt service does expire in 2025. So at that time, the commitment will be have been met, and that revenue is available to be reallocated. With the way the Type A works is once the commitment is met, so as of the date of that last payment, that revenue is available to be captured or utilized in another way, but it does have to go to the voter for appropriation, or I guess for repurposing. The same thing holds true for the seawall. The seawall, the last debt payment for the seawall is in 2026. So at that point, that revenue is available to be repurposed, and it would have to go to the voters on how that is repurposed. Now, again, these are not new types of revenue, but these are sales tax that are currently being collected, and so it would not be any additional burden upon anyone to repurpose these for this project. So these expiration dates can be accelerated to an earlier date if we decide to pay off that debt early. And so that is a possibility. Both of these funds do have cash balances within the fund balance. And so if the decision was made that we wanted to repurpose these sooner after the decision by the voters, we could do that with the payment of the existing outstanding debt. And just for reference, right now, a 1/8 cent sales tax produces about $8 million annually, and that continues to increase as sales tax collections do increase. So to that point, a 1/4 cent produces approximately $16 million annually, and that continues to grow as our sales tax collections grow. So what is the process? So the process of repurposing the Type A would be that our proposition would be that we go to the voters in November of 23, or this November, to approve the repurpose of the 1/4 cent after the existing debt is paid in full. So we can go to the voters prior to the expiration. So if we wanted to continue and let those expire in 25 and 26, we can take this to the voters for consideration in 23. You don't have to wait for the expiration. You can take it beforehand, and then as that debt expires or is paid off, then we can then those dollars are repurposed for the convention center project. So the election prior to expiration, like I said, ensures no interruption in the collection. So those sales tax would still be collected from those who make purchases within the city and is part of that total sales tax rate. This would be a single measure and a ballot proposition. So our proposal in working with our legal counsel is that we would be able to bring this forward in one proposition on the ballot. And so the proposal for the 1/8 cent allocation would be that 75% of that 1/4 cent would go to this convention center complex, which will move, in the next slide, we'll talk about what is included in that convention center complex. And then 25% of it would be allocated to regional parks, which include Bill Witt, Labonte, West Guth, Salinas, and Cole Parks, and then also to help continue with the efforts on commercial industrial streets. And so right now, 100% of this 1/4 cent allocation is going to the seawall and to the arena. Through this reappropriation, 25% of those amounts collected would go back into parks and streets, whereas right now that funding is not being allocated that way. So then looking at if the repurposing were to be approved by the voters, the next steps would be to create a special purpose entity governed by the City Council to manage the Convention Center complex redevelopment. So the special entity, it would be a managing entity that would provide that management. And then Type A would approve an interlocal agreement with the city to transfer the revenues per that proposed 75-25. So the 25% would go to the city specifically for streets and parks, and then the 75% would go in support of the convention center complex funding. It would be allocated to that special entity, and that would manage those. The special entity is going to be really key as we move forward with this, because we will have multiple types of revenue that needs to be brought together and then applied to the process or the project. And so as we're looking at the different sources of revenue, the team has agreed that this is probably the best way to manage this going forward. So for the purposes of repurposing the Type A, the convention center complex will be defined as including the arena, the convention center, the Salina Auditorium, the seawall, and the new headquarters hotel. So those assets would be included under the definition of convention center complex and would be eligible to receive that 75% allocation as proposed. So I know that there had been some about making sure the seawall continued to be supported, and through this proposed reallocation, the seawall is included in the definition of the convention center complex and would continue to receive funding for the ongoing maintenance. So moving into the potential revenues. So again, this is very, very high level, and the final structure will depend on many factors. As we move forward through this project, it will depend greatly on what type of agreement as we go out for RFP for the headquarters hotel. It'll depend on what the financial structure is for that. It'll depend on what the timeline is for the construction of the expansion and renovation of the convention center, and multiple factors. But this is a very high level. So based off of the different forms of revenue that we've identified, including the sales tax, the PFZ, hotel occupancy tax, And the assumption that the type A sales taxes would be reappropriated, at least 75% of that would be reappropriated, along with contributions from the type B and the TERS tax revenues. We foresee, based off of this, that this is very much a viable project and that we do have sufficient revenue streams to be able to support not only the expansion of the convention center, but the hotel and along with the entertainment district within the project. So I have Elsie talk a little bit about the project timeline, about where we have been and where we are going.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Elsie Barkstead, City of Corpus Christi Assistant Director. So just real quick on the recap of the project timeline, where we started and where we're at right now. Heather mentioned a couple of those benchmarks. As you remember, Hunt Strategic Partners has worked since last year on preparing and meeting with the different stakeholders to do the feasibility study and economic impact for the convention center needs assessment and headquarter hotel and the mixed-use entertainment district. That was presented to council back in late January, and of which the economic impact and return on investment came back at over 3,000 jobs, with a new spending with direct, indirect, and induced of about $13 billion. And as we move forward through that second quarter, there was different benchmarks that we were able to hit, which included having a financial advisor come on board, bond counsel with Clay, that is working as a group with our city staff and Hunt Strategic Partners to be able to bring back to council at this point an analysis and financial modeling, preliminary as it is. But we were very fortunate as well to be able in quarter three to introduce, with your support, of course, of the 88 legislative session, the project finance zone, which was approved, and at this point, we'll be able now to come back in quarter four and introduce additional action that will be needed for council. So as we move into the last quarter of this fiscal year, we are looking to target a little bit more refined plan of finance that we continue to work with our group. But also some action items, like I said, that included the project finance zones. There is a requirement that once it goes into effect in September as a bill into law, and now we need City Council's approval to designate or define the geographic area of that zone. So we will be coming back with council on that recommendation. And then also be able to talk about the project milestones and the next steps as we move forward. And really, at this point, I think the important part is that we do have a preliminary plan of finance that has been vetted through the different consultants that we have here today. But more work is needed. And we want to make sure we address all your concerns and come back probably in mid-August for additional action. We stand ready for any comments you might, or questions you might have.
Okay, I have one concern that I know this is very preliminary, and I believe, unless I missed an email, I had requested kind of an overview, Peter, of all of our industrial parks, if you will, I guess, across the city. When we were talking about streets, we had said, well, what, how many do we have across the city? Where do they sit? What condition are they in? Because my greatest concern here is residential streets versus commercial and industrial. I understand they're very important. However, are we talking $4 million to 25% or $2 million?
So,
4 million, 25% of the 16 million?
Yes.
So we're talking 4.
Exactly. And so type A funding cannot be used on residential streets. It has to be used in support of basically economic development. And so that is why we chose commercial and industrial.
I still want to see that though, because we need to see what industrial parks and what condition those are in, and how many, just all of it. How many businesses do they serve, that kind of thing. So we can get that. Okay, so that could have been reflected here. Because I wouldn't, residential streets would come first for me.
Yes, yes.
So there's no chance of any of this money going to residential streets.
No, by state law, we can't use it for this, for that purpose. However, the more we use this for commercial and industrial streets, the more general fund then we can use for residential streets. So in the end,
Right.
residential will get more because the amount of focus would be less because this would focus on commercial/industrial park streets.
Do we have focus on industrial, commercial streets?
Today, a little bit,
Yeah.
there's some of our commercial corridors,
Right.
like we're doing one in District 5 right now.
Yeah, but I don't know
Councilman
that there's been very much. And so, as
Right.
we all know, and we all, continue to have our streets as a priority, any
agree.
avenue possible for residential streets is what I was looking for.
Right.
But okay, so there isn't any. Okay, let me let some of the others make comment. Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, first off, Heather, I assume if if this is going to receive funding from the TERS, and I went back and looked at the stuff you presented, it would be under the project-specific category? Would that be where you would classify this?
It would either be that, or what we would do is, as I've talked about, the project and financing plan is a living, breathing document, and so we can add programs
To the TERS?
that might be, exactly, that would be. And I think what we were referring primarily for would be TERS funding is when we're looking towards that entertainment district, when we're looking at mixed-use, commercial, multifamily, residential, that would be an ideal use for those TERS funds, not necessarily on the convention center expansion and renovation or the headquarters hotel, but it'd be more on really building out that entertainment district piece.
And it wouldn't be all the TERS, Heather? Wouldn't be all the?
No, it wouldn't be. It would just receive a portion, as we're looking at, so the entertainment district, the headquarters hotel would be on the tax rolls, whereas the convention center would not be development that's on the tax rolls. So those new developments would be creating increment and adding to the TERS. And so, this is all still very preliminary, but it's more a thought of using that increment that they are creating to then invest back into it.
Yeah, you'd have to come up with something pretty creative because, according to your budget for projections, it wouldn't be a lot of money in the TERS to give to a project of this size. I mean, what was?
That's correct, Councilman. But the goal here is to put together as many funding sources as we can.
Well, I know, every little bit helps.
Right.
That's the way it is in my household.
Exactly.
So,
That's the approach here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in here, what we're estimating for the TERS revenue attributable to this project would be about 65 million. So that is a good amount that we
From
could
the
put back into
TERS?
it. Uh-huh.
over what period of time?
Over the 30-year period.
65 million.
Yes. So if you look at on this slide, and I'm sorry, I don't have the page number on that one. So slide 11, under the potential revenues, so you do see the TERS tax revenues, which is that bottom line right there. And so we are forecasting, after discounting for present value, about 65 million.
Which page are you on? I'm sorry.
It is the one that says potential revenues. It's the second to the last page, page 11 of the presentation. I don't know what page
The
it
TERS
is.
presentation or this one?
In this one.
Okay. All right, I got it. Yeah, it'd be helpful if they numbered these pages.
Yeah, there's no numbers.
And that is, I apologize.
Have AB control go back 2 slides. Yeah. Or can you other? There you go. This one right here, Councilman.
Yeah, I've got it. I don't know how you'd come up with $65 million based on the projections that we made this morning.
Well, but, so I would say that, so none of this value is reflected in the TERS currently. So.
Well, understand you're gonna have to add a hotel valuation, you're gonna have some businesses around there that may come in and add to it, but that's
Yeah.
still a lot. Anyway.
So
Well-
and let me just, just for the entertainment district itself, we're looking at least $160 million in investment. So that is
Right.
pretty substantial over that period of time. So that is what is looking towards, is what that area is going to generate, along with the increased values as we improve that area.
Okay, all right, the money we'll come back to that later, and I'm assuming that TERS will have some discussions about that as well.
Yes.
With respect to the arena and the seawall fund that's funded by the Type A.
Sales tax.
Was that money paying off the bonded indebtedness to build the arena, or was it just for maintenance?
It was
Or
to
both?
build the arena, or expansion of the arena. I'm sorry, I don't build. Yeah, it was to build. It was to build the arena.
It was to build the arena and maintenance too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The debt.
Okay, so on a go-forward basis, my point is, I mean, even if you repurpose this, you're gonna have to set aside, some of that money is still gonna have to go in the savings account for maintenance on the seawall and the arena.
Yeah, but remember, what we're proposing is that we are no longer going to separate out and having different funding sources for the arena and for the convention
So
center.
you're gonna consider it all in one big lump?
Exactly. So that's why we are defining
Even the seawall? Or not?
for the purposes of type A, yes. The type A will be when we go through and define what the convention center complex is.
Mm-hmm.
The convention center complex, which is what we would take to the voters for consideration, would include the arena, the convention center, Salina Auditorium, the seawall, and the new headquarters hotel. So that would be what is defined in the convention center complex. So the funding, that 75%, could be used for any and all of those purposes.
Okay. All right. Okay. I just want to make sure, especially with respect to the seawall.
Exactly.
Because Mother Nature's out there working 24/7.
Most definitely. And then the other thing to note is that, we have a cash fund balance within the seawall fund. And so if this was
You know
decided
what
to
that
be.
balance is currently?
I don't off the top of my head. It's several $1 million because I know we have taken some of that allocated to the water gardens and things like
That's
that. But
okay.
it is multiple millions. And so that will also be there that we can utilize as a reserve to continue with those ongoing maintenance.
All right, and tell me a little bit more about this special purpose entity.
Sure. It would just be, it would be a legal entity that we would utilize. It would probably be, I'll let Clay speak to this.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Clay Benford, representing the city as bond counsel on this matter. Special purpose entity is a generic term that we talk about for a local government corporation or a public facilities corporation. Two different types of corporations that a city can create to accomplish a particular governmental purpose. And we think that that would be appropriate, probably a local government corporation in this case, because it will allow us to aggregate all of the different revenue streams from different contracts and also make sure we have isolation from the city so as to not unnecessarily expose, even inadvertently, your general fund or your ad valorem tax collections. This is an entity that would be governed by this council, and the meetings would be held concurrently with and as a part of your regular city council meetings when and as it was required to meet.
Another fun-filled meeting.
Yes, sir.
So,
Very
okay.
fun.
All right. Okay, Mayor, that's all I have right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. A series of questions here. I didn't see the revenue of the actual American Bank Center being considered as part of one of your revenues. Is there a reason for that?
In this preliminary modeling, that is unknown because we don't know what the timeline is on that. And so that is another source of revenue that we'll be able to add into the picture. But as of right now, that is not something we're just looking at
So what has it been historically?
We
after COVID, if you don't count the COVID years.
So as we move forward, we have been operating at a loss on the convention center, and so it has been supplemented through the arena fund along with hotel occupancy tax.
I understand that, but what revenue has come in from the actual sales, right? So I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2.5 million, somewhere in there?
2 to 3 million has been produced from the operations, yes.
Right. So just looking at, if we're expecting that to continue at that rate, I would imagine as you make improvements, you would have more funding coming in there, but I'm wondering why we're not taking that into consideration as far as the overall funding.
Sure. As of right now, like I said, we were focusing primarily on the capital funding sources to be able to do the facilities. Then as we move into ongoing operations, we would then bring in that operating revenue to look at that.
Okay, so you're not going to take that consideration for any bonds associated for revenue. You're just going to take the tax, you have, well, in your budget, you had 8.5 million for an 8-cent sales tax. So you're proposing 16 million, but if you take into consideration what you have budgeted, it would be more like 17 million. Is there a reason, the fluctuation, are we not seeing the tax receipts?
Okay, can you say that again? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Okay, according to the budget that we approved for the 2024 fiscal year, or, I'm sorry, 22-23 fiscal year, the budgeted amount for the arena fund for revenue was $8,589,826. So you're saying it's 8 million, you're budgeted for 8.5.
So I was just speaking in round numbers. So it is approximately $8 million and is continuing to increase. So within our
$1 million is
modeling,
some rounding.
well, within our modeling, we did, those were just by speaking points. In our modeling, we did use the actual numbers that have been collected and budgeted for, along with what that historical growth is. So I just used 8 million versus 8.5 million. So I stand corrected.
Okay. So you're going to have, we're going to create the special purpose entity, but Type A is still going to exist. So you're going to have another one that's on top of Type A for making decisions on this funding?
So no, what we would do is, what the proposal is that the Type A would enter into an interlocal agreement with the city and with the special purpose district, the special purpose entity, and say that these revenues would go from Type A into the city for use, or the special purpose district, depending on how that is divided up.
So is the special purpose district actually going to be the Type A board?
No, because it's
So
not only.
It's going to be a whole other board.
It's the council.
Oh, it's council?
Yeah, it is the city
okay.
council as the board for the special purpose district. And the special purpose district would not only manage the Type A funds that flow into it, but it would also manage any other funds from the PFC, from HOT, from the TERS, from Type B, and as Clay said, aggregate those revenues so that then we would enter into contracts for the construction, the maintenance, and the ongoing operations.
Okay, so a couple more questions. Seawall funding, it's included with that 75%, so there's not a specific amount set aside for the seawall.
No.
It's just going to be in there and accessed as needed.
Yes.
So there's no way you can allocate the entire amount for bonds, or of that 75%, you're going to have to hold some back. What do you envision that to be?
So I would anticipate that we would have to come up with a regular maintenance schedule to understand where those large things would be, and we would put that in with the modeling for the revenues. So when we come up with what our bonding capacity would be, those would be excluded from that revenue as we move forward.
Okay, and just so, I harp on this all the time with preventive maintenance, and thank you to Councilman Pusley for bringing it up. You're going to have to set aside for that as well.
Most definitely.
I mean, you will set aside.
Yes,
that, right?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, especially with something of this magnitude, this is something that we will need, make sure we have a council commitment on to make sure that it is properly budgeted for and maintained, and that we have the resources that we need to make sure that this stays as a top-notch complex.
Okay, and the discussion with the hotel and the improvements that need to be made at the convention center specifically. There's improvements at the arena as well. It's always important to fix what you have before moving something and building something new, right? So is that the intent for us to do this, fix what we have, or before building more stuff to it? I mean, it seems like there's got to be some real plan here as we go along. And I know you're going to bring this on, but is that the intent here, to fix the roof, the HVAC systems,
Yes.
which also supply the museums and the Harbor Playhouse, which I haven't heard discussed here? Is this going to be, are they considered part of the convention center complex?
So as of right now, they are not considered part of the convention center complex. That is something that if the council desires us to include those all in the convention center complex, they can be. We would then need to look to see, because the convention center complex is a definition, and so that convention center complex definition is set by city council. And so when we go to the voters, we will say that we will be allocating the funding to the convention center complex, and it's up to the council to define what is included in that convention center complex. Yeah.
Okay, so, I bring that up because the HVAC system is tied into those facilities.
Exactly, yes.
Right, so whether you wanted to be a part of it or not, in some ways it is.
Yeah,
right?
Councilman, on that, so our engineering department, as well as our HVAC specialists that we've hired already, because we're replacing the chiller in the American Bank Center based on recent council approval, they're recommending that we decouple all those buildings and have standalone systems. The energy needed to push the cold water through all the systems really in today's day is inefficient. And so they're recommending a decoupling. And so the art center, the art museum, the Harbor Playhouse, and the Science Museum would be all on independent systems.
So you would still have to fund that somehow.
Right, that's part of the plan.
That's a question here. They're not, they're considered, they have some connection to it now. That funding's not just gonna come out of nowhere. As a matter of fact, there's nothing in the CIP for any of those.
Actually, I think in the budget we're going to be presenting, there will be.
Okay, so in the upcoming capital improvement
That's
plan.
a new plan we're working on right now.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And in response to your question on if we were going to fix or whatever, so there will be a whole phasing plan brought forward. We will, as we move forward, we'll work with Hunden Strategic Partners along with OVG and look to see how are we going to do this? Are we going to bring it forward all at once? Are we going to do everything at once? Are we going to phase it in? But all of those concerns as far as the deferred maintenance and the challenges that we currently have within the convention center and the arena will all be addressed through this expansion and renovation project.
Well, I understand we'd love to do it all at once, right? However, in terms of the amount of limited resources
Exactly.
we have here, and I don't know what that 3-mile radius is going to look like with regards to that zone, that financing zone. But, it'd be hard pressed to build a hotel when your arena is not in good shape, right? Or your convention center is not in good shape, or your Salina Auditorium is not in good shape. So I think we need to look at the phasing of this to make sure that we're fixing what we have, taking care of what we have before we build more. So
Yes.
with that ends my questions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to know, what is the bottom line? What is it going to cost the taxpayers? Do we know what it goes in November? Let's say, we agree. Do we have an idea what it would look like, how much the taxpayer would be paying?
So the plan that we're bringing forward incurs no additional taxes. So there is not an additional, this is not supported through property taxes. This is supported through existing funding sources along with the reallocation of sales tax, which is not a new tax. It's just we're reallocating it to a different purpose.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's not going to cost us the taxpayers, any additional money?
There is no allocation of additional property taxes besides possibly what's going into the TERS that'll be going into this project.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Sure.
And I am grateful to the city for allowing some of my fellow council members and of course Peter Zanoni and staff to visit Oklahoma City and to see how their city was turned around. And I guess I'm a Missouri State kind of girl, show me, right? I had to see it. I had to see it myself, and I could see the investment and what it did to its citizens and to really, just the whole. I just saw pictures and I saw just what had happened, and I'm just shocked that they're in Oklahoma City. Here they are embracing the water. They had like the rowing. I want to say it's like the rowing capital of the United States, and here we have our gem sitting here, and people aren't coming. I have to say this, that I wasn't all 100%, and but now that I have been and have seen it, I really feel that this is a really good blessing that we have received the funding from the state, and all this is coming into place, like my fellow councilman says, the others, making sure that we're taking care of our infrastructure first, the first, arena and all that. So I'm I'm really happy about this project, and I hope the citizens are too.
Sure. And I would like to add, you were asking about whether or not this will, and, the property taxpayer, or the taxpayers will be paying for this. If anything, the taxpayers will benefit because this, through our projections, this will increase our sales tax revenues, which do go into the general fund, which helps fund a lot of activities within the city. So if anything, this is actually a benefit to our taxpayers.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. So, just to make sure I understand this, after our 8th discussion of a convention center hotel, we're going to retain the 4-cent allocation, but 25% of that will be redistributed to parks that are nowhere near downtown.
I'm sorry, the 4-cent.
The 1/8.
The 4B, I'm sorry, 4A,
Yeah,
the 4A.
1/8 and 1/8 from the type A.
Yes.
So when did we decide, and I know we come up here and we give you all kinds of direction. When did we decide that we were putting that 25%, or when did type A decide we were putting that 25 cent?
So this is just a
We're
staff.
just not there yet.
This is just a staff proposal.
Okay, so when did we convince y'all to put this on here, I guess is the right way to put it.
So it wasn't, this was working together with our financial advisors, our legal counsel, along with city staff. This was the proposal that we're proposing for the reallocation of the 4A. If city council would like to propose another distribution, then that is something we're looking at. So something to remind, though, is that 4A is made up of sales tax collected across the city. It's
Sure.
not just the sales tax collected within downtown. And so our thought process was being able to allocate that 25% of of that 1/4 cent to those regional parts that do benefit the city as a whole, was our reasoning behind it.
Thank you for the answer. And I've been a big proponent for parks. Coach may be a little bit, upset with me right now in the back, but I am pro parks.
Coach.
But what I'm concerned about is the convention center. When was it built? 20 years ago?
In the, was it 70s?
Yeah.
No, that's the Celine Auditorium. When was the convention center built?
You mean the expansion?
Yeah, which was 90% of the building, yeah.
76.
Okay, in the 70s.
2004.
The arena was built in 2004,
2004.
that's what I'm referring to, which was, and we're already having to rebuild that arena, and that's what's that?
Right.
20 years ago? 18
Yeah, so actually,
years
it's
ago?
not a rebuild of the arena, so we're looking at
I
improving
mean,
and
we've all been
expanding.
in there, and we've been in to the different parts of it, and we've heard the complaints, and we've complained ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm concerned about is that 25% that we're giving away to other parks, which I think the parks need it.
Sure.
We need a lot more amenities to sports. But if we're going to build this convention center and it doesn't receive all the funding that it needs,
Mm-hmm.
is it just going to need to be rebuilt in 18 years again?
I would propose no. The modeling that we did was just with the 75%. Like I said, if this is a decision that we want to bring forward to allocate more to the convention center, that is something, the convention center complex, and make sure that it's not just the arena, not just the convention center, but it's the complex as a whole. We can definitely do that. This is just our initial proposal of how we are proposing, staff recommendation on how it would be proposed.
Sure, and I want to thank the city lobbying team and a lot of the other people back there and a lot of the people sitting up here for going to bat for us, because the state had to save us on this. I mean, let's be realistic, they got us 200 million, or whatever the potential allocation could be, so 300, sorry.
292, to be
Yeah.
exact.
So thank them for that. We look forward to hearing from y'all later, and maybe you can have some sort of solution for us also, so thank you.
Councilman Pesley.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to wrap this up, Mayor, because it's
You're hungry.
lunchtime, I'm hungry. Okay, this special purpose entity, and I hope we find a name for that real quickly, because that sounds like something that landed from somewhere else. We're gonna encompass all of that into this corporation, which will be governed by the council, and everything except the museum and the art center are going, at this time, are included in it. What Peter, and Harbor Playhouse, I'm sorry. So Peter, would you envision that would encompass in this entertainment district, or do you, in the up and coming budget, are you taking care of that issue?
Right, I would, we recommend not going beyond the convention center complex. The more you grow the definition, the more you dilute the revenues. As Councilman Hunter just said, we're trying to narrow the focus on. Plus, the voters may be, if it's so broad, they may say, well, we don't know what's going to really get done.
Yeah, okay.
So it's really,
I agree.
right.
I tend to agree with that.
Yes, sir.
So,
but the thing about it is we'll be presenting to the council year after year alternative funding mechanisms for those other facilities. This doesn't preclude us from doing that. And we'll have a focus on those as well, the art museum, the history museum, and the playhouse.
Okay. And I want to ask just a couple of questions and make a comment about the hotel. And I know we're not really, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds on that, but what do you envision this hotel looking like? And we've been talking about a public-private partnership. Right. And I get questions. People don't ever ask me about the convention center. They say, well, what about this hotel? They think the city's going to build a hotel and lease it out. And I want to make sure we get a clear message out about what our plans are for doing that. And I've been telling people, well, the city owns some property around there, and I would envision the city putting up the property to build this hotel on, and either selling that or leasing that property for $1 a year or whatever the case may be. Right. But I just want to make this statement. I hope that this is going to be a nice 5-star type hotel. We don't need another Motor Inn in downtown Corpus Christi.
Right. Yes.
We agree.
And we shouldn't have ever allowed some of the ones that got built. And I'm telling you, we only have in this city one 5-star hotel, and that's it.
Where is that?
Where's the 5-star hotel?
Good question.
Maybe 4 and 1.
Good question. Yeah. So
yeah,
I would hope that whatever we do, we keep that in mind.
Yes. Absolutely.
Exactly. I'm sorry, Councilman, but to your point, and for everyone and for the public, this is all. These are just let's start.
25,000-foot view.
No, you're right. A 25,000-foot view. We are going to say, here is the RF. Well, not literally. You will say, here's the RFP, but we will say, this is what the expectation needs to be. If it starts at a 5-star, then that's exactly what we want, because this is our one and only opportunity to make what this council is going to make out of that entire district area, whatever we're going to call it. Yes. And the other thing I would say is, we have to look at, and all of these conversations will be had, but again, this is just proposed. To your point, Councilman Hunter, we don't have to put 25%. Here, my concern there, and I know there's going to be another day for these conversations, but we visited one, and they said, how old was it? 3 years? 2 years old?
I think it's like a little over a year old.
No, the hotel is, but their convention?
The convention center is similar.
A couple years old.
Brand new, yeah.
And they were saying, a couple of years old, and they were saying, well, and I get it. It's just like building a home. Should have made my closet a little bigger, or should have done this, or added another garage. So they went about that and said, we would do this. The foyer should be bigger. We could have done that all throughout. It's brand new. So to your point, if the numbers work, we really, the vision has to be the future. So 18 years from now, a council's not sitting here going, wow, exactly what we're saying. And if the funding mechanism is going to be there, and this is the purpose, then it may need to be the purpose at 100%. I don't know that. You don't know that. No. That's going to take some due diligence and some work, and for all of us to get involved in those conversations.
With that, 100%.
Yeah. So anyway, I will. Oh, Councilman Roy.
First of all, this has been an exciting day. We started out this morning with the DMD and talking about all the great things that are going on downtown. And now all of a sudden, we're talking about District 1 and this convention center and hotel and everything, wow. When I get ready to leave, I don't know if I'll be able to get my head through that door. But no, it's exciting. And it's great that everybody's coming together, the council, the work, everybody that has worked diligently on this. We have a wonderful opportunity here to change the landscape of Corpus Christi, and we can do it. And one of the things I just want to tell anybody that's listening is that you just have to believe. City staff, the people that support us, our consultants, we've got some of the smartest people working together to make this happen. And this is one council member that's very appreciative. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Heather. That's all of our questions. So we really appreciate this. Super excited about moving forward this initiative. It's going to be a game changer. And thank you all for being here. Yes. Okay. So with that, we are going to break for lunch. We do not have an executive session item today, so we're just going to have lunch. We'll be back. We will go to item number 32 when we return, and right after that, we'll have our legislative briefing, and then we'll continue the consent agenda items. Thank you.
I think it'd be great. We can start over in January. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I want to figure out what. Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting. That's right. Before dinner, we will be gone. It's only 3. Okay, so I'm gonna move under individual consideration items, section N, item number 32. We're gonna go ahead and hear that first. That is a motion authorizing execution of amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with Towson Solutions.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone. I'm George Holland, for the record, City Auditor, and I'm excited to introduce Towson Solutions and their construction, auditing, co-sourcing presentation that will follow this. Some of the background about Towson is that they're experts in providing value-added construction, auditing, professional services, and they've been doing that for the city for the last 2 years. The services so far that they provided have been training our audit department in best practices. They've helped to try to look for potential cost savings and cost prevention. They've identified the capital program operational risk and controls that for the next few years and the overall project management governance areas. So as part of the program operational risk assessment, it was unanimously approved at the last city audit committee of the city council on June 23rd. We've identified a calendar 5-year audit plan consisting of 4 projects with 1 additional alternative audit selected for each year. Does anybody have any questions at this time before I hand it over to Towson for their presentation?
I don't see any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Bright. I am president and founder of Towson Solutions. I have over 40 years of engineering, construction, and litigation support experience here in the U.S. and internationally on major capital projects. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the services by Towson, services offered by Towson Solutions to support the city's capital improvement program in purpose for the successful execution of your many projects. Let me see. There you go. We have a brief presentation on Towson of who we are, our experience, the work that was undertaken for this effort. We're going to talk about our risk assessment methodology, our audit plan. As mentioned, we have a 5-year audit plan for 4 projects plus 1 alternative per year. I also would like to thank the audit committee for giving us this opportunity and the discussions to date to support Corpus Christi. Who we are. Towson, established in 2001. We are a minority business enterprise. We are solely dedicated to capital project advisory services, dedicated to construction auditing, compliance, program management, project management, consulting, and risk assessments for capital program. At the end of the day, all we do is construction and major capital programs around the world. Our staff, subject matter experts in engineering, accounting, finance, project delivery, project management, construction management, and we have projects across the U.S. as well as internationally supporting many different agencies as public and private agency. Since 2001, Towson has audited or monitored over $40+ billion in capital projects. Excuse me. Just a little bit about our experience and who we are. As mentioned, Towson founded in 2001. What you see here is an example of some of our major clients as major capital projects we've been involved in. In the infrastructure space, Towson was the construction orders for the Panama Canal expansion project, 8-year project from 2008 to 2016. And you can see the numerous services provided: auditing, vendor risk assessments, training, and so on. Major infrastructure project. I'm sure everyone heard of the canal expansion project. For Denver Water, client since 2020, and we continue to serve the infrastructure industry. They have waste treatment facilities as well as construction of a new dam in Colorado, and we're providing various services, as you see here, all the way from governance assessments to audit training, similar to what we did with Corpus Christi, as well as some risk management advisory service. City of Aurora, and we also do a lot of work for the city of Philadelphia and other public cities in the United States. We do contract reviews, closeout audits. This is for a major project for a public facilities, a major recreation center that included a swimming pool within the city of Aurora. And for Los Angeles County, kind of MTA, we do performance audits on the major rail projects, and the 2 rail projects as mentioned, Regional Connector and Crenshaw audit projects are about $2 billion projects each. And these are performance audits assessing the performance of their project management team in the execution of their capital program for this. As you see on the right here, in terms of contractors reviewed, I think probably a lot of us kind of familiar with these kind of household names, the AECOMs, the Turners, the Scansers, the PCLs. I mean, at the end of the day, kind of all we do, kind of 100% of Towson is representing owners of major capital projects. Our experience is domestic across the U.S. as well as internationally, and we're familiar with most, major contractors as well as architectural, engineering, and consulting firms. At this time, I would like to bring up our Director of Audit Services, Ken Brzezowski.
Thank you, Robert. I'd like to echo Robert's comments and saying thank you to the Audit Committee, as well as George and his team with internal audit and their support in our facilitation of the risk assessment. I want to walk through briefly the scope of work that we undertook to conduct the risk assessment. Go back here. Here we go. Our engagement scope was to work with and on behalf of the City Internal Audit Department to be able to facilitate and conduct a capital program operational risk assessment of the city's 2022-2023 capital improvement plan. The activities that we undertook included a collaborative co-sourcing approach with the city internal audit as well as the engineering department. We provided weekly and participated weekly status meetings both with engineering and internal audit to be able to talk through the status activities of the risk assessment. We were able to review various documentation, which included the original and amended adoption of the CIP. We then took a ranking of select projects that were identified within the CIP, as well as identifiable within various construction cost reports and engineering cost reports. And then the end result was the development of a 5-year audit plan, of which I'll talk a little bit more specifically about those details that resulted in our plan that we're proposing today. In terms of the risk assessment, the methodology that we took, again, we utilized the amended CIP, which is a $681 million plan for funding, which was adopted in January of 2023. Part of the methodology that I just mentioned included document review of the CIP, various construction status reports, engineering tracking reports, and other documentation, including policies and procedures and governance type of documents. We coupled that with interviews that were conducted with various staff throughout the city that included procurement, various directors of engineering, and construction-related services. We had various input from city internal audit, as well as the audit committee and engineering staff, which resulted in the risk rating template and audit selections that we utilized to comprise our proposed projects for audit selection. Part of the risk considerations that we undertook, we developed 10 different risk inputs. Those inputs varied from a quantitative and a qualitative analysis. On the quantitative side, we were looking at contract values, spend ratios, change order values to the proposed contracts. On the qualitative side, we were looking at priority of the projects, regulatory impacts to the projects, scheduling, and contract types. Within those risk inputs, we analyzed and developed a ranking system for over 51 projects that were then evaluated and ultimately ended up into our recommendations for selection. The results of the audit and the assessment did have no findings and 3 observations through our assessment. The observations related to compliance to risk management procedures, expenditures that related to the CIP plan, and unassigned spending of engineering dollars. All were deemed to be minimal, and we did receive management responses that were adequate to the findings within the risk assessment. The core objective of the risk assessment, as I said, was the development of the audit plan. So what we have on this particular slide is the recommendations for 2023. There were 4 projects that were identified as primary projects selected for audit to be done within the fiscal year. There was an alternate project, project number 5, that was selected. The total dollar value of the project selected was about $58 million, and of which they varied for justifications from reasons of regulatory compliance, initial project completion dates, closeout completion dates, and budgetary increases. The work completed on those projects ranged probably, not probably, but from $0 to about $5 million. So the projects are in different various stages of project completion. Overall, from 2024 to 2026, there were 12 projects that valued of $463 million that were identified within the plan. And within the districts, we did look at, although it wasn't part of the analysis, we did look at the selection of projects as they relate to various districts. Within the 2023 plan, the council districts ranged from District 3, District 4, and District 5. But ultimately, within the 5-year plan, there'll be projects that are selected out of all of the various districts. We do want to note that the plan is a 5-year plan. We did select projects for the first 4 years. The 5th year, we left it TBD. We also understand that there's flexibility within the plan. We'll continue to collaborate and co-source with the city internal audit as well as city council for modifications to project selections. So on an as-needed basis, as things develop and change over the course of time, there is flexibility to be able to modify the projects that have been selected for audit. So with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions on the methodology or approach to conducting the risk assessment.
I don't see any questions.
Thank you.
Do you have one?
So will our internal audit committee always select the recommendations for what is going to be audited by your company?
That is correct. We have ultimate decision-making authority to, in consultation with the chairman of the other board members of the audit committee, in terms of the selection process.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the proposal is to contract with them on an ongoing basis, year in, year out for?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any. Councilman Klein, you have a question?
I do. It's actually for George more so than for the Towson folks.
Okay.
All right. So George, I was wondering if you could just talk to me a bit more. I got some questions from the constituents about this, about the process by which Towson was selected. I want to make sure that the public's kind of aware that, how that whole process kind of played out.
Sure. It happened actually with my predecessor. I've only been with the city since January 31st, but there was a selection process. There were some actually very many discussions. Towson's a very niche engineering audit firm. There isn't very many alternative choices out there. There was an agreement, and I'll let Josh speak to this, in terms of the initial contract, which was for the training, for the initial services around the risk assessment process, and the approval came from the audit committee to move forward. So I'll hand that to Josh to provide additional insight.
Josh Cronley, Assistant Director for Finance and Procurement. Initially, Kimberly Houston approached me when they wanted to look for an audit consultant. And so it fell within the threshold that she didn't require a formal solicitation since it was a less than $50,000 initial contract. And so instead she did background checks on firms and got quotes and determined which firm she thought would be the best fit to do the initial assessment. And I think that through the partnership that we've had with Towson, the staff recommendation has led us to bring forward this consideration for moving into a full-fledged audit contract with the firm that already has all this intimate knowledge of our internal processes.
And again, just for the public benefit, this is typically not the sort of work that the internal audit department would do here for the city itself, as opposed to contracting it out.
Absolutely correct. This is a very specialized area that most cities don't even have. The larger cities like Houston and so forth contract out to the, companies like Towson or Towson. I know they're in high demand right now. But what we're trying to do is achieve a transfer of knowledge over a period of time. So during that 3-year period, we're going to be co-sourcing. So we'll be conducting these interviews with Towson. We're going to be transferring that knowledge to our audit team so we can build a very robust and strong audit program. So in years 4 and 5, we anticipate actually taking on those audits internally and growing that expertise and keeping it here within the city.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you.
Councilman Roy.
George, got a quick question. In terms of, sorry, I waited purposely for you to sit down.
Yeah, thank you.
But in terms of lessons learned or benefit, you know, hopefully some of the things that in terms of best practices or money or whatever that the recommendation is, that it will have a cost benefit. But does it also, in terms of looking at the city and how we're rated, by having a firm like that that's kind of checking certain things instead of us just ignoring it, does that have a benefit?
Yes, that's a very good question. I think when you look at auditing standards, our external auditors, Weaver, would rely on some of our work if it was done by a professional organization, if it was done to the auditing standards that we follow. And that can have some benefits from the external audit process, as well as the overall risk, like insurance companies, when they assess the risk of the city and what we're doing, it could lower premiums, it could do, there's tremendous benefits by engaging external third parties and sharing those results with those, either whether it be government entities that are auditing us or, insurance companies. There's tremendous benefits from this as well.
Yeah, I think that's what the average person wants to know, is that, okay, we've hired this group, so what's the bottom line? What does it do for us? So thank you. I think that's, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez. George, you might not want to sit down.
Sorry.
We'll let you know when it's time to sit.
I like being here. It's not like I want to leave, but.
Councilman Hernandez.
Actually, this is something that came up as I'm the chair of the audit committee, and this is something that was identified early on as an issue that we didn't have expertise in. And because of the amount of work that we're doing, both in the utility departments with the consent agreement with the EPA, with the agreement with TCEQ to improve pressure and flow through our system, and the amount of street projects we have, and just the total number of projects that we have going on, it was something that we had not been able to really review. And we've had some significant faux pas, should I say, in some of these construction projects. For example, when we built the 2 water towers, no risk assessment was done to determine whether or not our system could handle the pressure of those water towers, and we blew out 2 mains, 3, I believe, when we brought it online at full pressure. So something like that could happen. Junior Beck Road, where some mistakes were made, and the stormwater system was a foot up into the street when it was designed for construction. So these are some of the things that we need some expertise that we don't have, and we identified that we don't have. In this whole process, I've been very, very pleased with the performance Towson has had. I mean, just identifying some of the things that the risk associated with these. My hope is at some point, everybody in our audit shop will get construction audit certification. And we created this, the way to pay for these audits is through the actual projects and part of their contingency funds. We asked to have them identified within the CIP as a line item in that for that budget. So it is imperative that we, since we're doing all this construction work, that we have that ability to review to make sure that we're not spending inappropriately or there could be savings. They gave examples of where they save money. And George, I'd ask you to give the example from Denver Water.
Yes, and I'll let, because of client confidentiality, I'll let Ken speak a little bit about that and go into greater detail.
Yeah, great. So usually in the area of cost recovery, and we don't want to get too specific with certain clients, but we've been able to identify cost savings, cost prevention through re-estimates of insurance premiums, wrap-up insurance premiums, professional staff rates, burden component type of multipliers, really verifying allowable, unallowable costs as it's defined within the contract. Those are some of the primary areas. But what's not seen is the cost prevention that is seen by the enhancement of project controls. And when we did the risk assessment, we did touch on, at a very high level, both governance and project administration controls for the city of Corpus Christi. As we undertake these future audits, we'll be diving a little bit deeper and looking at those project controls, both, again, looking at the governance side, project administration, and then core focus of the audits is going to be contract compliance or external compliance from the contractors within these projects.
Thank you. And with that, I make a motion to approve.
Okay, let me go and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 32? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we are going to hear from our legislative team, which is item number 27. We're going to pull up the 88th legislative session update by Snapper Carr with Focused Advocacy, and of course, Wendy.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, it is good to be in person with you guys for the last legislative update of the 88th legislative regular session. So before I hand the microphone over to Snapper, I just want to let you guys know that, let council know that they are getting their money's worth with Focus Advocacy. The assistance, the knowledge, the connections that they have at the state capitol are the reason that we were so successful this time, and they were so helpful to me. So just personally, thank you for letting me camp in your office and let me answer in every one of my dumb questions. And so I'm going to turn it over to them and let them explain to you guys what happened and how it's going to affect us.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. Snapper Carr, I'm the partner and general counsel with Focus to Advocacy. And Wendy, I think we're going to pull up a PowerPoint coming up. Thank you. Well, thank you for that kind introduction. And in all honesty, it is very nice to get to be away from Austin, even though we haven't quite started our interim. I was going to tell you, and we have with us our legislative counsel, Lindley Hurd, who worked a great deal on y'all's issues this session as well. And I was going to tell you as we were eating at Whataburger by the Bay that the Senate adjourned sine die, and I was going to give you that breaking news, but as we waited for your last agenda item, our governor was a little quick, and officially now for the last 27 minutes, we have been in the second called special session of the Texas legislature, which started at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The governor issued a proclamation moments ago, just a little over an hour ago, that will have the members back to discuss property tax relief. And he added a second item this time with regards to property tax to, quote, put us on a path for eliminating school M&O taxes. as part of the agenda item. As you all know, and we had this covered in the presentation too, but the debate so far is how we deliver that property tax relief. And the lieutenant governor in particular has been at odds, and the Senate have been at odds with the governor and the House approach and the speaker's approach on how we do that. And it really is a debate between homestead exemption, is what the lieutenant governor is pushing, versus the proposals that have been there, which is maintenance and operation, which is just squeezing the local school tax revenue raising ability, with the state backfilling that with our budget surplus. And so there's billions of dollars in property tax relief that's being discussed. Both entities have been at a stalemate all session with regards to this. The governor became more vocal at the end to discuss that. But since that was very much breaking news, wanted to start with that to kind of tell you all where we are. We'll discuss a little more about what we can expect in yet a third called special session that the governor had already announced he planned on calling in September on some other issues. But again, I want to thank y'all. We've had the good fortune of representing and working with your team and your Coastal Bend and Corpus Christi legislative delegation for a long time now. And it is an honor. And we view ourselves as an extension of your staff in Austin, and that's the way we operate to get to some of the results that we're going to talk about. For those of y'all that have seen some of the wrap-ups that we've participated in with the Texas Municipal League or the Texas City Attorneys Conference, I think I saw the city attorney a couple weeks ago, those take hours. We have 8 hours of TML briefing to go through every bill that actually affects you and your departments. We're not going to do that today. Only 4 hours for y'all today. So Wendy and ourselves and others, of course, with your management and legal team and department heads, will be working to talk about those things that have to get implemented. And there's some that are new laws that require actions that take place right now once the governor has signed or let them become law. The rest of our team, of course, works on all y'all's items. Brandon Agamelian, in particular, worked a great deal and is one of the state's subject matter experts on the hotel convention center tools that we have and have helped develop many of the tools similar to the ones that y'all were talking about in your early financing discussion. Kurt Seidlitz also works on y'all's issues and as y'all know, has been a part of our team and a very valuable advisor to us on all things related to our strategies. I want to spend some time here because to be honest, all success, particularly in a region similar to you all's where y'all have a cohesive coastal bend and y'all are the regional leaders, your legislative delegations, really our opportunity for success begins and ends with their involvement in helping us. And the beauty of y'all's delegation right now, with the exception of your freshman Senator Valmontia, who has a portion, is that you have very senior members who have accomplished a great deal. As you will note in your House members, everybody's a chair. Even in those areas where there may have been disagreement with leadership and or different segments of the members, your membership had a seat at the table, which ensured your community and your region had a seat at the table. Chairman Hunter in House State Affairs this session, of course, did a tremendous amount of lifting for the legislature. Everything from the electric grid reforms and market reforms to HB 5 that he was the bill author of, which is the reinstitution of what we'll call large-scale property tax abatement incentives. It's a new tool that took a lot of coalition building to get to solutions on that, but benefits coastal communities like yourself that have the industrial and manufacturing investments that y'all have. Again, Chairman Hinojosa regained his role as vice chair of Senate Finance. That gives him a big seat at the table on a lot of discussions. He was also what's known as a subcommittee chair for Article 1, which is where all of the economic development money and DAG military grant funding, which was again reappropriated, goes through. He had a big say on that. And so again, at every turn, Representative Herrero, for example, filed the standalone bill on the financing for the ABC project that y'all were hearing. That really helped us kind of plant the Corpus Christi flag, if you will, to then allow us to become part of the bigger discussion that we got into. And that bill, as we mentioned it before, I think it's worth noting because it was a hard lift this session. It wasn't just y'all's project, but that's House Bill 5012, and that was Representative Travis Clardy, who I wanted to note from East Texas. He really went to bat for y'all after your delegation showed the need and the interest. He's very familiar with that tool, and he became an honorary member to help make sure that of the Corpus Christi delegation, to help us make sure that stayed in his bill. In the Senate, we had a bill author from Waco who was the chair, and the mayor, I would note here, did some nice work at educating him during our meetings and different times at the Capitol about the uniqueness of y'all's project and of your downtown efforts, which helped. Those are all, and I bring all this up to say there is a whole lot of activity that goes into giving you that opportunity to be successful. And it was right up to the end on that. Your delegation and others had to weigh in, just like the city did, and your private sector supporters with the governor's office at the end while that bill was being reviewed. And questions were being raised, not so much about y'all's piece of it, but just in general, the use of this program. And so there is no shortage of activity, and all of those things cumulatively give us that opportunity for success. But I want to come back to what I started. If we didn't have a delegation that was open and responsive to helping us champion and carry those forward, it would make our job almost impossible to accomplish. And so I want to thank them and their staffs for all session because as y'all know, it's a whirlwind. Each session has its own feeling and takes on its own character, and this one was no different. But we had a great deal of success, and that is with regards to where your delegation was to help us put us in that position. We've already kind of given the update about where we are in the special. The governor did, as of June 18th was the deadline for bills to be vetoed. He did veto some 77 bills, which was his record, but just shy of the overall record. And he noted in those vetoes largely that it wasn't about, and there is some exceptions, that he had policy issues with some of those, but for a large number of those bills, it was directly related to the failure to implement property tax relief, and said that those could be considered in future sessions. I think if you dig a little deeper into some of the vetoes, maybe members that had multiple vetoes, there could have been a hint of discussion about public education issues related there too. And some of those members were not on the same side of the policy debate on school vouchers with the governor. And so that will be seen in September. The governor has announced that he will have an education special session. I would go ahead and warn everybody with the city that it appears that cities will have a pretty active role in that too. There were some good and bad bills that were on the governor's veto list that impacted cities, and if those are brought back, we expect that beyond just y'all's debate in the property tax realm, that there'll be land use and debt finance and other issues of interest to cities that'll come back. We did have a record number of bills filed this session, 8,344 bills. That kind of actually blew away the past record. So we didn't quite stick to the limited government approach on this one with bill filings this time around. But I wanted y'all to also get to see the scope of this. you know, the 1,880 bills tracked by TML that affect doesn't even actually give you the scope of the proposals, because each of those bills could have had, as y'all know, 3 to 4 different versions. Sometimes they were good, sometimes they were bad. Sometimes they included Corpus Christi and would have knocked out your industrial agreements, and sometimes they didn't, or they would change multiple times through the process as we play the legislative whack-a-mole at times on these things as they move through the process. And ultimately, though, cities in particular have more issues before the Texas legislature than any other entities, public or private. And there's really not a close second. In this session, at times, and this is where I would say kind of in looking forward to our work over the interim, particularly in the land use area, and particularly in those areas where the state is trying to find a balance between what authority there are at the local level for cities and counties and other political subdivisions, and the notion of preemption and uniformity. And that was a real tension point all session. But as it related to land use, and ETJ, and others, at times it was so overwhelming that we literally were very spread thin as local governments. And so there is some discussion about how we will go about. I would say in the last 72 hours of session, a lot of bad land use bills died. We probably would have been given a very different report about the types of authority y'all retained. Some bills that basically allowed disannexation in multiple spots, no abilities for cities to maintain density limits, and significant preemptions on short-term vacation rentals, all would have been enacted to law, but for some last-minute issues that prevented those from passing. But they advanced. We expect that there will be a healthy discussion about them in the interim. And you know, in most of these instances on the land use in particular, in these, we had interest outside of the city, neighborhood groups, other stakeholders partnering with cities and local governments to help ultimately defeat those or to retain that local authority. And that's something we'll have to continue to play on here. There were bills that would have required automatic civil services. There were certainly bills that would have eliminated franchise fee revenue that cities receive. And I would note on a good note, bills that limited the city's ability to work with or allow groups like TML or to hire us or to have positions like Wendy. That bill actually went backwards again for the first time in 4 sessions. It did not have a hearing in the House State Affairs Committee after it had passed the Senate, as it has the last 4 sessions. And that's an important bill because it really speaks to y'all's ability to have resources to deal with that massive amount of workload that affects y'all and your departments and your constituencies that we talked about. Big bill that was talked about a great deal and will continue to be. It's been talked about nationally, and this was known as the Super Preemption Bill, House Bill 2127. That bill was signed into law by the governor. He had a signing ceremony for it. There was a large number, it was a leadership bill. Chairman Dustin Burrows, the chair of the Calendars Committee, is author of that. The Senate Education Chairman, Senator Creighton, was the Senate author. Both very much members of leadership, and these bills were supported by leadership. It's really been a culmination of attempts to pass statewide preemptions as it relates to bills where ordinances or charter provisions would have affect employee and employer benefits or situations. Paid sick leave was kind of one of the ones that came up to be talked about. One that has garnered a lot of attention because of the heat wave that we're in. Ordinances that mandated construction site water breaks were preempted. There were, at that time, only 4 cities in the state that had those, but it was a function. It was what was talked about as this was passing through, and it's getting a lot of attention now, I think, because of the heat wave that we're in. But this bill was difficult, for one, to have a very vigorous debate about, because what it was, well, tell us what would be preempted and what's protected. It's not really how the bill was ever structured. The bill sets up a cause of action to where an interested party can challenge a rule or an ordinance. We did fight real hard and in the House, and were able to get a 90-day or 3-month right to cure and notice before an action could be taken. So as filed, they could have just came and served notice to the city that we've filed suit over whatever, claiming this particular item is preempted. And now they will have to give you notice of that. It can basically be a 90-day discussion about whether that is, and the city has some time to look at it before. Ultimately, there were some ordinances that were protected. Payday lending, the retail sale of animals, or also known as puppy mill ordinances, were grandfathered, but they're only as it relates to those ordinances that were already on the books as the effective date of this statute. Some of the others relating to massage parlors, collective bargaining agreements, and your street maintenance sales tax agreements all were protected specifically under this. Probably the issue that will garner the most attention, I think, in the initial legal challenges, which are expected to come from both ways. People that supported the bill and people that opposed the bill will ultimately end up in court to determine what this bill's true effect is. Because, again, it is a cause of action bill. It creates standing, it waives sovereign immunity so suits can be brought, and it does so in an orderly way and tells you how to do it. The issue that I think will ultimately be debated constitutionally under our state is that the intent of the authors said we want home rule cities to operate more like general law cities. And that is what was being overturned, undone, adjusted, if you will, with regards to this bill. And that's ultimately what will be a large and healthy discussion in the courts with regards to it. As we mentioned, it specifically says that a city or any political subdivision that the bill, and it applies to counties as well, but of course counties operate different than home rule cities. But if those codes that you see there are now deemed to be occupying the field, even though that's a concept we don't use a whole lot or have it in state law, but as we speak to those chapters of state statutes and codes, if a city's ordinance or charter provision goes counter to something in those, then it will be deemed preempted. Or if there is a scheme that is in place or a system that's in place within, say, the Business and Commerce Code or Occupations Code for a particular item, then the city's system or codes can't impede that. You're going to have to show explicit authority from state statute to be able to then implement local ordinances or regulations with regards to that topic. And that's really where also a lot of uncertainty with the bill will be generated statewide. We mentioned a number of land use bills. It was an incredibly busy land use session, and there were some good bills that were filed. I would say the majority were bills that dealt with the development process or development restrictions. And I would just say that some of those probably hadn't been as fully thought out about their unintended consequences potentially. The change may have been good, but the second and third effect of that change might not have been fully thought through. 2038 is a good example. This bill originally would have allowed any landowner in the ETJ to petition to get out of that ETJ. That was undertaken without knowing whether or not that would infect things like industrial agreements, strategic partnership agreements, military base protections. All of those and several of those, the IDA and the 5 Mile military base, were things that we drafted partly at the concerns of y'all's community and others to get into the bill and to keep that into the bill as it moved through the process.
Councilman
Yes,
Hunter.
Mayor.
Mr. Carr, are we going to be taking a position on anything in the special session?
That would certainly be up to the council. I don't believe there's anything in your current adopted agenda that y'all have that would. We obviously are watching the proposals that have come forth on property taxes.
Because the reason I'm asking, because if we were, I'd obviously have to step into the back room and watch this from there. So I just wanted to confirm that.
There's nothing on your current agenda that I think would be impacted, so we're just reporting at this point.
Thank you.
Absolutely. One more that I wanted that probably did not get as much attention, or I know it didn't get as much attention, and that's House Bill 1750 dealing with agricultural operations. This was another preemption bill, but it preempted the city's ability to impact farming or agricultural operations, even on residential lots. It entitled homeowners and landowners to certain ability to maintain livestock or needed agricultural operations as deemed. This generated a lot of discussion at the time of the hearings and others, but again, maybe not as robust of a debate about how this might work in neighborhood settings and in other areas. And so I predict that this one might get revisited in future special sessions if those unintended consequences come to pass. House Bill 3699 was a bill that TML and the builders worked on collaboratively, and there ended up being a couple of provisions that we probably could have lived without, but overall, for the most part, this streamlined some of the past changes, allow for more administrative processes at the city level on some of the review, actually in the shot clock legislation in particular.
Snapper, I'm sorry, can you go back?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess for clarity, 1750 basically says anything that's on the books is really not on the books until or unless there's evidence of health hazard. Like, I guess, give us an example.
I mean, you can definitely let your imagination run here, but a claim could be made, we need hogs in our backyard for some operation that we're doing, and I think there would be a question about whether or not a city would have the ability to outright prohibit those if they could show that they're a necessity.
So your neighbor can have a couple hogs, essentially.
If they're an ag operation.
And we would, or whatever, yeah, we'd have to prove a health hazard or a certain danger.
Yes.
Wow, okay.
There was a constitutional amendment that spoke to this too, that would have allowed for even broader rights. It got pared back, but this was, there were multiple bills that related to the unchecked or kind of uninterfered right to do certain things with your property, including those that are in a residential setting.
Wow. Okay, Councilman Klein. Councilman Klein.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, I haven't seen hogs in the city, but chickens.
Yeah.
I have. So what would this 1750 do with regard to ordinances in the city that pertain to chickens in the city?
There's certain parameters, and I think at some level it's a bit unknown, but it doesn't allow for outright prohibitions when it's related to a legitimate agricultural operation. So if they said they were doing that to sell eggs for and the city couldn't show, then to the extent that it was, I mean, there would definitely be a potential claim for preemption of that local restriction.
And there's no grandfathering clause to 1750?
There's no savings clauses in this.
No. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Pasley.
So 1750 did or didn't pass?
It did.
It did, okay.
Yes, sir.
So the appraisal districts are kind of taking care of that already themselves, because before you could get an ag exemption on a 1 acre lot, or maybe even less. And now the appraisal districts, through state law that was passed a while back, are going back and saying, well, you have to have at least 10 or 20 acres, something of that nature, to qualify to have an ag exemption on that lot. So the appraisal districts are taking care of some of this already.
And the one thing I would say, Councilman, is that would speak to its classification for how tax is applied.
Yeah.
But I don't know that it would end the debate on whether that activity could still occur under
on
city
that property
ordinances.
Probably not, but anyway.
I think we'll just have some implementation, and I was visiting with city attorney about this. I think this is one that we'll have a lot of statewide discussion about, because there's a great deal of different communities and different activities that develop throughout our 1,300 cities in the state. And I will say this is the more scaled back version of those proposals. There were other proposals that said you would be entitled to electric generation and a water well on your property, regardless of size and location. Lots of more strict interpretation. So this was a more scaled back version, but it is one that I do believe will have ongoing attention as it gets implemented and if we see any problems arise.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. We do have some ordinances on the books with regards to chickens, but there's a limitation on how many you can have based on whether you're in the city or not. I can't remember it off the top of my head.
7 and no rooster.
7.
There you go.
7 and no rooster.
So no roosters because they wake you up in the morning, I guess. But I'm assuming this doesn't apply to illegal crops.
Yeah,
Sure, somebody could be growing weed in their yard.
I wouldn't
and
think
say, hey,
this would
it's a
allow for
need."
that. No, sir. I think you're still safe there.
I'm joking. Going back to 2127.
Personal reasons.
Just saying. I guess we just have to sit and wait around until somebody sues us or gives us a notification that one of our ordinances is violating this.
Yeah. So there's been a great deal of discussion. I know that city attorney's probably and his colleagues that have talked about this being implemented and the effects of it. I think there is a good chance that a proactive, and not just from local government, I think that likely there is to be a proactive challenge to this by other interested groups. And that could be labor groups, it could be animal rights groups, neighborhood groups that are concerned. There's a number of outside interests that were a part of this debate that I think that are concerned about how it's going to be implemented or what its actual end effect will be. Certainly, if a community is challenged, that obviously puts it into the court system if that proceeds as well. And I think that we will be looking at, in 3 to 6 months, we'll have a better understanding of where it is in the legal system, either proactive, declaratory challenges, or just true, somebody says, nope, this ordinance or charter provision is preempted, and we're now proceeding with the court process that is laid out in the bill. And if that happens, the debate about its constitutionality and other issues that have been raised through the process will get brought up then as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be interested in what TML is going to be presenting later this year. So, thank you.
Back to, there were a number of finance bills that we mentioned, nothing that was too dramatic as it relates to cities. There were some bills, and I wanted to correct something down there on Senate Bill 543. It actually removes the prohibition on sale of real property in 380 agreements so that you can have real property being a part of your offering for Chapter 380s. That's something that we've worked on for 4 sessions, primarily on behalf of the city of El Paso, but a number of cities around the state wanted that tool to be added, and we were ultimately successful this session. So there were some good bills. There were a multitude of bills that would have limited debt financing options. One that passed and ultimately wasn't the worst that we saw, but it certainly had some additional limitations. It was vetoed by the governor. It's a Paul Betancourt bill. But we expect that discussion about use of COs in particular could potentially be back in that September special session that we talked about. And there it is, Senate Bill 2035. I mentioned, and on there we have the line item budgets items. There were really no line item budget deletes that the governor made that impacted cities, but I will say this, my 30 years of working with cities, this is by far and away historic levels of funding opportunities for cities to take advantage of, whether that we have never seen before, that be in parks, a $1 billion fund that was created for water projects that will make desal projects eligible for seeking that money, and infrastructure-related projects, parks programs that we get, and just as of yesterday, and we were awaiting this because there were multiple bills that were passed, the state of Texas will get the largest amount of federal funding for our broadband infrastructure expansion, the BEAD Act. We're going to get $3.3 billion that will go to local communities, in addition to the $500 million that the state appropriated, so close to $4 billion for broadband infrastructure. And we made changes that will allow for communities and urban areas and cities to better take advantage of that for their underserved areas or where infrastructure may need upgrading. So, and in the criminal justice area too, in public safety, a huge number of programs that will be able to apply for grant funding. I mean, billions of dollars that will be available over the next 2 to 4 years for local governments to tap into. Couple of good bills. We had a good bill on annexation across railroads that got vetoed, and again, so we had a mixed bag on the veto list as it relates to cities, some good, some bad. And we expect that the majority of those, at least if we follow the veto messages, will be back and considered. This was a message that was held above the chairman's office desk that I worked for in the legislature, and it is apropos. But by the way, we're still in session, so just to give that warning. And with that, I certainly want to answer any questions. And again, thank y'all for this opportunity, and it's always a pleasure to get to be here and visit with y'all.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, Snapper. We appreciate you being here and the update.
We'll see y'all
Wendy.
soon.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for being here. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes. Okay, so that puts us at our consent agenda. Items 5 through 26. Is there anyone, let's see, we're going to pull items 13, 16, 17, and 24. Would anyone like to pull any other items between items 5 through 26? We are pulling numbers 13, 16, 17, and 24. Okay, then, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda, the consent agenda with the exception of 13, 16, 17, and 24.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 13 is a motion authorizing the purchase of IT equipment from Great South Texas Corporation in the amount of $116,127.59. This is to complete the police training academy. And who pulled, Councilman Busley?
I did. And I don't have any problem with this particular issue, but Peter, I just wanted to mention and I'm talking to that Peter Zanoni. And I met with Mr. Collins, our IT director, and he was very gracious in taking time to explain both items 13 and 14. I just want to emphasize that in the future, we need to make certain when we're doing projects of this size that somebody checks off the box that says IT equipment, and we factor that into the budgeting process for that particular, because as you can see, this is a sizable number that we will go back and add to these projects.
Right, yeah, Councilman, we did do that, just as you said. We didn't take this when we took the construction contract, but the budget that council approved and the capital budget plan included this amount for this equipment.
Right.
We took it separately.
Okay.
With Peter Collins' help. So it was always contemplated.
When we're talking about the whole project, this size of money, that ought to be brought to the council when we're talking about the construction of the whole
Right.
facility.
Yeah.
Because this is part of the construction.
Right, I agree with that, and then I told the team we probably ought to do that going forward.
Yeah.
But this was planned as part of the budget. It's just it's a time delay in taking it to council.
Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Just
Yeah.
a little housekeeping.
No, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, we appreciate you bringing
With
that up.
that, Mayor, I would make a motion, we pass item 13.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. The next item pulled was item number 16, resolution authorizing a one-year service agreement with the Nueces River Authority of Uvalde, Texas. And this is for to provide water conservation education to approximately 4,021 students in our local school districts. Mr. Presley.
Yes. And I wanted to ask, Mr. Murphy, where does this money come from that pays for this program?
Comes out of our water fund.
Comes out of your water fund?
Yes, sir.
So taxpayer supported. I just really believe
It
that,
is, ratepayer
you
supported.
know, we all pay enough city taxes that the school district wants to do a conservation education plan. They ought to be doing that and paying for it themselves. I don't know why we're reaching out and doing this on behalf of the school districts. The largest portion of taxes that we all pay as taxpayers go to some school district.
Right.
And, you know, I just think that, and I'm not questioning the validity of this program. I just don't think that the city ought to be paying for it. I think taxpayers pay enough to school districts already to fund a program like this. So I'm going to make a motion that we not approve this item.
And Mr. Murphy, is this part of the overall plan?
No,
Conservation
this is our outreach to the
education.
school district. This is not the school district's outreach to us. This is part of our water conservation plan.
Right.
And we looked at the best way to get into the schools because if you remember, it was a little bit, almost this time last year when we were going through our budget process where council directed the city manager to direct me to get out, do more education.
Right.
So we looked at different ways of doing this, and this was the best way that we felt we could get into the school system and start with the 5th grade. And if we have success here, we may expand the program.
Right. Okay. And I was just checking to see, like, this was basically in the conservation plan, the overall, and I do remember that
Yes, ma'am.
conversation. Okay. And that plan was passed.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'll entertain a motion to, oh, I'm so sorry. What was yours?
I made the motion to not approve. Item number 16.
A motion to not approve? Do you, okay. So we don't have a second. Rebecca? Can you turn on your microphone? Sorry.
Fail. I mean, then the motion,
Well,
motion dies for lack of
I
a
was
second.
fully aware that it
Okay.
probably would, but I wanted to get my point across.
Sure.
Okay, so the motion dies for lack of a second, so you
Okay.
can entertain
We'll
another
entertain a motion to approve item number 16. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. The next item pulled was item number 17, which is a motion authorizing the execution of a one-year supply agreement with 2 one-year options with Arnold Oil Company. Let's see, this is for bulk oil to be utilized by asset management. Mr. Presley.
Yes, Mayor. When I went through this, I noticed it in the bids that if you look through and across the different items that are being bid on, that there were some vendors who bid lower prices than Arnold Oil. And so I sent an email to Josh and Charles to, you know, look at the possibility of considering splitting this bid so that we could take advantages of those savings. They both thought it was a great idea, but Charles is concerned that at this late stage, it would cause them some accounting issues. But I think this is really important for us on a go-forward basis, Charles. This is an opportunity for us to save a significant amount of money. Because if you add these all up across the board and what this city does on a yearly basis, you know, it's thousands of dollars of savings. And if somebody bids to do part of one of these cheaper than somebody else, we ought to take advantage of that.
Yes, sir. I did take a look at the numbers again, and basically, the bottom line of this is if we were to, they say, split the contract in two right now, we will be spending about 10,590, and if we were to award it, we'll be spending 10,980. This is just the difference in cost of the contracts. So basically, the saving is about $390 per 3 years, or $130 per year. That's what I come out with that I could show
Yeah,
you.
But you're calculating staff hours and time that may or may not be completely accurate on how to monitor these contracts. I can't see that it would be that difficult to do. At a former place where I used to
Yes, sir.
be, we did it on everything.
Yes, sir.
If we bid on multiple items like this, we took advantages of those savings, and the city ought to do that as well.
Sir.
But in this instance, I'm going to make a motion to approve it like it is.
Yes, sir.
But when they come back, I would hope that you would see
Yes, sir.
the benefits of splitting this and saving taxpayers. If it's $2,400,
Yes,
it's
sir.
$2,400. That's a savings to taxpayers.
Yes, sir. I agree, sir. I agree.
Okay, we have a motion, but Councilman Hernandez, you have a comment?
Is there a reason why this weren't
No.
bid on an individual basis? I mean, there are different products here.
Yeah, we have done it in the past. We just carrying from past contracts. We usually award it with putting all the bulk oil into one contract. And again, different contractors, as you see on the bid tab, there are different contractors who bid on this. And there was a couple of contractors, the difference on the, let me pull this up. Right, Councilman Pascal said, the difference between the winning contractor, which was Arnold, versus the one for Arwin Decky Oil Company on line number 2, the CK4 synthetic blend. The line was 1059, and the low contractor was 946, a savings of about $1.13. And the other one was the last item, the synthetic, the 520, the 5W20, 1785 on the low bidder, and Arwin Denny bid it at 764 for the difference of about 13 cents. So
Yeah, but you're taking that on
Yes, sir.
just the savings for the
Yes,
project.
sir.
You're not multiplying that times the number of gallons of that stuff we're going to use.
I did, sir, and the whole difference when it comes out to be, like I said, when we multiply the three, because we usually use about 3,000 gallons on the first one, and correct me if I'm wrong, Russell, and the second one's 1,500. When I multiply it under 1059 or times the 1788, the difference of that was just $10,000.
Just $10,000?
Yes, sir, and I could show it to you, sir.
Man, I don't know where, that's real money. $10,000 is a lot of money.
Yes, sir, but again, I took it about, like, right now, we don't have a contract. So we do it on a month-to-month basis. So now the contract, if we were, not to award the current contract, we'll be spending about almost $6,000 on, because it's gonna take us about 2 months to get it award, or to split into 2 contracts. So that's only on the contract side. Now we gotta take it. I know you you told me, or you mentioned that we shouldn't take into account the personal costs. We also, if split into 2 contracts, we're gonna have to do twice the amount of task orders. So we do about 1 per every month, right? 1 per every month. So if you multiply, that will be 12, and then you multiply that on the number of hours that we spent. So usually to do a task order, it takes the employee or the staff about between 5 hours to 8 hours, depending on how complex that is, sir. So that's additional cost. That's the way I see it. Yes, sir.
I disagree, but
Yes,
I
yes,
guess
sir.
we'll agree to disagree.
Yes, sir.
Now maybe this is a question for Josh here.
Yes, sir.
On this procurement, the way it went out, does it prevent us from doing multiple contracts to award to different vendors for the different products?
I would have to reach out to the individual firms to see if they would honor pricing if we did decide to do a split. I'm not saying it's not. We bid it as a single award, but I'm saying if we tried to make any modification of that, I don't know that we would.
Okay,
get
so
locked
this
pricing.
is, to Councilman Pusley's point, this is probably something that we need to look at in our bidding, how we send that bid, that this can be awarded to multiple contracts based on what the product is specifically. That way they know up front that they could get all of it or one or two products. So I think that's more of a bidding process in front of that. And this is for how long?
3 years, 1 year basic and 2 year option.
Do you need that to be as a policy from us as a council to try and maximize or minimize the expenditures for different products if you're going for like multiple product bids?
No, sir.
Okay, so, I understand this particular scenario. I think this was a mistake on the front side. And of course, we don't see it until it gets here for this side. So I'm not gonna beat you up too badly about this, but for future, this is probably something that you need to put on the procurement, that you could get all of it or some of it. And that your pricing should be consummate with that, right?
Yes, sir. And just for some, Charles did try to bring these in individually originally, and we went out, I think, 3 different times, and we weren't able to secure any long-term pricing. Part of the problem was none of the firms wanted to lock in rates they couldn't guarantee past 2 months, 2 to 3 months, because there's such fluctuation in the market right now. And so we looked at some of the best practices across the country. We met with a couple of the vendors to talk about, well, how are other cities doing it? How are some people able to secure longer contracts? And they let us know that they were pulling out most of the time from these long-term contracts, and the way to do it was based off a percentage discount, which is what we did in this, and that's why we bundled them to try to generate enough interest in the item to get bids.
That's the important part. So you guys bid it separately to begin with, and you got no bids?
Three times.
Three, not just one?
So they wouldn't do long-term contracts for the
They would not do
individual-
long-term contracts.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's not what I'm saying, is it puts
That's
it together
different.
as a same to where they could be awarded all of it or some of it.
Yeah, that concept's a good one, Councilman. We need to look at that one where.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Oh, and I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 24 is an ordinance abandoning, vacating a 20-foot wide portion of a 50-foot wide by 537 feet long utility easement located off of Compton Road near Bentley Court. Councilman Pesley.
I hit the trifecta today, right?
Yeah.
I pull this, Al, for a specific reason that I have discussed with both you and the city manager before. I think it's patently unfair that we go and require builders and developers, and specifically builders that are building homes or commercial buildings in this city, to follow all kinds of regulations for building those structures. And let's just say, in the interest of argument here, we're talking about residential homes, which this piece of property is abutting, or this easement is. And then after that process is completed and the builder goes away, the homeowner can come in there and put anything they want in their backyard, and we don't say anything about it. They can put a structure of any kind, no rules or regulations, no windstorm regulations that we ever enforce. And, and many times, I've lived here long enough to see this, those structures become flying objects during hurricanes and tropical storms. And so we're clearing this easement specifically at a request to build portable buildings in those residences. And it says so in your agenda item.
Understood.
And I just think that if we're not going to require any regulations on outbuildings on residential properties, then we ought to tell the builders from now on, hey, get after it. We're not going to have any rules and regulations on you guys either.
So let me say, Al Raymond, Director of
Because some of these outbuildings I'm not talking about an 8x10 storage building. I've seen garages built in
Correct.
backyards with
Correct.
no city regulations whatsoever.
So in residential zoning districts, every residential home, single-family home, yours, mine, we can put up to a 200 square foot structure out there, no permit. As you know, if you want to use the electrical and you want to put water to it, you have to get a permit for that. But the structure itself, you don't need a permit. So what you're talking about does, like if someone builds an accessory dwelling unit or a detached garage or something like that, it should require a permit, and we've got people to make sure that
which is part of their job to make sure that people who are doing work without permits get permits eventually. So in this case, yes, the easement will be removed and homeowners can put, storage buildings outside that you get at, Home Depot or Lowe's, but they're limited to 200 square feet without a permit. If it goes larger than that, then of course a permit's required.
Right.
So it's not a get out of jail free. They can go all willy-nilly. There is still control. It's just tough to get to all of the people who have homes who are doing
Well, that's
things
the
illegally.
problem. Our track record on control hasn't been very good.
Understood. And you may have
Yeah,
heard, I just inherited code enforcement, so
Well,
we're
Councilman,
working on it.
yeah, the Development Services just added 2 years ago, the inspectors to go after this type of issue, so
Okay.
it's decades without them. So he just added the team of how many? 3 people?
No, you've grown
Not the
it to
code
6.
compliance people, but
my
6?
guys,
Okay,
it's
so we
6,
just
yes.
added 6 that are paid for with the Development Services Fund, the enterprise fund. So we'll try to reverse decades of
Right.
not having oversight with those 6
Okay.
now.
Okay, I just wanted to make that point.
It's a good point.
All
Yes,
right,
sir.
thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. That'll take us to item number 28, public hearings, section M, and that's items 28 through 30. Item number 28 is an ordinance annexing approximately 10.817 acres of land into the territorial limits of the city of Corpus Christi and rezoning the annexed property at or near 2738 London Pirate Road, located in District 3.
Mayor, there's no public comment. I'd like to.
Wonderful. Okay, well, let's see if, do we have public comment on this, Rebecca?
It's a public
We
hearing.
do, right? Yeah, public hearing, good point.
Sorry.
Okay, do we have anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 28? Okay. Okay, there being no public comment, we'll close the public hearing. We have a motion on the floor. Did we have a second? We did? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay. The motion carries. Mr. Klein. Mr. Hernandez, did you have a comment?
No, well, I just want to say I appreciate what Agape Ranch does and what they're doing here. It's good. It's God's work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan, for being here. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, and I know we have, I'm going to go to item 40 because I know Mr. Ramirez has a medical issue to take care of. And so I'm going to go to item 40 quickly and go to, this is a resolution authorizing the negotiation and execution of 12 professional services contracts for architectural services in an amount not to exceed $6,765,000 for bond 2022 in fiscal year 2023 parks and facilities projects located citywide. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 40? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. We'll go back to our public hearings. Item number 29 is a zoning case number 1122-01, Mustang Island Estates LP, located in District 4. An ordinance rezoning a property at or near 149 Mustang Island Estates Drive.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone a property located at 149 Mustang Island Estates Drive from RMAT Multifamily Apartment Tourist District to CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District. The property is .79 acres in size, and it is platted. The applicant is Mustang Island Estates LP. The purpose of this request is to allow for a spirit wine and beer store retail. This property is part of the Padre Island Area Development Plan. The plan calls for planned development uses. To the north, south, and east of the property are vacant property zone RMAT, and they are, of course, they are vacant. And to the west, across 361 is vacant property zone CR2 Resort Commercial District. The lot directly east adjacent to this, the subject property is a non-buildable lot, which is used for stormwater detention. It also provides a buffer between this commercial development and all of the residential developments to the east. 10 notifications were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 1 was returned in opposition, represented by 1 owner, of course, and 0 were returned in favor. The 1 in opposition also indicates that 2.46% of the landowners within a 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. 2 nearby property owners expressed their opposition at the Planning Commission meeting, but the 1 that's here in opposition did not really did not actually say why they were opposed. The ones that the Planning Commission expressed, as you see there, concerns about neighborhood and traffic safety, the cost of also securing security measures for the neighborhood. Additionally, yesterday, the City Secretary's office gave us a correspondent from a gentleman that's the president of the Mustang Island Real Estate Owners Association, the HOA, and he wanted us to be sure to get on the record that he and also the HOA supports this rezoning. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the future land use map. It's consistent with Plan CC. The proposed rezoning also is compatible with surrounding areas, and staff and Planning Commission recommend approval. And I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Suckley.
Yeah, thanks, Al. This is, as you all know, this was on the agenda at one point a couple months ago, and there's been an extensive amount of work from everybody involved, staff, the homeowners in that development, the owner, and so I think it's a success story of everyone coming together and coming up with a resolution, and I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. I'm sorry? Oh, did I not? I didn't open public hearing. Sorry. We'll open public hearing. Those or anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 29.
Since you voted, I think it's a mistake to say anything. Thank you all.
Thank you. We'll close public hearing. Thank you. Yeah. Item number 30.
I won't take yes for an answer.
Item number 30 is a zoning case 0423-01, Corpus Christi Party Hotel LLC, located in District 1. This is an ordinance rezoning property at or near 910 Corn Products Road.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is a rezoning property located at 910 Corn Products Road from CG2 General Commercial District to CG2 SP General Commercial District with a special permit. The property is 4.51 acres in size and it is platted. The applicant is Corpus Christi Party Hotel LLC. The purpose of this project is a great example of adaptive reuse. The developer wants to take the defunct hotel and repurpose it to workforce housing. The subject property is located in the westernmost border of the West Side Area Development Plan. Our future land use map proposes commercial uses which, if approved, would require an amendment to the future land use map. To the north of this subject property, there's high-density residential, which is zoned CG2 SP, General Commercial District with a special permit. To the south is vacant land, zone CG2, General Commercial District. To the east is low-density residential development, which is a mobile home community. And to the west, across Corn Products Road, is light industrial uses zoned IL light industrial. 27 notices were mailed out within a 200-foot notification area. 3 were returned in opposition, represented by 2 owners, and 0 were returned in favor. The 3 in opposition also indicate that 0.64% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. The opposition of the 2, as you see in the far left across Cohen Products Road. They submitted opposition, but they did not say why they are opposed. The one to the right in the mobile home community says that they're opposed to the development because it has the potential to raise their property taxes. The proposed rezoning is inconsistent with the future land use map. However, of course, as I said earlier, it's a great example of adaptive reuse. The greenest building we ever build is the one we don't have to, right? Additionally, the project supplies the needed workforce housing in the northwest area of Corpus Christi. The requested special permit seeks the following: to increase the maximum density to 240 units, which corresponds with the number of rooms in the former hotel. And one of the other priorities is to reduce the parking to 240, which is a 1-to-1 ratio, 1 parking space for each unit within the hotel. The special permit conditions delineated fully are the maximum density for the units, which is 240, 1 parking space per dwelling unit, a drive stacking out before you get to the gate, which is 40 feet, a buffer yard, which is a type C, which is 15 feet of space, and 15 points, which is planting, and of course, a separation fence. And of course, with all special permits, where applicable, other UDC building and fire codes still apply. And in this case, the time limit is if a building permit is, a complete building permit application is not submitted within 12 months, this special permit expires. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, and I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Roy.
As I said earlier, it's a good day for District 1. It must be a trifecta. When you take a look at, when you look at this area and just some of the issues we've had over the years, I've always said that density, brings a lot of safety. And so people don't like to do things when there's other people around. And this is a good example of repurposing an area. And so it's exciting, it's needed. I think it's going to serve a purpose. And the other thing is that this is a developer that is coming from outside the area and coming into our area. And, sometimes in the past, we've had a reputation of maybe developers have said, oh, it's been hard to work with Corpus Christi. But I think you guys did a great job in terms of looking at this from a common sense approach. So with that, I recommend making a motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Okay, let me open public comment. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 30? I do have a comment. Oh, gosh, Councilman Pusley, and so does Ms. Campos.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. This is the second part of this. And Al, if I remember right, we approved the northern portion of this property at another meeting and already approved it. So you have the same owners on the northern part, and there's a little skinny section right in the middle that belongs to a different property owner. And it kind of splits it up, and they've been trying to make a deal on that. But Peter and Miles, one of the things that's happening is the city code enforcement has been going out and giving citations to this little skinny section in the middle. And Josh, or Jason, you had a much better plat than this one. It showed where the other property is. And what the owners do is when they get to about a week before the fines are due, they change the property ownership to a family member, and they just keep doing that over and over to keep from paying the fines. And so I have asked that we check and see if that's something that we control as an ordinance or whether that's a state law. And they've apparently have done it several times according to what staff is telling us.
I will.
And Miles needs to look at some research, but the tickets would still prevail, even if it's in now somebody else's name.
Okay, well, yeah, we need to look into that because apparently
this is the first that I've heard about this. We haven't had a chance to research this particular question, and I kind of doubt that tactic would succeed. So
okay,
we'll look into it. We'll need to get a little bit more information, and we'll get with you after the meeting.
Yeah. And I promised one of the adjoining landowners I would ask this question. This is not a Section 8 housing project.
No, it's not,
No,
Councilman.
they're building the apartments at market rate.
I know exactly what it is, but I promised I would ask that question. So I
Yes,
think
sir,
it's a
good.
great project and a great, as Councilman Roy said, a great example of adaptive reuse. This building has been vacant for years, and it'll be good. We will need to, Peter, I brought this up when we passed it last time. Corn Products Road is in horrible, horrible condition.
Right.
For that stretch along in front of this.
Right.
So we cannot, in good conscience, put all this additional traffic on Corn Products Road without doing something to it, or it's a minefield now.
It is. We did research on the ownership to make sure we versus the state owned it, and I believe we owned it, so it's in our program to do something. So we have a
Okay.
little bit of time because the construction will take some time, but it's on our radar of the
Okay.
street to address.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to make a comment because I did make the calls to the two people that had opposed it, and I wanted to hear from them exactly why. And so then they also invited me to go and check out the area. I really hadn't been out there. I don't get out of my little area, so I went out there to Corn Products, and I did, look over, and I concur with what Development Services is doing, and of course what, our Everett Roy has been saying all day long, that it is, District 1 has hit the jackpot, today. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you so much for reassuring me, Al, that this was a legitimate a legitimate company that was going to be able to fulfill, what they're promising. So let's just make sure. And with that, I think we're all about to vote. So just thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, let me second that.
Seconded off everything today.
Thank
All right,
you.
I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 30? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. That takes us to section N, individual consideration items, items 31 through 44. Mr. Presley and Ms. Campos, can y'all turn your lights on? Just so we start fresh. Item number 31 is a resolution amending the financial budgetary policies adopted by Resolution 032810 and providing financial policy direction on preparation of the fiscal year 2024 operating and capital budgets.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. Item 31 is a resolution amending the financial budgetary policies. We bring this item to council every year about this time during the preparation of our budget. It is a tool we use in preparing the budget. So we just have a couple of amendments we are suggesting here this year. The first is Section 8 is the section that dealt with the funding level for residential streets. So we're just recommending that we eliminate the 1% we currently give to the residential streets from the general fund. It was a step up of 1/3%, then 2/3, and we're now at the 1%. So we're eliminating the sections from prior years that dealing with the 1/3 and 2/3%, and leaving, and it will remain at 1% until something is changed by council. And then also in another section in that area, back in November of 2016, the voters approved an amount of property tax to be used for residential street construction of 6%, no more than 2% per year, and we've done 4%. But we have not done the last 2%, and so we're eliminating a section that dealt with a couple of prior years. One of explanation of during the COVID economic downturn, we didn't recommend the 2%. We're also now not recommending the 2% in 23, 24. Of course, since that time, the 3.5% property tax law has come into effect, and so doing the last 2 cents would almost assuredly put us in a voter approval situation. So we're not going to recommend the 2 cents in 23, 24. And the last item is section 22, dealt with the state hotel occupancy tax fund that we refer to as a SHOT, and the hotel occupancy tax fund that we refer to as a HOT fund. And this was a section that was, when the SHOT fund came into existence in 2016, this section was put in by council that mandated that we keep the Gulf Beach maintenance funding level at $1.8 million or 15% of the HOT revenue, the 7% HOT revenue. We're recommending that we remove this to give us more flexibility. We do know that Gulf Beach maintenance is now more important than it's ever been with all the items going on, the construction going on in that area and the development. So the intent is certainly not to reduce Gulf Beach maintenance. So I'll stand by for any questions that you might have.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I passed out a sheet of paper for something that I wanted to amend that. And I'm sorry I didn't pass one out to the city manager. Can you pass that to him, please?
Yeah, I'll just take it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, this is an amendment I would like to propose with regards to the capital improvement project, or our CIP, I'm sorry, capital improvement plan. And it's something I had a discussion with our CFO and yourself, Eddie, on something that has come up many times where we're having to put certificates of obligation to supplement the expenditures that we're spending on some of these projects because the funding estimates were done 3 years prior. And I found that it was what we've had projects where we had the design in one bond package and then the construction in the following bond package. They were closer, you had a better estimate on the cost, and then you go into construction a lot quicker, so that cost estimate holds a lot better. And I'll give the example of the swimming pool, which was pretty close to the estimated cost when we did the funding for it on the 2022 bond, and we did the design in 2020. Now we're doing this we've done this on several occasions. We did it in the 2022 bond with the North Side substation, as well as the rec center in Commodore Park. So we're going to have really good estimates on what that cost is really going to be, because we're going to have the design prior to going out for that bond. So when the bond happens, and then you go right into it right away. They've already put up the fence and the trailer, and they're starting to mobilize for the pool now. So I'm thinking of this in terms of a policy. If we have the opportunity, and I put the word should, not shall, but should, if where we can, put this, do the design on the front side in one bond package, and then have the construction going forward in the following bond package as a policy, so we have better estimates and we don't have to worry about inflation as much as we do now. Because the way we're currently doing it, you put the funding out there, and then it takes 2 years before you can even start construction, and by that time the estimates are bad. Okay, so I also asked this to check with our bond counsel, and yes, it's a capitalized cost, and we're doing it already. So if we can and this would be the best time to do this portion of it, because we're not doing a bond this year, it's next year. So if we can give our engineering department time to prepare this in the future for the next bond, and that way they can look projects 4 years down the road. So I think this is an ideal time to do this, and I'll be happy to answer any questions or have any concerns with that. Okay, well, if that's the case.
Yeah, hold on just a second. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I had shared some concerns with Constance and Eddie over the weekend specifically about item 22, about the Gulf Beach maintenance changing in funding. And I know the wording, the way that it was on the in the package that was redlined, talked about it would not fall below a certain amount. So I just wanted some assuredness that funding, if we're moving it from one pot to another, would still never fall below a minimum amount. And I would prefer that it not fall below what we already have identified for the minimum amount that would be allowed to be utilized for the beaches. Like Eddie said, we know beaches are being more heavily utilized, the growth, the development out there, probably the need for some additional lifeguards as people are growing the expanse of the beach that's being utilized. So the last thing we want to do is cut any funding for the maintenance of Gulf beaches. So I wish that there could be some sort of a minimum in there that we somehow establish in the new wording, that even if we're using a different pot of money, that we're still utilizing an absolute minimum annually of a certain amount. So that's my comment.
We actually, with the shop fund and the hot fund, we spend almost $7 million now on Gulf Beach maintenance. We've added quite a bit in the last 3 or 4 years to the shop fund, so.
Yeah, I actually got that list of the things that are being utilized, and some of that stuff I would deem to be not necessarily direct impact to Gulf Beach maintenance, but I understand it's within that catch-all of being allowed to be funded through that shop fund. But I'm talking about stuff that's actually impacting day-to-day operations of what goes on our beaches. We all know that's the number one tourist draw for the coastal bend is our Gulf beaches. We need to make sure we take care of them and not figure out how to utilize moving money elsewhere. So,
right, absolutely.
So, right, you're talking about ensuring a minimum. Ensuring a minimum, I mean, Eddie, how do you?
We can look and bring something back to you.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the final check on this, this is somewhat redundant because we bring the budget to City Council, and that we will have what we recommend, and if it's not a minimum that the council's comfortable with, and that's where we have through our budget work sessions, dialogue with the council. But I think we being on the same team as the council know that beach maintenance is important. This section was put in many years, maybe a decade ago when the shop fund first started. And it was just to minimize the concern that we may supplant the hot tax with the shop money. But history shows we have not done that. In fact, we've more than doubled probably the funding. But the ultimate check is through the budget process, so we'll come with the minimum. But it's not going to be a minimum, it's going to be a big number, a maximum. Mm-hmm. And the check is the council who has the ultimate authority of approving the budget. So if you think, hey, this is not enough in funding for the beach maintenance, then we discuss that during the budget time and we'll increase it, you know?
So the number that's in here, the 1,500,000 and whatever,
yeah.
When was that established, and has that been a fluid number? Has that changed every time we do budgeting?
It hasn't changed in the last couple of years, but with the inflationary pressures we're seeing now, it is likely to change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll support this, Peter, as long as we have some period of time in the budgeting process to discuss this specifically. So we know what that mechanism is going forward, and we know the dollars are there.
Yes, sir, and you will. So between when I propose the budget as required by the city charter and the council adopts it, it's about 8 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, and we'll have a section
so
on
there's plenty of
Parks
time.
and
There's a
Rec
dedicated
to discuss.
section just on the HUT funding.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
But we're committed as you are, making sure we know the beaches, especially with the nearly $2 billion in investment on commercial and housing that's happening there. It's more than ever more important.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, and to Dan's point, you know, other things that we, at the budget time, would be good to review that we've brought up in terms of the program out there and, you know, the lifeguards and other things that'll come up at that point. Right. Councilman Hernandez.
I actually wanted to ask Rebecca on the point of order, since they're making it would just be an amendment to what they have presented, correct? Okay.
Well,
so I'm proposing. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Councilman Barrera.
Well, I mean, earlier, and Councilman, you typically get frustrated when something gets thrust upon you, you know, where it's not in our packet, it's not in our, you know, and then all of a sudden this is just coming out, and I'm having a hard time understanding. I'm having a hard time understanding that if we approve it, and then we have to wait on the next bond project, and it goes 2 years. So I'm not understanding if we're kicking that can down the road 2 more years just to avoid COs, or because of the budget. I don't know. I don't know where we're going with this. I'd rather have staff review this and have some level of expertise, that can really explain what this does, because I think all that does is it's just kicking the can down the road another 2 years. And, there's been some unprecedented times with regard to increasing cost. And so, and I think the market hasn't adjusted to that. I can tell you right now, because I had to buy 2 units for 2 houses for AC. So what is it? I say that somewhat sarcastically, but it was way beyond what I thought it would cost. So, I don't know. I don't think that we have enough information to be able to make a decision, and I'm having a hard time understanding how this helps us break into a budget. And I'd rather have staff give us that evaluation rather than us making a decision on something that was not available for the public to look at or any of us to review.
Yeah. Okay, well,
Answer that, well,
I
if I
would,
can answer that question, I'm limited by the Open Meetings Act from talking to a certain number of
the
council
Open
members,
Meetings Act.
right?
Better
Okay?
watch out, yeah.
I don't want Mr. Weber's
I wouldn't bring
coming
that
up
up.
and saying that I'm violating Open Meetings Act
He's
by
already done
talking
that.
to you ahead of time, Mr. Bonetta.
Well, I'm not saying talk to me.
Well, I did talk to staff, so I'd ask that Eddie or our CFO kind of comment on what we had discussed last week, so I'm not in violation of the Open Meetings
Well,
Act.
I understand, and I'm just saying that you have the ability to get 3 more signatures to be able to get an item on the agenda, or for you to be able to have it to discussion. No, it's not on the agenda. This information is nowhere near, is not on any item. It's not on the Legistar. It's not on. It hasn't been vetted by council. I mean, staff doesn't have a recommendation. I mean, does staff have a recommendation for this? Have they?
Can we get a ruling from?
Before a recommendation, everyone needs to understand it, and I agree with you. In my opinion, I'd like for this to be kind of placed to the side. Let us all understand what it is, and we have a discussion as opposed to spending an hour on something that was just placed in front of us, because I've never seen this. And so I didn't know either, what the, and there's nothing wrong with that, Councilman. Hey, there's nothing, hang on, let me finish. There's nothing wrong with that. However, there is something to be said for you to be saying, hey, consider this at the 11th hour. I really would like to, and I want to, but I don't know that, yeah. So Councilman Pusley.
Based on Councilman Suckley's concerns and this, and there's some of this that I like about Councilman Hernandez's suggestion here. Would the appropriate thing be to table this item and have staff have an opportunity to look at it and come back to us again? And I'm just asking that question. Is that?
I think we addressed Councilman Suckley's concern, Councilman Pusley, so it's really back at the Councilman Barrera's concern and the mayor's that they just had a chance to see this new item. Councilman Suckley's suggestion was in front of us, was reversing what we were recommending, but in the dialogue we had, I think he's comfortable with that. So this is a new information point for the council, I guess, would be the difference. I would pass what you have, and if you want to come back with the Councilman Hernandez's, then we could bring the past item back.
So how do we do that?
He's saying pass the, excuse me, I'm sorry,
How do we get this considered then?
He brings it
We would put it back on the
forward.
next agenda, give you time to review it. So I would approve what we have is recommended. Right, I would approve what's recommended today, because we are developing the budget. We only have one more council meeting before the budget. And then the next council meeting in July, we'd bring the item back again with the Councilman Hernandez motion.
Yeah, okay.
Instead of tabling the whole thing, just to show progress.
Okay, is there anyone else who wants to make a comment on this?
Well, I'd like to have a ruling from our parliamentarian on adding amendments.
Well, an amendment is an order if you want to make the amendment from a parliamentary standpoint. What he's explaining, what the city manager's explaining from the staff side is he's recommending just to give everyone an opportunity to understand the content of your motion.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, from a parliamentary standpoint, you're in order to make a motion to amend.
Okay.
It's just they're asking for more time. Your odds of having it
so-
pass are better if they understand what you're asking about. That's all I would say about that.
I understand, and it's a pretty simple kind of thought process, and it's not something that would necessarily apply to this particular budget. So I don't necessarily have a problem delaying it, but do you need a memo from me with two other council members, or will you be bringing this back with this amendment to it?
Right, like I just said, we would bring it back in the first council meeting in July.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's what I said.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open
So
public.
I will
I'm going to
withdraw my
open
motion.
public. Okay, I'm sorry. You're going to withdraw. Yes. Wise. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make a comment on item number 31? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
The motion carries. Okay, item number 32, we've taken care of. Item number 33 is a resolution relating to establishing the city's intention to reimburse itself for the prior lawful expenditure of funds.
We have a presentation somewhere? Okay. Alma Gasas, Interim Director of Finance. I will be presenting the reimbursement resolution once it comes up. Just, oh, yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Is your light on, Councilman Hernandez? Or is that an old light?
It is on.
But it was an old light. Okay. We have a motion? We have a second. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make comment on item number 33? Okay, there being no one, I will close public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 34 is a one-reading ordinance awarding a construction contract to J. Carroll Weaver in an amount of $13,925,17.67 for reconstruction of North Lexington Boulevard from Hopkins Road to Leopard Street.
Mayor, I own property on Lexington Boulevard, so I'm going to recuse from
Okay.
voting on this item.
Okay. Ms. Huerta, you got that? Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. Before I get started, there's the next 7 items I think are mine, and my staff's been very busy. We've got $93 million worth of construction contracts that we're asking you to approve, and I think this is a record.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? I think we have a quick comment. Councilman Roy?
Sorry, I'm familiar with your presentation, and I just have one, not really a question, but I had a couple council members. We talked about, in this particular case, we have asphalt, and I know recently concrete has actually, in some cases, been more affordable. However, if we were to have to go back and take this back to bid, who knows what the market right now is so volatile, it's changing. Would you agree with me on that?
I would agree with you on that. This one was bid asphalt only. It probably didn't comply with our policy, but well, so what happened? This started out, if you went back to like 2017, this was a staff policy on how we would make recommendations, and then in 2019 we updated that staff policy, and then there was an item that came up. I think it was the Rodfield Road contract, and there was a lot of discussion about that. It didn't really meet the staff policy, but some of the council wanted to award the concrete bid anyway, even though it was above the threshold. So Mr. Smith wanted to make it a council policy. So we brought that staff policy back in July of 2019, and that was adopted as Council Policy 28. Now, at that time, we did have a list, and this street was on that list, and it indicated streets would be bid both ways, streets that would be asphalt only. It indicated this would be bid both ways. Now, there were some amendments that came forward in 2020. Obviously, there's been some delays with this project. There was some off-site drainage that was scoped in. And when those amendments came, there were some exceptions to that policy. Now, there was also a list that indicated which ones would be bid both ways, which one's asphalt only. Rodfield Road, for example, this Rodfield Road extension was on there as being asphalt only. Now, this being a Bond 18 project, it wasn't on the list, but some of those exceptions, like the soil conditions was one, continuity of, whether your adjoining roads were of a certain material that might argue for not having an isolated section of concrete. There was some exceptions made, but as far as I'm concerned, that list still applied, and we probably should have bid it both ways. This decision wasn't escalated up to me. This was between a project manager that no longer works here and staff at Public Works that aren't here. But you're right, the only way I could unring this bell is reject the bids and re-advertise. And there's no telling how that would come out. There's a possibility you could get concrete pavement, maybe get some savings. Now, another issue that we didn't really discuss in the policy is the constructability, because it's a little bit more complicated with concrete, and with this being a really narrow roadway, there'd be some challenges with maintaining traffic on that and doing the concrete within the width. That said, it is possible. Maybe you could get a concrete pavement cheaper, but you could also get an asphalt pavement and more expensive. And you're going to delay a project. It's a Bond 18 project. It's probably, in my opinion, it's not worth doing, and my recommendation is to award the project as bid. No, we didn't design it. We only did the design, so we'd have to amend the design.
We'd have to not only, if you stop this, we'd have to design it for concrete, which is probably months, a year?
It would, not a year. No, it would probably take, we'd probably get it back on the street in a couple of months, 2-3 months.
Okay, but you'd have to have the expense to design it.
Yeah.
The time, then the bidding time, so it's more than a couple months. It's probably half a year.
With no guarantee that the difference is going to rectify slowing the process down. I wanted to bring this up because I think it's important, and we didn't talk directly about this, but I was aware of it. And so with that, I want to make sure that that policy is still in place, correct?
Yes, sir, and we're probably due to bring you an update. There's, according to the policy, we're supposed to bring it annually and look at that cost differential and so forth, so we probably need to be bringing that. I'll have to work with Public Works on that. They've kind of taken ownership of that policy, but yeah, we do owe you an update on it.
Okay, so with that being said, I understand it's possibly 2 to 3 months, but I think it sets a precedence here that we need to follow that. So I'm making the recommendation that we table this and that you do what we're supposed to do and come back at a later date.
Table the award of the contract?
Yes.
And do what?
Go ahead and do the study for
You're saying do the design and put it back out both ways and re-advertise for bid.
Ooh, that's, the risk on that is higher cost, though, just to let you know.
What's that? Do we know?
The risk of that, potentially, based on what we've seen in the past year, is escalating costs. And there's no, I'm not to say that's what will happen, but there's a risk, and there's probably a good chance that the cost will come back higher, just with inflation. Not to mention, we're going to pay more for engineering fees already to have it designed for asphalt, well, concrete, I'm sorry, to have it designed for concrete.
Yeah, I can't recommend doing that. We certainly can do that, and if that's the council's wish, we will certainly do that. And, I wish we had done it both ways, but I can't unring that bell.
What is the timeline in doing this if we do it? It pushes this
I
back?
think it would be probably, it'd be a rush to get this back to you within 4 months, 5 months.
Oh.
Wow.
My intent, I don't, this is from 2018. I don't want to delay it, but, okay, I'll withdraw my recommendation. But again, in the future, I just want to make sure that we adhere to the policy.
I acknowledge, and, we'll try and do a better job.
So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Hernandez.
You know, I have to say that I had a lot of the questions that Councilman Roy had about why did we not follow the policy associated with doing these, bidding these, and this is, you know, we put time and effort in putting this policy together, and because of the discussion between the value of concrete versus asphalt. And so now, people that live on North Lexington are not given that opportunity.
I wouldn't say anybody lives there. It's all
Or the
industrial
businesses, and
area.
then last time I checked, there was a lot of road traffic. I mean, heavy road traffic there, right? Heavy
It's
truck
an
traffic.
industrial, it's an industrial.
It's an industrial road, right?
Yeah.
And what I mean by lived, I mean the businesses.
Yeah, it's
Right.
it's businesses. I don't think it's as high traffic as you might think. There's not a lot of heavy stuff going in and out, but it's kind of light industrial area, I would say.
And you're right, we should have visited annually. So I think that was a policy that was
Yeah.
written, I mean,
Right.
that update was 2021?
The last update was 21 is when they passed the resolution. That wasn't really the policy, but there was a resolution on the bond 20 streets, which way to bid them, which ones to do asphalt and concrete. So that was in
Yeah,
July.
I'll talk
21.
more about Rodfield when we get to it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, when we bring the policy back, council members, as Jeff says, you may have lost it in everything he said, but we brought to council the list of projects that were in the last bond program, where we said based on things like soil condition, continuity with existing infrastructure around, i.e. is it concrete all around or asphalt? There was a list that we said these would only be bid, we recommended it to council, these would only be bid asphalt versus asphalt. and
Peter,
concrete.
this wasn't one of those projects.
Yeah, no, well, he said it kind of may have been, Jeff, is that what you're saying?
Well, so what I'm saying, it was on the list of 18 projects. So that was in 2019 is when that list was published. Now, at that point, we were doing all of them both ways if they were on an arterial. Now, with the policy update that came to council in 2020, we put those other criteria in there. And I think those criteria were applied on this. We probably should have made a second list of some legacy projects. When we approved that resolution on the bond 2020 streets, we should have said, hey, here's some other projects that are in the pipeline that if I could go back in time, that's the way I would have done it. I would have approved it with that resolution, saying that we're doing this asphalt only based on constructability issues and also the continuity issues. I don't think the soil condition would have supported that recommendation, but
and Councilmember Roy in particular, so the reason for my prior statement was that when we bring the policy back, we'll also bring the list of projects that are under design to show you which ones are being bid both ways or designed both ways, which ones are asphalt only based on council conversations and prior. Just to refresh us all, because we have a new council, and some council members, they say, why is that one asphalt only? So we'll bring the lists, current lists to the council as well.
Yeah, I think constructability was part of it, and that's probably something that needs to be on the policy update. I mean, for example, when you're doing the concrete, you have to get beyond the center line to do the formwork and dowel bars and that sort of thing. Whereas asphalt, you can stop at the center line and do half the road, work on half, keep the other half open. With the concrete, you would have had to do a lot of temporary pavement and so forth to be able to keep one lane open, the road in places only 20 feet wide out there. So I think that was the logic of the project manager and the folks that were here at the time. They thought, based on constructability and also since Leopard and the SPID ramp or asphalt, that continuity, I think they felt that justified doing the HMAC. But there wasn't good documentation in that decision. I'm kind of trying to reconstruct it post facto.
Again, I withdrew my, my motion, so.
I'll make a motion to approve in support of Mr. Edmonds' recommendation to move forward.
What's that?
Councilman Roy already made a motion to.
He withdrew it.
Right, but then I thought you made a motion
Oh,
to.
yeah, that's right.
To approve it.
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, so we
I
just need a
did.
second.
You did. So Dan seconds. Okay, so Dan Suckley seconds. Okay, any further discussion? Did you have more discussion?
No.
All right. Actually, we're going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 34? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Mayor, Mayor,
Yes.
was Lamont?
Okay.
Oh.
Just let us know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lamar Taylor, the only comment I have is you're talking about a policy. It's a council's policy. And so therefore, you're going to adhere to your policy or you're going to pick and choose. And that's basically the whole principle about this, is you're going to be strict to your policy or you're not going to be. So in essence, you can pick and choose of what it is that you want to do or not want to do. So if it is your policy, if that means they have to go back and reconstruct or rebid, then so be it. Since 2018, this project has not been bidded. Another 6 months. It may be a risk, or the price may be high, and a risk that it may not be high. But at least you'll know, and at least you'll be adhering to your policy. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Okay, anyone else, would anyone else like to comment on item number 34? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment now. Mr. Ward, did you have some? No. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Mr. Klein, Ms. Campos, and Mr. Hernandez? Okay, the motion carries.
And Councilmember Pesley abstained.
Right, right. Thank you. Okay, item number 35 is a one-reading ordinance awarding a construction contract to JE Construction Services in an amount of $29,385,295 for reconstruction of Everhart Road from South Padre Island Drive to South Alameda Street.
Thank you, Mayor, and this is a great news item. We did comply with our policy, and this was did both ways. And the concrete pavement alternative came in with a low bid, actually lower than the asphalt. And this is actually 3 bond projects. It was listed in, one is a Bond 18 project, and for various and sundry reasons, that was just a small segment, and we made the decision to combine that with the Bond 20 sections, which is actually listed as 2 sections in the brochure because it crossed the district lines. So it's essentially 3 bond projects in one. That's part of the reason it's so large. But we thought it made sense from a construction standpoint to do this as one project with one contractor. And so with approval of this item, it's going to move the ball significantly forward in terms of getting road bond projects out to construction.
Mayor, I move for approval.
I think we have a couple comments. Mr. Presley.
Jeff, let's say we, hypothetically, we vote to approve this project at the cost listed. Is there an opportunity to go back to the contractor and take some specific part of this bid process and say, hey, would you consider doing it this way instead of the way it was bid, as long as it doesn't go above the cost that the council approved?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's called a change order. We do those all the time.
Okay.
And sometimes they're deductive. Sometimes it reduces the cost.
I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
I was going to make a motion, but Roland already did.
Okay, you want to second it?
Sure, second. Second.
Okay, let me open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 35? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 36 is a one reading ordinance awarding a construction contract to Raytech Construction in an amount of $8,113,560.
Second.
No, it's not.
Okay, you're right, I'm sorry.
36.
Let me finish. Okay, 8 million, okay, for reconstruction of McCardle Road from Castoris Road to Carroll Lane. Isn't that your district?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve 36.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 36? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment. Any further discussion on this item? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Thank you, finally.
The motion carries. Item number 37 is a one reading ordinance awarding a construction contract to Raytech Construction in an amount of $15,407,700.21 for reconstruction of Alameda Street from Chamberlain Avenue to Louisiana Street and Alameda Street from Texan Trail to Chamberlain Street.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone that would like to make public or comment on item number 37?
I'll comment. With concrete pavement.
Thank you. With concrete pavement. Okay, did I close? I'll close public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 38 is a resolution awarding a construction contract to Bay Limited for the construction of Rodfield Road from Yorktown Boulevard to Adler Drive.
Okay, this one is actually bid with asphalt pavement. It did, however, comply with the policy because the feeling on that, as you know, Rodfield is projected to extend across the Oso and tie in with the regional bypass at some time in the future. So this is going to be a wide boulevard cross-section. And what we're doing now is just a temporary roadway, temporary cross-section. And the feeling was that asphalt would be a better way to do this since it's going to require reconstruction at some point in the future when that ultimate cross-section is built.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I was not under the impression that this was a temporary road, that this was half of Rodfield, one section of it, since this is going to be eventually a 4-lane road and 2 lanes on either side of a median, and the median was going to be where the wires, the transmission lines are. So why is this considered temporary?
Well, we're not putting in all the curb and gutter, and it's a temporary cross-section. There's going to be widening that's done on it ultimately.
Okay, but in your agenda memo, you have stormwater in here, right?
Oh yeah, there's.
So you're going to put in stormwater, but no curb and gutter?
So it's going to start out at the ultimate width, and we're going to narrow that down, kind of like on Cimarron. If you visualize Cimarron on the south side of Yorktown, you have 5.
You're going to build it like Cimarron?
Yes, yes, sir.
Well, one side has a curb, and the other side has some curbs, and then it goes kind of like a serpentine kind of look.
Well, what it does is it narrows down. You've got the full width up at the intersection with Yorktown, and then it narrows down and to a 2-lane cross-section.
I understand that. It's supposed to be half of the road, right? Half of Rodfield, right? Not all 4 lanes, just 2 of those 4 lanes. So you have to get people coming off of Rodfield as it exists and get them into 2 lanes. So I understand that the initial part has to be wide and then go down to 2. But why would that 2-lane section be temporary? Shouldn't it be at the construction standards for an arterial for half of the road? And then build the other half when funding is available?
Well, I could research that. I think there were 2 considerations. One is there's also the belief that they wanted TxDOT to take it over, and there's the belief that TxDOT prefers having the hot mix asphalt.
Okay, 2 different discussions. Okay.
Well, it's kind of the same thing because that's what it says in the policy that was passed by council. It's in the list that was in that policy.
I've got the list here, but what I'm asking about is the temporary, what you just said about being temporary road. There was no mention in the bond package saying there was going to be a temporary road.
Well, we're building it to our design standards, if that's what you're getting at. But the belief is there's going to be a
Well, if
future
there's no-
project.
if there's no
that's
curb and gutter,
going
how's it
to
to our design
significantly change the cross-section.
Okay.
And the belief was, at that time, you would make the decision whether you want the ultimate road surface to be asphalt or concrete.
Okay, let's take a step back here, because in 2021, when we looked at all these, it actually says TxDOT recommendation of mostly asphalt. I'm not sure what mostly asphalt means. Maybe 90% of it asphalt, 10% concrete. I don't know if that's what is meant there. And I'm being facetious, but okay, let's assume it's asphalt, and because that's what TxDOT in this area wants, right? They do concrete up in Houston and Sugar Land and Fort Bend, but I guess they don't like us to have concrete. I don't know.
Well, all I can say, at this point, the interpretation of my staff of this recommendation was that we should do this in asphalt. It was designed and bid asphalt only. If we want to change that, we've got to reject this bid and re-advertise and go back out. And I really wouldn't recommend that, because this is one where timing is kind of a sensitive issue, because we want to get this in place to provide additional ingress and egress into Rancho Vista before we start construction on the Yorktown project.
Okay, I understand the asphalt discussion. I hadn't gotten there yet. I was asking about whether it's a temporary road. Now, is it just the section that you're modifying to get to the two-lane road, or is the entire two-lane road temporary?
Well, by temporary, I think what they meant here is that there's going to be a major reconstruction project, which is likely going to alter the configuration of the road. So I think that was why they were recommending on this that it be hot mix only, because they felt like you don't want to put a 40-year pavement life in there for something that you're going to come in and potentially have to demolish in the future.
It seems to me that it would be very wasteful to spend $5 million on a project that is temporary.
Well, they're all temporary at the end of the day.
Well, 30 years to me is not temporary. That should be the normal lifespan of that road, right? If you properly maintain it.
Right. Well,
okay,
so,
but the fact,
so kind of what we're debating here is the logic that went into this. And maybe this is all incorrect, but based on what was written here, I think that they made the correct assumptions doing the design. But be that as it may, even if it's incorrect, I can't change it now. It's what's been done. We can either award this bid or we can go back to the drawing board. And my recommendation is to award this project the way it was bid.
you know, I don't appreciate being put in boxes like this, to where you bring something that doesn't necessarily meet what we need or to the policy, just like the previous road, and then we're stuck in the sense that, like, okay, then if you do this, it's going to cost more, or it's going to cause delays, and we have other projects that are going into it.
Well, I'm not trying to put you in a box, sir. The fact of the matter is we have to make decisions all along the development of a project, right? And you can't really reverse those decisions at the 11th hour without impacting things. So I think the folks making those decisions made the best decisions they could. This is what they came up with. And you might not agree with that, but you know, I don't have an easy answer to reverse those fundamental decisions.
And the last part I want to ask about here is because this one says mostly asphalt and not asphalt directly. But I don't recall anywhere where this says that it absolves us from getting both bids. It just says the city will recommend based on pH. And I'll read it specifically. Okay, below is a summary of approved recommendations by City Council Policy Number 28. When a project contains majority subgrade with plasticity index greater than 30, which that was never mentioned for Rodfield in your agenda memo, is deemed moderately high expansive soil and designed by the design global technical or geotechnical engineer, the city should recommend HMAP. Should recommend, right? when the cost difference of PCC is within 125,000 per lane mile, city should recommend PCC. But nowhere it says that you should not get both bids on any of these as a matter of policy, right? But we require both bids on these things. So I want to say that in the future, you know, we should still get bids on asphalt and concrete, because there might have been savings on this, and it would have been a little bit more permanent in aspect, right? So,
I can't dispute that.
okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 38? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 38. Okay, Gal.
What's the timeline to look at it in concrete for this particular one?
I think it's probably a little easier than North Lexington, but it's kind of the same
It's
answer.
open field, right?
You're
under budget.
We've got to go back and change the plans, and then put it back out for bid, and give the bidders time to prepare bids.
few months.
And so it's going to cost a few months.
So let me ask you another question. Where are we in the design for the widening of Yorktown? Because that really makes a difference. The idea is you want to have this completed before you start Yorktown.
Well, I'd say we're technically behind on that. I mean, we wanted to have that one ready to go to construction soon after the referendum, but we've got some real estate issues and some wetlands permitting issues that have delayed that a little bit.
So how far away are you from it? And will having a delay to get concrete or do a bid on both of them, will it impact that construction?
I don't think it would be worth the risk.
Okay, let me ask the question again. Do you think it will impact the construction of Yorktown?
It could potentially. It's going to increase the risk that it's
Give me
not
a
going to be.
percentage. Give me something here.
64.
Well, when you're dealing with permitting issues, we're probably not going to let that delay us advertising for bid. So,
Jeff, it's in excess of 90%. It's almost 100% designed, Yorktown.
yeah,
As
it's
we
close.
talked about-
It's designed. The design is close. It's
Right,
just some
the
of those
design's done, it's
administrative
just waiting
issues.
on permits, but we've talked about it, Councilman Hernandez, which is get
Yeah.
this road done, well, the plan was to get this road done, Rod Field done first, to give
Right.
that outlet. So the sooner this gets started, the sooner we can start road work on Yorktown. We're gonna start right away, well, starting right away, but we're gonna start utility and other work off the road side, moving utilities back and so on soon. But the sooner Rod Field is done, the sooner we can begin road work on Yorktown, which is a real dangerous road.
Okay, last time I checked on this, because I asked about
Right.
the design, where we were on the design with Yorktown, it was 60% last month.
No, Neiman, we sent the memo, wasn't it 90, Neiman?
Yeah, I'm looking at the memo that was sent out.
Right.
It's currently at 90% with expectation that design to be complete.
What's the
in-
date on that memo?
This was, sorry, sir, hold on. This was in May.
In May? It was
Yeah,
90%
May
in May?
24th, May 24th was when we created the spreadsheet.
Okay, yes, sir. May
And-
24, 90%.
90% with the expectation that the design would be complete in the August, September timeframe.
August.
Okay. So that's,
So design will be done in August?
well, as Jeff said,
Yes,
design's
sir,
pretty
but
much
as,
done.
yeah, as he stated, but, with the permitting issues, that may cause a little bit delay, but I would agree with Jeff that if we did decide to table the Rod Field, there is a significantly higher probability that it would impact the scheduling timeline for the Yorktown project.
No, like I said, I just don't like being put in this box this way.
Right, sir. Track it, sir.
And it, with no real alternative, right?
Right, sir.
Clock is ticking.
Huh.
You want to come back to it? Go.
Well, I think we'll do a better
Okay,
job
well-
when we put these lists out in the future to avoid
know.
ambiguity. Our folks were interpreting this that designed it for asphalt only.
Because you're going to eventually go over the asphalt.
Well, that was the rationale.
Hopefully. The discussion was whether or not we would turn this over to TxDOT.
That was part of the discussion.
And that's why there's the TxDOT recommendation of asphalt. Okay, with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, I want to make a point. Again, Jeff, I'd like to say, is it a realm of possibility if we approve this, to go back to the contractor and say, hey, would you like to look at doing an alternate of concrete versus asphalt, as long as it doesn't go over what was approved?
I'd be happy to have that conversation. It's
Now,
Bay
they may
construction.
not, but
It's what?
It's Bay Construction.
Well, yeah, so they have access to concrete.
Well, they do have access, but they're also a hot mix producer.
well, yeah, they're a hot mix company, so obviously but you
I'm
could
perfectly willing to see
you could
if
conceivably
there's
do that on any
potential
project.
to save money by making that conversion.
Yes.
You could conceivably do that on any
Correct.
project.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, do it.
Please make sure Yorktown gets both bids.
We definitely will be sure of that.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 39 is a motion awarding 8 master services agreement for various professional architectural services in an aggregate not to exceed amount of $7,300,000. Projects located citywide.
I move for approval.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, I'd like to open public comment. Is anyone in the audience, would anyone in the audience like to comment on item number 39? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 40 we have taken
already did
care of.
40.
Item number 41 is a motion authorizing amendment number 5 to a professional services contract with Half Associates in an amount of $1,200,000 to finalize park design plans for areas surrounding the new Harbor Bridge.
Your lights.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any public comment on item number 41? Okay, there being no.
Mayor,
yes.
I just want to make a quick comment. I think it's a good news item.
Yeah, it is.
I just kind of want to add, I used to play ball out there. In fact, with Lamont's kids, back at Ben Garza and TC Ayers, and I'm really excited to see that we're repurposing this and have, Half Associates to expand on the area. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to vote yes.
Yes, very good news item. Let me close public comment, then we'll get the other comments here. No one would like to comment on item number 41. Okay, we'll close public comment. Councilman Klein.
Mr. Taylor did not come up, but I'd like to know what his view on this is, because this was supposed to be an agreement between the city as well as the Hillcrest Association or the Neighborhood Association up there, along with TxDOT, and then I think this is support as well. Before we vote, Mr. Taylor, if you wouldn't mind, just let us know your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Again, Lamar Taylor, the issue before you would be Half Associates. What we talked about is the rejuvenation and doing some innovative things in the park. The project at Half Associate was something that the city and Half had come up with. So we, part of Hillcrest Resident Association and the CAP, decided to help out and put our thoughts into the parks that are surrounding the new Harbor Bridge. And so hopefully that our input will be listened to when they design that, so I don't know when they're gonna bring the budget items to you guys, but that budget item will be impacted as far as the recreation and the parks area in that area. And we talked about an array of things that could happen in there, and one of them was a Freedom Trail. Wall Street notifying the history of that area from Benghazi over to H.J. Williams Park. And so we'd hope that you guys take all of that effort that we put in to help with Half and Associates. We talked with your assistant city manager who worked with us as we walk through this process. So I guess the key things that we're looking for is equity in that situation as far as the park is concerned. And we were talking everything from economic development park on the Washington Coast end to recreation to the Hillcrest and the TC areas and the Benghazi sites. So hopefully you take those things in mind when this park is designed, when these parks are designed.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Can I add to that, Mayor?
Yes.
If you could indulge us, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Neiman Young, our assistant city manager, has been working this project for over a year. And let's have him give us a quick timeline, and for Mr. Taylor's benefit.
Yes, sir.
Because thanks to Mr. Taylor and the Community Action Board, there's a final plan coming to council that includes everything Mr. Taylor has just said.
Yes, sir, and thank you, sir. And Councilman Klein is absolutely correct. This is a good news story for the Hillcrest and Washington Coast community. But as I stated to the Hillcrest Cab, that this is a good news story for the city as a whole. The reason why I say that is because of the Harbor Bridge and some of the development that's taking place or plans to take place. The Washington Coast and Hillcrest area was actually cut off from the remainder of the city. We took that into consideration, started speaking with the cab, started speaking with Half and Associates, and put together a proposal that basically reconnects the Washington Coast and Hillcrest area with the remainder of the city. And more importantly, not only are we providing recreational areas, but also we are bringing revitalization back to the area with the proposal that we're going to bring to council in July. Mr. Taylor is absolutely correct. City staff basically have worked on a proposal over the last 2 years, but we didn't want to bring something to council that was planned in a vacuum. So after putting that proposal together, we'll utilize that as basically a foundation or a starting point to start the engagement with the Hillcrest and Washington Coast communities again. And I'm happy to report that over the last 6 weeks, I've been working weekly with, in the evenings with the Hillcrest Cab, Mr. Taylor and the subcommittee, getting that input. And I think that they will tell you that, you know, the proposal that we initially brought to them, that was city staff plan, looks a whole lot different than what it does now that we have received that feedback from the community. So what we will be bringing to you all next month does include, you know, the amenities and the improvements that the community wants to see. And I think that is going to be a win-win situation for the Hillcrest and Washington Coast community and the city of Corpus Christi. So we're pretty excited. Looking forward to bringing that to you all next month.
Thank you. Councilman Boyd.
Yes. I know the last time that I attended the meetings, one of the specific things, and I wanted to make sure that this was on record because I know there seemed to be a consensus in Lamont, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the things they were talking about is the rec center and making sure that, you know, unfortunately because they lost the pool, so they were talking about a water feature and also bringing back the rec center.
Yes, sir.
Were those two things part of what you're calling the amendment?
Yes, sir. And I should state that we do have a meeting. We've been meeting with the subcommittee of the CAB for the last 6 weeks. We have a meeting with the body of the CAB as a whole this Thursday, so I don't want to get too ahead of them because we do want to get their blessings on it before we do bring it to council. But the current proposal in its current form does include a water feature, which is a splash pad. It's been made abundantly clear to us by the CAB that they would like to see that swimming pool replaced in the future, understanding that that's $15 million to $16 million project, which is basically the total budget for all 4 parks that we're addressing. So they understood that, hey, that's something that we're going to have to look at, you know, tackling in the future. You know, given the monies and the budget that we have now, what can we do to, ensure that we meet the needs of the community? And the answer to that was a water feature in the form of a splash pad. So that's been included in the plans. As far as the community center, that wasn't included in the proposal, but that's certainly something that we could talk to the CAB and have conversations with the Parks and Rec Department in the future and look at, replacing that facility, for the Washington Coles and Hillcrest area.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Councilman Roy, and we're very proud of this. Thank you for all the information and for the work you've done on it. This has been ongoing for how many years, Michael? Oh my gosh.
7.
Before
7
we were on
years.
council,
7 years.
actually.
7 years.
At least
No,
7.
but yeah.
But the
2016
agreement,
was
the
when the
agreement
agreement
was
was
made.
2016.
Yeah, 2016.
Yeah,
January
no,
or
and we're
something
very
like
proud, and thank you, Lamont, for being here and for speaking. This is another historic project, and it is going to be a legacy project as well. With that, I would like to make the motion on this. Oh, Sylvia did.
You were, no, you don't. We have been butchered by your group that comes up here on public comment every week. And now you're going to try to take credit for the stuff that we've been working on for 7 years. No.
This is true.
Second the mayor's motion.
Councilman Hernandez.
Absolutely not.
All right. Sorry, and first, I'd like to say that, I know this is part of that deal with Hillcrest, and, my father-in-law grew up in Hillcrest. And, looking at the history of it, 37, industry, the bridge, this isn't enough to overcome all that was done to Hillcrest. But I want to make sure that we have an area development plan associated with that area. And I want to make sure that whatever we're doing, we're complying with that, because that's also something that was promised to the Hillcrest area with that area development plan. So I hope half is taken into consideration what's included in there with their designs, and that half is talking to the residents about some of the things that they, some features they would like to have. Obviously, I'd like to see the pool back, but I'm a pool guy, so I think. You can give them yours. Sorry, it's already been voted on. It's not mine. It's not mine.
How much is half of it?
Citizens voted on that. Citizens voted on it.
We can do a change order.
We do a change order.
Hey, I think District 1's got enough, right?
Yeah, quit while you're ahead. Let's go, Gil. Come on.
I won't take yes for an answer.
But besides the passive-aggressive nature of my counterpart over there in District 3, I'd say I love you, but I don't. Anyway, I want to say, like I said, I hope this is thought out real carefully for Hillcrest, and I hope you guys get what you need there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Okay, so where are we? Did I open public comment on this? I did, okay. We've said it so many times. So we do have a motion and a second. Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 42 is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with RVK Architecture for the design of a new Corpus Christi Water Utilities building warehouse.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a
Second.
We have a second. Do we have any public comment?
Your district, I'm sorry, Roland. Apologize.
You want to make the
I will
motion?
take yes for an answer.
Do you want to make the motion?
No, it's okay.
You okay?
I'll withdraw if you want to make it, Roland. I apologize.
Okay. We have a,
I'm just trying to get us out of here while we're.
Amen. Let's go.
we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any public comment on item number 42? There being none, we'll close public comment. All in favor say, or do you have a, yeah, Mr. Hernandez?
I had
Go
to rain
ahead.
on Councilman Bade's parade.
Oh.
What's the size of this building?
Call the question. Call the question. We have a motion and a
I'm asking a
second.
question. Yeah,
This
that's
is
architectural
actually a good
services.
question. There's two different figures listed in the agenda memo. So if you go to the CIP, it lists it as a 40,000 square foot building. There's discussions with the utility about maybe 30,000 will work. So I'd say somewhere between 30,000 and 40,000 square feet.
So just based on this is going to be this is 600,000.
It's about a $10 million construction budget in the CIP.
$10 million for a 30,000 square foot.
Back up, Harlan. I called the question. What are we doing?
You have to have a second.
We do have a second.
Okay.
Call the question.
Sylvia seconded?
No. He'd have to have a second for the call.
I
Second.
didn't make a motion.
Answer his question.
Okay, go ahead.
So what do you what is it going to be the cost per square foot on this building?
Offhand, I mean, we've got no design yet, but I'd say $250, $300 a square foot.
I'll hold you to it. Thank you.
If he's on the council.
All right. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 42 is a motion authorizing, I'm sorry, 40, no, we did. I'm sorry, 43, right. I had said the wrong number. Motion authorizing execution of a 6-month service agreement with L.A. Stone for $266,000 to provide a master plan for the Corpus Christi Municipal Marina. I move to approve. Okay, anyone in the audience would like to make a public comment on item number 43? We will close public comment. This is a wonderful, good news item. This is finally moving forward. This is about reimagining our marina, and it is the first step in doing so. Thank you for being here. Again, I like to use lately the word, and this is great, a game changer, and it is going to be a game changer. This is going to be our opportunity to change everything, and of course, have public opinion and comment, and the public being a part of the process. So we're very excited. Jonathan, thank you for being here. I know you just finished, let's see, Pierce. Oh, well, no, that's next. I'm ahead of myself. We'll wait for that one. Anyway, Councilman Pusley, you have a comment.
Yeah, I do. And I'm glad to see this move forward. I've been asking about this ever since I got here. And I just want to make sure, Peter, every time we do one of these master plans, they come back with something that is not even feasible. And it happened to us on Cole Park, and it happened to us on Labonte Park, where they came back with these grandiose schemes, which would be wonderful if we had $80 million to spend on it. So I just want to make sure that we keep this within the realm of reasonable expectations, and that we don't get way out, on a limb on this, because what we found ourselves doing in the instance of Cole Park and Labonte Park is going on news media, having to tell people, no, we're not going to spend $80 million on Labonte Park. And I don't want to have to do that again. So that's my only point.
Thank you. Okay. I made a motion. Who seconded it?
I'll second that.
Michael? Okay. Did I open public comment? I don't even know anymore. I did? Okay, thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And another good news item, item number 44, is a one-reading ordinance awarding a construction contract to Callan Marine in an amount of $19,385,864 to demolish and replace piers A, B, C, D, and L at the Corpus Christi Marina, and to dredge the marina basin in the vicinity of the docks, and to construct new concrete floating docks A, B, C, D, and L at the marina.
Good evening, Jeff Edmonds.
Are you waiting for the motion?
Director of Engineering.
We have a motion, we have a second. This is another good news item. So I think a little background, these have been damaged since Hurricane Hannah, and so this is just going to change it all. They've had limited capacity, so we're very appreciative of this. This is a very, very big investment into the new day, as I like to say. Oh, public comment. Would anyone like to make any comment on item number 44? Okay, we'll close public comment. All in favor, Mr. Pusley, do you have a comment?
No, ma'am.
Councilman Klein?
Jeff, just very quickly, I thought I saw that you were going to include, I guess you mentioned as well, floating docks, and they were not floating before. Why did you decide to make the switch, the change?
Let me let Jonathan take that question.
Jonathan Atwood, Marina Manager. You okay right here? You gonna mute up? All right. Jonathan Atwood, Marina Manager. To answer your question, docks A, B, C, and D actually are floating.
Okay.
They're originally wood structure floating docks, and some of the first floating docks that were ever basically invented and brought down to this area. Dock L was not a floating dock; it was a fixed dock. But we'll be replacing all of those, and Dock L came out in 2021, summer 2021. So when you walk down there, or drive down there right now, you'll see A, B, C, and D still there. But these will be upgraded. Concrete is kind of the new age, modern look, and expected to last about 40 to 50 years, where the old wood docks were about 25 years.
So I assume there's no cost difference between floating docks versus fixed docks?
Fixed docks generally do not last as long. And so up front, yes, they are cheaper, but in the long run, more expensive because you end up replacing more frequently.
All right, very
It's
good.
like
Thank you.
asphalt and concrete. Thank you.
Yes.
Jonathan, thank you, and congratulations. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Sean,
Any opposed, say no.
turn that out.
Did you want to vote on this? All in favor? Okay. Any opposed, say no.
Because they do shit like this.
We're voting. The motion passes. Thank you. And with that, yes, sir. Were you going to say something?
Ma'am, earlier today, there was a statement that city council members should go to the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee and express their concerns. I need to point out that you're always free to attend those committees, and we always invite you to do so. However, under the Ethics Code, you're not allowed to express your concerns to the committee themselves.
And was that comment made by a constituent?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
made.
Okay. So do not go and express your concerns.
Yeah, you can listen,
All right.
but not.
Well, with that wonderful last great item, I adjourn this meeting.